Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
A fine team performance from England's bowlers, and a Zach Crawley innings of 17 from 77 balls described as brilliantly intelligent by Jimmy Anderson, which reflects almost 100 levels of embellishment, and the hosts are arguably in the driving seat. But it's going to be a fascinating first hour, especially if the best Anrik Nortje twists into town and sweeps England off their feet. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket, the tastiest and crunchiest revolutionary cricket commentary. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and, well, for the first time in what feels like absolutely ages, and it might be even the first time since COVID was a thing, we have three men in the studio. Three wise men in the studio.
Three wise men. I'm not sure it's the first time we've had three people in the studio, but it's the first time these three wise men may have been on the show together.
And possibly the wisest of men in the gorilla fraternity, I would say.
What, me?
Us three, I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, not just
I'm
you,
the
Bear.
wisest of the wise men, though.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. It's
Always has to be first,
Yes,
doesn't it?
yeah, blimey.
Yeah, just
Well, that's the bear. That's the bear. We don't need to go there anymore. I'll turn to my left, where I have more sober assessments of things from what's your name again? Oh, Tony. Tony Bishop won. England 40 runs behind. Zach Crawley batting like Einstein and various other intelligent people put together. What do we think is going to happen in these early stages of day two?
Well, it is, in every sense of the word, the crucial first hour, isn't it? As much as I hate to use that cliche. It's on a knife edge.
A knife edge.
It's on a knife edge.
Can you find another cliche for me?
Well, other than knife edge and crucial first
Yes,
hour.
What you mean, it's one of these?
Crucial first hour. Yeah, Gorilla Cricket. Crucial first hour. This ain't no TMS. Batsmen nervous, bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring Crucial first hour.
Way.
I mean, what's the lead? 40, 40,
40, 40, 40, 40,
45,
40.
isn't it?
No, it's 40.
It's 40. It's 40. Two early wickets, and you fear that England won't get much of a lead. And remember, they are going to have to bat last against two pretty top-class spinners. On the other hand, if these two can bed in, if Crawley can build on his 17 off 77 balls, then a lead of 100, 150, possibly more. But it all would depend.
One caveat to that, though, if England, I mean, if they do skirt this out, and you say we've got to face two world-class spinners in the fourth innings will be on day 3.
Exactly. I was going to make that point.
And it's not going to be a ragging fifth-day turning pitch. It doesn't look like it's going to be that anyway. It looks quite slow. It is turning, but the turn's quite predictable at the moment, unless it really breaks up, which you need a long game for it to do. And if that happens, it ain't going to be.
Well, with my England supporting hat on, I'm not afraid of Maharaj and Simon Harmer at this stage. I am worried that Kagiso Rabada will get the ball to swing this morning, bowl that beautiful length and line, and that Anrik Nortje will relocate his radar. We saw him give away something like 16 extras with wides and no balls and whatever last night. I'm worried by those two. Am I right to be? I think I am.
Yeah, I mean, that for me, that's where the danger lies, and for me, that's where they've made a wrong decision here. I think South Africa. I mean, we've seen England do it before. Where was it? We first test somewhere. We decided, was it in the West Indies where we decided to pick two spinners for some God known reason?
Well, we do make some strange decisions. I can't particularly
remember that.
And I think
South Africa have done one here. You know, I think unnecessary in England. Even if the pitch is going to turn, your pacemen are still always going to be in the game in England, and therefore, if you've got one decent spinner, because it's going to be mainly on the last day if you're deciding to bat first and bowl last. You need them for one innings, and one spinner will probably do the job.
And especially, Tony, I would say Marco Jansen, who bowled and batted really well in that first test. His tail would have been up. He's on a really good record in the few tests that he's played. Surely you want to harness someone who's in that state of mind or in that sort of form and get them out there again.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I think it is quite interesting. It's partly the sort of polar opposite philosophies that seem to be at play. South Africa do the conventional thing, bat first, even though when you looked up you must have been tempted to do the opposite, play two spinners and hope that it'll go to day 5 and start really turning. I mean, these are very classic Test cricket values, whereas England is much more, they would have, I'm sure, put South Africa in anyway. Would much rather chase. It's a fascinating clash of different approaches in a way. But what is really fascinating now is, to a certain extent, England last night had to go back to some of the more traditional values, because if Crawley hadn't, with his 17 off 77 balls, England might have been 4 or 5 down, and you would be really back in South Africa. And that's why I think this current partnership, yes, it's a joke and it's a cliche and we talk about it a lot, but it genuinely is a really interesting first half hour we've got. The game could be won and lost in it, genuinely, I think.
Very true. I mean, these two and the next two have pretty got to make England's bulk of their lead.
Absolutely.
And then the tail does what the tail does. But
well, you've still got Ben Stokes to come, and you've got a rather scratchy at the moment folks who saw England over the line with the help of others at Lords, but I don't think has really done anything since and has looked very fragile.
Well,
and then you're into Broad. I heard Broader yesterday was really interesting. The difference in definition between the Night Hawk and the Night Watchman.
Oh, did he?
No, he did. He talked about this at some length. The Night Hawk, he was going to go in as Night Hawk unless it had got to 15 minutes before the close, when then Jack Leach would have gone in as Night Watchman.
Okay.
So the Night Hawk's job is very much to go in and attack. It is to try and take the game to the opposition. If you think you need it, go and make 30, 40 quick runs in a hurry if you possibly can. But Night Watchman is just get you to tomorrow. It's
no Night Hawk within 10 minutes of the close.
Okay.
Basically.
They had an agreed cut-off point when the Night Hawk would be stood down and the Night Watchman would be sent in. It's all very scientifically explained by Broady.
Maybe scientifically
Rather well,
explained, but I'm
actually.
sure
It made some sense.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure it doesn't have scientific sense. Anyway, let's jingle up the players that are out there.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time, name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation, big shot.
Zach Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
First ball of the morning is going to be bowled by a very good bowler to a very good batsman, and it's left alone outside the off stump, swings a little bit, and Verreina is unable to gather cleanly. So it means that England get going this morning with yet another extra. It's a bye on this occasion, and this is the bowler.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
Yeah, got that ball to come back, jag back. It wasn't that far away from the off bail. It brings Zach Crawley up to face, 17 from 77. I don't care if he gets 34 off 150. Just keep going, my man. In comes Rabada, and Tony got a little bit excited there because he thought that Zach Crawley was going to have a little poke at that one, but he actually pulled that inside the line, so he survived one ball this morning. And England are 112 for 3. Beautiful bright sunshine in contrast to yesterday morning when it was very gloomy indeed. So England should have slightly better conditions for batting this morning than South Africa did yesterday. As Rabada comes in again, bowls to Crawley. It's a full ball. He defends on the front foot towards mid-wicket. And Ngidi comes in to field. And there is no run. Now, who have we been joined by on the Twitter sphere? I'm calling Tony into action as social media supremo of the first half hour.
You did, and you took me by surprise.
I did, didn't I?
Completely. Well, we've been joined by Mog, who says, have you had a haircut, Hendo? Have you lost weight, Bear? Is that a new shirt? The Bishop. Also, hello.
Hello.
I'll answer that one of those questions. It's found the edge, but it goes to ground, and it's parried, but not parried well enough by the man at second slip, and it has run away to give Crawley the first boundary of the morning to third man.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
They all count.
They all count. He played it with soft hands.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Played it with soft hands. That's what you got to do. And it went to ground. I mean, there'd be national rejoicing if Crawley was to get a decent score, wouldn't there?
Yeah, but it means it's staying aside.
Well,
He
yeah,
also
there is
played
that.
it late without pushing at it, which is helped as well.
Rabada in again. He plays inside the line of this one, which is about a foot outside off stump. And through it goes to the keeper. England trail by 35.
What England have also got to think is that, in 14 overs time, they've got to 40 overs. Hopefully the ball will be soft. They'll have 40 overs to make hay. In
Yeah,
theory.
you got to have the men there to make hay when that
Exactly.
occurs, haven't you?
But
This
he's
is
still
so
gotta think
important.
that.
Let's take each ball at a time there, I think.
Yeah.
Rabada in bowls. Oh, he's flicked that away off the straight down to long leg. Nicely timed. Norkia is there. Excuse me. As they take a single. 6 runs from the first over of the morning. England are 117 for 3. What's happening elsewhere on social media?
Well, Warren's saying hello, so hi to you, Warren. Welcome as ever. Mog says thank you for taking the question seriously, because I'd actually replied and said that my shirt was new. I got it as a birthday present. I feel his tongue might be somewhat in his cheek, but nonetheless, I'll take it.
Him and Jeff were very good value on our.
Oh, they were great fun. Rabbi Nair says, 3 wise men, come on, Hendo. Surely you mean the 3 monkeys who see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil.
Possibly. Well, opening things this morning is the tornado. That is this man.
If
Doesn't
your
sound much like a
number one
tornado.
project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got to your number 1 guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Unrick, okay.
Very well glanced by Crawley down to long leg. and they will pick up 2 runs. Rabada had to put in the dive to save that running rapidly away for 4 runs, but he did well down there, seeing as he's just completed an over.
Not only that, I have to say he is rocking a fabulous look with those shades and his South African cap.
I do like a proper cap. I have to say it's so much better than these awful baseball things that people sometimes wear. Crawley's moved to 24, and Nortje is in again, wider on the crease, brings it back into Crawley, but it starts a little bit too wide, and so he's quite safe in leaving that. Shouldering arms.
94 miles an hour that was.
Blimey. Well, I don't mind if he bowls at 94 miles an hour if it all goes down the leg side, and it's all byes and various things like that. He lost his radar, didn't he, quite significantly in the last 2 or 3 overs that he bowled last night, because up to that point he'd been bowling really well, and you've sort of put forward the suggestion that he gets tired quite quickly, which may be true. Bowling at 94 miles an hour. In he comes again, 3 slips wide on the crease again, and thuds into the gloves of Verena, who looks mighty surprised, as if he's handling some sort of grenade. But
he's been a bit untidy, hasn't he? Although he was, to be fair, for a little fella, he wasn't half made to dance around last night. Just about everything seemed to be hard work for him.
You do see that difference, don't you, when you get that extra little bit of pace. Suddenly, even the wicket keepers aren't used to it. And Nortje is a fantastic proponent of quick deliveries. He's fearsome. Nortje wide on the crease again. Oh, that's gone horribly up in the air, but Crawley's going to get lucky. He got a leading edge. Had there been another man in the covers, he might have been in trouble, but it's looped up, and in fact they're going to get overthrows as well. So Crawley picks up 2. He was turned around by that one. He does like to play into the leg side, and that looped into the covers, but there's a big gap between cover point and mid-off, and it fell safely for Crawley, who looked significantly alarmed as the ball left his bat.
I think that was pure pace, wasn't it? It just came on him too quick for the shot he was trying to play.
Well,
That's what pace could
Well,
do.
I don't know, because if you're playing, if you're
leading edge,
you're playing early, aren't you?
Yeah,
That's the thing.
He bowled very wide of the crease though on that one.
He did. Crawley's on to 26, and Nortje is in again. He is very wide on the crease, and he turns this one nicely to deep backward square. There are 2 men out. That, I think, is Ngidi. And they've got back for another 2. So Crawley is leading the England fight this morning. He scored, 11 runs from 10 balls. It's a runner ball, Crawley.
Yeah, he got told off last night, didn't he, for being too tardy and pedestrian. We don't want any of that, said Baz.
Yeah, come on. You know, I've got a reputation
might still
to
be
uphold.
there,
but where is your commitment to Bazball?
Yes.
Or Stokey Cullum, as I like to call it.
Not to be consistent.
Yeah.
Your job isn't to score runs, for goodness sake. Nortje in to complete the over, and he's hit him on the pad, but no real appeal, perhaps a bit too high. Yeah. And that was, in terms of runs, it was quite good for England. They've moved on to 123 for 3, and we have more tweets.
Oh yeah, they're rolling in. Leah, this is an interesting idea. If you die... Morning all, she said, but if you die, can I have the 3 wise men's bones? I plan to build a cathedral to cricket around them that makes Cologne Cathedral look like small beans.
Oh, that'd be good.
Well, I quite like that idea.
Where is the altar?
We'd never...
Our bones as the altar.
We'd spend the rest of our lives arguing about what you'd call the cathedral, though, wouldn't you?
I'd like to be... Could I be the pew so that I'm sitting down?
The blind pew?
No, not the blind pew. I'd just like to be somewhere that I'm sitting down for the rest of eternity, if that's all right with you.
You could be. GC Radio, Naked Fun, Porn Boxes, Gorilla Threesome.
Oh,
yes. Warren says Nighthawk sounds like the worst ever superhero. I thought it was the name of the band before they were the band, but they were just the Hawks. They weren't the Nighthawks.
Is that in relation to Hawk Wind?
No, not Hawk Wind. The
okay.
band, because we were talking about that band we were talking about earlier, the last one.
Oh, Rabada bowls to Bairstow, who aims a flat-footed drive at this one, gets a horrible inside edge, and is rather lucky not to be bowled by that, but he does hurry back for the second as the ball goes down to long leg. England to 125 for 3. I didn't like that shot from Bairstow at all. It was horrible.
Well, that was the old gate, wasn't it?
It was the gate.
The feet were there, the bat was out, and he was lucky that the inside edge just didn't crash back the off stump.
You don't want to hear that clatter of timber behind
rattle.
you. The death rattle.
Death rattle. Speaking about the three of us being the foundations of a cathedral.
Indeed, indeed.
Hopefully I'll be the last to go, being the youngest.
This one comes back into him as an appeal for LBW, although more from the slips than Rabada. Rabada realised that it was going down the leg side and was also probably a little bit high.
You do realise if you were last to go, you'd also be the last name when we name the cathedral. So it would have to be the Bishop Hendo Bear Cathedral.
Well, no, you see, that's where the beauty of it lies. You see, I'd be the one alive being able to instruct people on our cathedral. So therefore I would change any precedents before I go.
You could give a guided tour before you die.
Yeah, this is where I will be.
Rabada into Bairstow again. He aims a flat-footed drive. Can you get your feet moving, please, Johnny?
He doesn't.
He does sometimes, and he's better for it. This one has gone to extra cover, and there isn't a run. Bairstow's moved to 40, Crawley 28. England now trail by 26. So the runs have come quite quickly this morning, 14 of them, in probably less than a quarter of an hour. Rabada's only into his second over. And he's coming in again to the Yorkshireman. 3 slips and a gully in bright sunshine. Pushed this time into the ground and back into the hands of Rabada. And we were talking earlier, weren't we, before we came on air, Tony, about the fact, the stats from Cricinfo that Zach Crawley's most profitable shot so far has been the push.
The push in the bush. Yes,
Indeed.
it was.
The push. Is that in the MCC manual?
What, the push in the bush?
I don't think the
Probably
push,
not,
I
to be
don't
honest.
remember sort of trying to perfect my push, if that makes sense. Oh, now that swung into Bairstow. It was full. He waited for it, and again he just drives out to extra cover.
That was 89.
No run. 89 and swinging. So yeah, it's a very, very important period this for England. It's just got to get through it. Just got to tire these bowlers out a little bit.
Yeah.
Right, it's not just the tiring of the bowlers, it's the flattening of the pitch and particularly the wear on the ball.
The wear on the ball.
Essential, isn't it?
Rabada in, hits him on the pad down the leg side. He does appeal on this occasion. It was low on the pad, so it's not a problem in terms of height, but I think it was going down the leg side.
Well down.
Richard Illingworth agrees, and they run through for a leg bye. The partnership is now worth 82. England are 126 for 3. Tony.
Farong, Wibble from Mirpur. Hope everyone is well. England scoring at nearly 4 and over. The man selected for his catching prowess, SR20, could have 300 lead by stumps. Cheers. I'm not quite sure. What's SR less than 20? Strike rate of less than 20. Who's the man? Oh, Crawley, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Doesn't matter, I think, at the moment. Reddish Shift says, morning, guys. Back with you after a long absence. You sound as good as ever. Oh, how kind. And we
Reddish
are delighted
Shift.
to
I haven't heard that name for a while.
As you read it out, I thought, blimey, that's a blast from the past. Well, it's great to have you back.
Well, two key questions, Reddish Shift. Where are you now, and where have you been?
Yeah. And why have you not been with us? I mean, unless, of course, it's very personal.
Well, that might be answered by the second question, of course.
If it's because they don't like us, really, then that's fair enough. Norkia then into his 8th over, bowling for the first time this morning, I think, to Johnny Bairstow. He's in down the leg side. He tries to clip it on his way. It's too quick for him. He can't lay bat upon it. And Verena takes it away to his left. We should say the GPL is open. The
GPL is open.
GPL is open. And how much is in the kitty?
Well, I shall tell you now.
Do that.
It is £53.
£53. No one got anywhere near yesterday, really, did they?
We didn't get to the bottom entry.
And we didn't get many entries. We got 7 entries, and Messi Jez was 6 of them. So please, can you enter the GPL today? It's one of the things that keeps us going, along with Patreon.com and various other things. Norkia into Johnny Bairstow, again on his pads. Again, they're going to go for a quick single, slightly worrying them, but Crawley was committed to it. Yeah, absolutely. He was the man who was running to the danger end, and he was prepared to go for it. So all these singles add up, and England moved to 127th for 3. So if you would like to take part in the GPL, that is the daily competition in which you estimate how many runs you think will be scored in the day in total. Go to gorillacricket.com/competition and follow the instructions. If you have a guess, it costs you £1, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money that's in the kitty. He comes again. That's a lovely ball that swung in at great pace on a good length. It's almost poleaxed Crawley. It's hit him in a very painful place, maybe on the inner part of the thigh, but there was no appeal. Have a look at it again.
High.
Yeah, but they're getting some action from this ball, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's reverse.
Yeah.
That is reverse swing. I have to say, and it's taken him, well, that painful place. Who was it? Was it Crookie who used to wear 2 boxes.
Yeah.
Stephen Crook, who
I
was
think he
occasionally on
said he
this,
did.
because his junk's important to him.
Yeah.
Norkia in again, wide of the off stump, trying to get that one to boomerang him. It doesn't really respond, and it's left alone outside the off stump.
I think he's moved on from his job at Northampton now.
He's back in Australia, I think.
Oh, is he?
I
That
think
would
so,
be why
yeah.
he's moved on from Northampton.
Yeah, no, I think he retired a couple of years ago now.
No, but he took over a role as their press.
Oh, did he?
Their press job. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Head of media or something like that. But
Well, if anyone knows where Crookie is, if anyone's listening who knows Crookie, or is Crookie himself is listening.
Oh, I was in touch with Katie again the other day.
Oh my word, tell me more. Norkia in to Crawley, and that's a good ball, comes back into it, but he plays it well and plays it late and plays it to the man at short leg, and there is no run.
Well, yeah, you remember that guy who wrote the Glory something on the books?
Oh, are those children's books?
Yeah, she told me he died.
Oh no, he came on a couple of times.
Yeah, he did, exactly.
Can't remember what his name was.
I will tell you because I've got a message from her.
What, just out of the blue? She.
Yeah, well, no, we've been in contact.
Have you?
A little bit.
Have you?
I'm trying to get her to come in.
Why?
Bob Cattell. Well, I thought it'd be quite
Oh, of course, Bob Cattell. Norkia in, bowls full on leg stump, or more than leg stump, down the leg side, and poor old Verena is dead. Stop that, and then he's just laid straight on his back. Like, what the hell are you doing to me? For God's sake, give me a break.
Work for the lad.
127 for 3, end of the over.
The light roller says ambitious. That's apropos of them building a cathedral over our old bones. Leah says maybe Rabada's radar is overheating and he needs to be cooled by a ton of ethanol like a MiG-25. The light roller says I'm joining you, was a bit late as I went to a local brewery and I'm wearing something purple. Buzzers! You're wearing something purple. What, I wonder? Baseball... Oh, I've just lost something there. Baseball caps, says Rabbi Nair, have one advantage. You can stick your ponytail through the hole in the back. Very useful for female players or men with long hair. Dave Sarah, whatever will be, says, how much allowance do you give a keeper when your elite pacer is putting it into 5th gear? Good question.
Well, the crowd is building up, and the bear has taken his leave. He showed me something on his phone, but I wasn't sure what it was. So I don't know why he has disappeared. It's probably something to do with his property empire, which is crumbling as we speak. Bairstow 42, waiting for Rabada into his 11th over. Just the 2 slips now. He goes on the back foot, but gets horribly turned round by that, strangely. Maybe it's stuck in the pitch a little bit and didn't just quite come on as he thought. Anyway, steered it in a rather ungainly fashion into the offside. And there is no run. Johnny Bairstow 42, Zach Crawley 28. And it's a fascinating opening session, as we predicted it would be. You daren't move away from it. Oh, he aims a horribly mistimed drive at that one again, does Johnny. I wish he'd get his foot moving a little bit. Just a little bit, Johnny. And that one goes back to Rabada. He was aiming that through the covers.
Not dull, is it?
It's
Bloody
not
hell.
dull, but it's... No, well, absolutely. Test cricket is so rarely dull, in my opinion. And I don't know, the way England have played it has made sure of that in recent years, whether for good or bad. Rabada again past umpire Illingworth. Oh, gets that one to swing in. Johnny waits for it, plays it. As it swings onto the full face of the bat up towards mid-wicket, there is no run.
I'm calling it now. What if they survive this onslaught and then they bring on Maharaj or Harmer and one of them will lob the dolliest top edge to mid-wicket or something?
Well, that is cricket, isn't it? That's cricket all round, really. When you think the danger... It's life, I suppose. When you think the danger has passed,
true.
It hasn't. Full on leg stump, that's much more where Johnny Bairstow likes it. And he clips that beautifully, and he's pierced those 2 fielders. One at deep backward square and one at long leg. It's brought in 4 runs. Kind of got a jingle because the Bear's out of the room. But I will say, I think that's Sipamla out there, isn't it? So they've got a 12th man on the pitch at the moment. So I'm not sure who's... maybe having some treatment for something at the moment, but definitely a 12th man is on the ground. So it was Sipamla and Norkia chasing after that one. Crawley goes to 46. Rabada is in again. Oh, that's a much better drive through the covers. It's being chased. I don't think it's going to go all the way. I think that's going to be hauled up about 15 yards in. Elgar, the captain, is after it. He takes a few steps once picking it up to help with the throw, and they've got through for 3. Bairstow moves on to 49 with those 2 shots, and England to 134 for 3, edging closer to this this under par target of not exactly a target, but it's something to aim at and get past and try and build on for England. The GPL is open. Please take part in the GPL. £1 to go. Roll up, roll up. In comes Rabada. Oh, he's got a wonderful Yorker in there. I thought as that left his hand, that's out, but somehow Crawley has got corner of bat down and managed to keep it out. But that was a cracking delivery by Rabada. Really good in-swinging Yorker. Oh, well played, Zach Crawley, I have to say. He did well to keep that. And anything but the full face of the bat, and he would have been in all sorts of trouble. Brilliant cricket from the bowler. Excellent response from the batsman. Tony?
Indeed. Jay Grover, morning all 3 of you. You look like you're denying someone a loan on Dress Down Fridays. 3 bank managers in shorts. Mog, I think The Nighthawks was a bad Sylvester Stallone action film in the 80s. Right. I think you could be right. Mog also says Push Push in the Bush is going to have the porn bot exploding. For wrong, things you expect to hear on GC Radio, a bishop talking about the foundation of cathedrals. Well, true enough, yes indeed.
Norkia in, bowls to Bairstow, hits him on the pad, it's angled into him, so it's going down the leg side, no danger of an LBW. 134 for 3, England trail by 17. Bairstow a single short of his, well, what would be yet another 50 of an extraordinary summer. Failed to an extent in that first test match, but that's only to be expected when you've been in the kind of form that Bairstow has been in. And if he can just get through this period, he could cash in, but he's got to get through this period. So far going quite well, although I am a little bit worried about his lack of foot movement. In comes Norkia again, bowls a short one. He's gone for the he's gone for the little brush down to third man. It was almost an afterthought to play that shot, and I thought for a moment he'd got an edge through the keeper, but although it landed safely in the gloves of Verena, there was no appeal. He's really getting that ball to talk off this surface at times, is Norkia. Another of those balls that, because it deviates ever so slightly, it appears as if the ball is gathering pace off the wicket. And we know, of course, that can't be true, but by the laws of physics, but it is. Norkia in, wide on the crease, looking for the Yorker, doesn't get it, too far down the leg side. Verena is being kept very busy indeed, and he manages to get that cleanly. 134 for 3. Was that something to do with your property empire?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you were showing me a rather impressive looking mansion. What was that all about?
That was you remember Southwold and the property up there?
Oh yes.
So basically, I got in touch with Katie because I said, "Oh, is your property free?" But weirdly, it came through on some strange number, so she never replied.
All right.
And then we got in this conversation about Bob, and then her mum's just bought that pile on the front at Southwold.
Oh, I like Southwold.
Can we go and do? Oh, I see that. I can understand why you're getting in contact with Katie now. You want to? Oh, he's edged and he's caught, and Bairstow has gone, and Norkia is down on his knees. He's in supplication to the great God, Tony Bishop, and if there was a cathedral, you would understand it, because he has got rid of Johnny Bairstow for 49. And England have lost a 4th wicket, 134 for 4. Sheer pace. It makes you play at balls almost as an afterthought, because suddenly it's there. And it's Hervé, who juggled with Root 4 times before taking the catch yesterday. He's taken this one cleanly away to his left. And Johnny Bairstow won't get another 50, dismissed at 11:24 a.m. off 63 balls. And this is his jingle. I'm just trying to keep it going as long as I can to annoy the bear.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
I really think we should produce that as our Christmas single.
Yeah. Make it longer.
That would go straight, yeah, exactly. It would go straight to the top of the hit parade.
It would. While I've got the bear here, I'm going to read this. It's from Jay Grover, who is a man of immense intelligence and perspicacity. Also, I've given this some thought. The Bishop and Bear sounds better. It slightly elides. The Bear and the Bishop is a wee bit too staccato and aggressive.
Fuck off, a lot of you.
He says in a staccato and aggressive manner.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So is Katie going to come back on?
Well, she says she will, but of course she won't.
Is she not in Wisconsin learning Latin?
No, she's actually in Southwold building with her mother. Well,
Oh, she's in that
probably
building.
instructing buildings.
I'm a big
okay.
fan of Southwold.
That's
Nestor,
a
by
nice
the way,
place.
says Hendo, the last man in the UK to wear a mask.
Yeah.
I am that man. I do it religiously, like I do everything when I'm sat
As you
next to
should
the
in a
bishop.
cathedral.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Ben Stokes has come to the crease. He's got a jingle that goes somewhat like this.
I got a Ben Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean. And he called me a said he'd punch my
Norkia around the wicket to Stokes. Stokes leaves outside the off stump. It just seems to move away off the pitch.
looked up and said, "You angry redhead, you'll get fined again."
So one angry redhead replaces another angry redhead. Which will be the angrier redhead at this particular moment? I presume Bairstow.
Well, Bairstow, because he's just got out. So
Yeah.
you'd like to think, unless Stokes can channel his anger at his fellow redhead.
It's a great celebration from Norkia, isn't it? I mean, it's as if he's just solved world peace. The way he goes down, full slower ball, clever from Norkia, but spotted by Stokes, who waits for it. Well, it says 90 miles an hour, but it looked like a slower ball to me. Didn't
It's
it?
comparatively slow. It's 3 or 4 miles slower
Well,
than
yeah.
some of his other balls.
It looked like it was. He had to wait for it a lot longer than.
Oh no, I
than
think he kind of sprayed his legs because he didn't know where it was going to go. It was coming quick, and he sort of just
He's only got it low down on the bat, hasn't he?
he's moved his foot after he's played the ball.
Warren says, has someone had a word with Crawley about his hard hands? Jay Grover says, I've listened to the Bishop and Bear, and I have liked a bit more. I'd have liked a bit more about Mogajev's creative process, and a little less time wondering whether the barman was going to cut Nigel off for the evening. Otherwise, jolly good. Thank you very much. Oh, you're very welcome.
Had the bear been at the produce before you started?
Yes. I mean, it was late on a Sunday night, and I think we both had.
Start of a new over from Rabada. That's short, left by Crawley, but up at 90 miles an hour. Rabada is being sort of inspired by Norkia's pace at the other end, and it swung a long way, but well after it had pitched and well after it had gone past the stumps. So there is, despite the fact that it's a clear, bright day in Manchester, which in itself is an unusual thing to say, ball is still doing a fair bit. In again, bowls driven by Crawley. A rather awful piece of fielding by Elgar, who jumps all over that and misses it completely at extra cover. And they get a rather fortuitous 2 runs. So Crawley moves into the 30s, and even more responsibility is piled upon his young shoulders.
How many times has Crawley seen number 6 come out?
That's a very good point. Not very many.
That's true.
He's going to carry his bat, isn't he? That's what it is. He's just going to say, he's going to snub his nose at all of us and say, there you go. Anyway, Rabada is in. He finds the edge. He's not going to carry his bat, but this one drops short of the second slip, who does well to gather it. And there is no run. The closer England get to South Africa's target, the more difficult it's appearing. It's like the last sort of 10 minutes of a long train journey. And you've got through, you've been on there for about 7 hours going to Edinburgh or something from London. And then, come on. Rabada in again, short. Again he finds the outside edge, but he was almost pulling his bat inside that. Fortunately for him, it's gone between slip and gully, and it's run away for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
How we do with time, chaps?
One more over after this one, I think, and then a change, probably.
140 for 4. He's not convincing Crawley, but he's there. And that's what you can say. He's more or less. Yeah, I think he has now doubled his score from overnight.
He was on
Not quite.
17.
He was on 17.
He's
so
on 34 now, I think.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah,
He has.
Exactly doubled. And that's come in 20 balls. Rabada in. Oh, he gets that to swing, but he
that's
comes
a lovely
nicely
shot.
into his pads, and he's timed the pads off that. Worked away through mid wicket for 4 more.
Pressed the wrong button.
Oh my goodness me!
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it's quite interesting, as well as Rabada has bowled, he's going at about 5 and over. Just one ball short of 12 overs. He's gone for 60 runs, picked up the one wicket, the vital wicket really of Joe Root. So a very important wicket. Final ball of the over, and this is played. Good delivery just outside the line of off stump. Good length. Back to the bowler. No run, 144 for 4.
Derek Willis says, Crawley always strikes me as a guy who thinks he really wants to bat and then as soon as he gets out there regrets his decision. The Light Roller says, I do have a complaint. There is a counter-terrorism training event going on in Melbourne at the moment. The helicopters are putting me off the cricket. Oh no. Reddish Chef says, I am still in Gloucester and have not been with you because of stuff, but definitely not because I don't like you. Mog says, I agree with Hendo. Katie Y, not Katie lied. Don't let Katie in, says Jay Grover. Well, that's harsh. In the apps. Oh, that's yes, okay. I know that's says Warren. Bob Cattell is not a patch on Bob Catter. Okay.
I'm sure that is.
Bob Catter.
A new over from Anrik Nortje with Ben Stokes just arriving at the crease 3 or 4 minutes ago, and there are 4 men catching in the slip cordon as the bear walks right in front of me. So I'm going to imagine that was a beautifully played drive from Stokes that went straight to extra cover. When the bear walks in front of you, and probably when I walk in front of him, and vice, and we walk in front of Tony, we need a wider screen TV.
Like a total eclipse.
It is a total eclipse, absolutely. Great crowd in at Trent Bridge, Old Trafford even. If there may be a great crowd at Trent Bridge. I'm not sure what's going on there today.
Yes.
They maybe got there early for a Rockets game, perhaps. Nortje in, bowls to Stokes. Stokes drives, finds the gap on the offside. It's going to be chased. I'm not sure it's got quite enough on it. He's going to have to scamper back for the third. Is that Elgar again after it? It is. So, he's almost so exhausted by the time he gets to the ball that the throw...
He's only got little legs.
He's only got little legs.
He's a small man.
Yes, the throw is, needs someone to relay it, basically, to the bowler. But 3 important runs, and Stokes is off the mark. England 147 for 4. They trail by 4. So what have they added this morning? They've added 36 for 1. Would you take that for the first half hour as an England supporter?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer not the 1, but I mean, there's a chance you're going to get 1 early. I mean, the thing is, you just got to make this morning session count. Was it the wrong one? I mean, would you prefer it to have been Crawley in some respects? Yes, probably. Yes. But then if Crawley goes on and gets a ton, which is highly unlikely, then we'll all be happy, won't we? Nortje in, bowls to Crawley, hits him on the pad, ball loops up. There is no man at short leg, but it is fielded by the mid-wicket. Crawley 38, Stokes 3. Nortje into his 10th over, figures now 2 for 38. Certainly hasn't been quite as wayward as the latter part of his spell last night. And he always looks like a danger. He always looks like he could take a wicket, doesn't he? This is the thing. This is the great bowlers, isn't it? Raw pace, isn't it? Yeah.
The only change, by the way, chaps, at the end of this over, you two are both staying where you are. Bare ball by ball. Hendo, you're socialising. And the house on the hill is going to join us.
James Hillhouse. Nortje in. Oh, he's found the edge there! And Crawley has gone, despite his greatest efforts. He didn't really do anything wrong, but as we said, Nortje looks like he could take a wicket at any moment, and he's found the outside edge. He was only playing defensively. He wasn't playing away from his body. He'll be massively disappointed. He's done everything he could, but it's still not proved to be quite enough.
That was a good ball.
It's just straightened, hasn't it, from a slightly wide angle. Quite a thick edge, but through to Verena, and Nortje is on fire!
Still 4 short of their total as well.
Yeah, well...
I won't look back. By the time that I do, you'll be gone.
He's getting a standing ovation for his 38.
Yeah, well, he did well. I think people realise the context. The interesting question now is going to be, at what point do England say, right, let's go hard? Let's really get runs on the board quickly. They don't need to, timing in the game, but the philosophy, you got to think, how much batting do we have left?
Well, exactly.
Go on, gently nurture the tail, let's keep going, or does he go, right, systems, DEFCON 5, go for it. I think it's not far off when that's going to happen.
I don't think it's far off. I think they really want to try and just see off Nortje. You can only have 2 overs left after this one, probably.
Although, when you're adding wickets, the adrenaline is really flowing. The Elgar will be keen to get another over out of him if he can, an extra over on top of those 2 that you're talking about. So I still think there's 25 minutes of work for England to do here, and just sticking around half an hour maybe.
We should probably let James come in between balls.
He's
actually.
in.
Oh,
James is in.
I'll take my leave then.
Okay, I shall move on to where were you up to on tweets, by the way?
Morning, everyone.
Morning, James. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. A bit upset that we've lost 2 wickets. I was hoping to
it's been some good bowling this morning, though, hasn't it? And getting a bit of reverse to it, something we didn't see in the England bowling effort, of course.
Well, indeed. Well, they didn't. Well, they weren't out there long enough, really, were they, for the reverse?
That's true.
I mean, the main square looks quite abrasive.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I hear you guys were talking about him. And Nokia, sprayed it around a bit yesterday, but when we were on yesterday, he was bowling brilliantly, and he's a danger, isn't he?
Yeah, massive.
Absolutely, he's one of those bowlers I think that could run through a team.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could bowl a spell of sort of 6 for 10 off 4 overs.
Yeah.
He's that good when he gets it right. Over to you, Bear.
Nokia in. His first ball comes in a little bit to Folks. He's a new man at crease. I'll play as a jingle. It's not going to be out. Probably hit him on the pads, but that was too high. He has a jingle that goes like this.
Oh, he's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. Oh, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
Doesn't like the pace of Nokia though. Gets right behind that, defends it back to the bowler, and there's no run. It was only 88 miles an hour. You're probably happier with that than 95. And
that's his slower ball.
Yeah, well, exactly. But I mean, I think don't they say under 90 miles an hour you can kind of adjust, and anything over 90 miles an hour it's kind of guesswork.
It's pure instinct, isn't it?
And we've been just privy to seeing on the TV screen that they're reminding us that Nokia got Folks both times last time out.
Yeah. With full straight ones that he really didn't move his feet to because he was too slow on it.
Which encouraged Jeffrey Boycott to say that he's bad against short pitch bowling, which I didn't quite understand, but there you go.
No.
Leah says, Temple of the Nighthawk is a grubby indoor roller coaster in a German theme park in my home city. It smells of vomit and saliva, which is a particularly attractive mix. Mog says, I could just loop the jingle with the bear on it a dozen times, maybe put a little breakdown in the middle. Yeah, okay, we'll put it out for Christmas, absolutely.
Got to have a rise in it, and breakdown.
Who's that bloke who keeps getting Christmas number ones?
Oh, the sausage roll man.
Is it
Lad Baby?
Oh, right, okay.
Fucking hideous. They should be shot. Stokes gets beaten on the outside edge, plays inside it possibly, as Rabada continues around the wicket. There's no one. Really want to get through these 2 opening bowlers, don't you?
And got to.
They're going to last for about an hour. I mean, they bowl.
I must also stick up for Lad Baby as a son of Nottingham myself. Lad Baby is the city is very proud of Lad Baby, Nottingham Forest, and the TV show Sherwood.
Okay. Stokes gets right behind that. Rabada's fired up. He's going for a few, but he is fired up. Let's see how quick that was. He's bowling up near the 90s as well.
Ravi with some news on physics. He says, if it has topspin on it, technically a ball can pick up pace off the pitch, but fast bowlers do not usually get topspin on the ball. There you go. It's the sudden change of direction, even if it's a very small one, that makes it look like it's speeding up.
Rabada around the wicket. Again, left alone this time by Stokes, through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Adrian Lowe may regret this. He says, GPL on! Nice work, chimps. Crawley still there on Monday. In the second innings, maybe. Leah says, it's a famous painting by Edward Hopper. I don't know what that's in reference to.
Nighthawk.
Oh, the Nighthawk. Warren says, did the Gorilla Eclipse result in a corona?
What?
Yeah, no, after Lee's recommendation of checking out the Street Hawk theme last night, I did that.
Ooh, beaten on the outside edge by Rabada, maybe a little bit going away. 86 miles an hour. They're just that little bit quicker than England, aren't they? All their bowlers.
Yes, they are, very much so. Barry Goodman, Big Sexy Barry, said, is that Meerkat Katie or Audience with the Pope Katie? That's Audience with the Pope
Audience
Katie.
with the Pope Katie.
Meerkat Katie has all sorts of mothering things to do, I'm afraid, at the moment, so we haven't had her on very much. Love to have her on if she was available.
Well, the swing today is nearly double what it was yesterday, weirdly, and it's sunny.
Odd.
That one left alone by Stokes outside his off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And they're still getting movement off the pitch as well. I mean, these are taxing times for the batsmen.
Yes, and England have to get a lead, and a significant one, even if it's anything. I think 80, 90 upwards would be, it's a challenge. I mean, if you can get into that South African top order again, and they're 90 behind, you've got a chance of winning the game there. If they can get a significant lead here. Left alone by Stokes through to the keeper, no run. End of the over.
And I think also they gave the South Africans gave a very good impression of themselves, the batters, last match. But the reality is they're as vulnerable, if not more vulnerable, than the England batting lineup.
I agree with that entirely. I mean, it's astonishing that Root hasn't scored any runs yet so far.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yes, I will do. Angelic Scooter says, yes, I do feel sorry for Crawley there. Yes, it looks similar to a lot of his other dismissals, but that was a nice ball from Nortje to get him. Absolutely it was. He didn't do anything wrong. I mean, it was just outside off stump. He played it forward defensive, and it moved enough to take a thickish edge. Yeah, blameless on that occasion. Just unfortunate he hadn't, built up a better body of work, in a sense.
Well, he's still continuing, Nortje. Into his 11th over, and bloody hell, folks, has left that. Good leave, one has to say. Looked shaky from here, but it didn't hit the stumps somehow, but he left it, and it was arrowing in towards his stumps.
Yeah,
I missed by a lot.
The swing, I mean, this is just another example that where cricket confounds you, isn't it? Because by all the known laws of cricket, this shouldn't be doing this on a bright sunny morning at Old Trafford. I think that's reverse, though. I think that's reverse. I look at the shiny side.
So. And I think it's gone over the top of off stump. It's not even gone round the side of it.
All bets are off with reverse.
Yeah. Down the leg side, though, that one. And Farina takes it like it's come at him at severe pace.
But it's also interesting, isn't it, after Broad's lament last night about how the ball just kind of falls apart after 35, 40 overs. Let's see what happens in 2.5 overs time, because it looks like South Africa is still getting a tune out of it.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even getting through those 2.5 overs seems to me expecting a lot at the moment. The way that the South Africans are bowling, it's really, really good.
Just got to stay there. Just got to get rid of Nortje. He's the danger here, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nortje clipped nicely by folks this time, out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've probably got him back for 2, maybe 3. Rabada chased it down rather slowly, and they do come back for 3. That means scores level.
Woo!
Trail by 1.
Don't get
Still something to celebrate.
Still something to celebrate. Yes. We're not going to be behind. Well, we could be.
Don't say that. Derek Willis says, as the annoying American, I'm obligated to say that DEFCON numbers are in reverse order. So DEFCON 1 is the full panic one. DEFCON 5 is serenity.
Oh, right.
Oh, really?
DEFCON 1 then. DEFCON 1 it is.
We want some DEFCON 1. Well, we've got some DEFCON 1. Ollie Robinson's still there. He can bat, but hasn't done a lot of it recently.
No.
That's the problem.
But more convincing than number 8's last match.
Potts. More convincing as a batsman than Potts. Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Robinson's pretty awful as a test batsman. Left alone by Stokes outside his off stump through the keeper, and there's no run. Well, Stokes has decided today that he's not going to play full-on Bazball, clearly.
Well, he's not been halfway down the pitch apart for prodding, hasn't he? I mean, it's very odd. He seems like glued to his crease for once.
Well, maybe he's decided, actually, I can bat, and maybe I shouldn't throw it away.
Well, I think there was a good article, actually, on Cricket Info, I think, with Fish wrote before the start of the match about the fact that he's been neither one thing or the other, really, this summer. He's not been the batsman that we knew from 3 years ago, who could bat, 70 balls for 1 and then get 100.
That's into the legs of Stokes. Clips it. Not very convincingly. Out to mid-wicket.
I think he's
sorry.
undersold himself this year as a batsman.
Yes, absolutely. I think, and actually, I heard Jacob say a couple of matches ago that he thought that Stokes was going out there almost too hard to show the team this is what we're doing. And I do agree with that. I think that's right. But I think Bairstow yesterday showed Stokes the way forward here.
Yeah.
Lots of heavy running, lots of like 1s, 2s, and 3s, and then you can expand a little bit.
Yeah.
But there was another interesting article about how he the reason he was doing it is he wasn't necessarily going to do it forever. It was just he was trying to implement a strategy within the side through the keeper, and there's no run. And he had to lead by example, so he was trying to put it out there, and eventually I'll calm down sort of deal. I'm just trying to show them how it should be done.
The light roller says something about urine and alcohol, both important. Jay Grover says, thought James was broadcasting in the nuddy for a second there. Imagine my disappointment. No, he does seem to have some sort of shirt on, which is good to know. The light roller comes back, says, what the F is Crawley playing at? Starting to look settled, then gives it away. Also increasing his average in a non-Bazball manner. He's going to be dropped sooner or later. I think you're being a bit harsh there, light roller. I think he did what he did as well as he could.
Yeah.
He battled, and I don't think he gave it away. Just because he got an edge through doesn't necessarily mean that he's given it away. Warren says, can someone explain the 9x12 bit of the Folks jingle? Is it a reference to Bear's mathematical capabilities? I was wondering that as well, actually.
No, I think it's just so it fits in.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
Mog, it's a Mog jingle, isn't it? Mog, explain yourself. The 9x12. What does 9x12 make? 72?
Yeah.
No, 78.
No, 84.
84.
Cut by Stoke, folks, and that's going to be England's lead. It's a really ugly shot. It was supposed to go out through sort of points, but it got an under edge, went past Verena and down behind him, where backstop would be, and it's going to be 4 runs, and England have a lead. Yay!
Poor Verena, he ended up like a goalkeeper trying to save with his legs, didn't he? With both legs going in opposite directions, splayed somewhat, sort of a one-on-one.
It almost died on Folks, didn't it? Though when he played it, didn't get up as high as he thought it would.
Oh! That was I'm doing commentary.
Yeah,
sorry, that was nearly a full bunger.
It was a full bunger.
It was a full bunger. I don't think it's going to be no ball though. It wasn't that high. It came out wrong from Rabada. It was around about waist height. Surprised Folks a little bit, managed to get something out of it into the offside, and there is no run. Ngidi is now starting to warm up, so we could be seeing a change sooner rather than later.
Indeed, Jay Grover wonders whether... Oh no, I won't even bother with that one about vomit and alcohol. He says, Meerkat Katie is mint. Papist Katie is possibly the font of the world's evil. Yeah, but she's got a lovely house in Southwold.
Yeah.
And she's great company, is Katie.
Yeah.
She's good fun. Good fun. I do miss her from time to time.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see her every once in a while. But hey, she's got important things to do with moneyed people. That's left alone outside the off stump by Stokes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Farong says, he sent us a picture of a grumpy cat with the words, collapse is on. So, yeah, I think you're probably right. Could be. Mog says, the Folks thing is that he's at least 9 times better than Joss Butler. Fucking poetry.
Yeah.
And Leah confirms that DEFCON 1 is the bad one. Tom Clancy will confirm.
Around the wicket comes Rabada, and Stokes is... I like this better from Stokes. He looks
this
organised
is very
today. He's decided to have his head on, and he wants a lead, and if he can stay there, I'm sure he'll be able to expand later. But currently, he's just defending that out to the offside, and there's no run. Because at some point, if they go through... Rabada's bowled, this is his, 6th over? Nortje would have bowled 6 if he bowls the next one, or maybe 7. I can't remember.
No, not 6. I think. Yeah.
You've only got Ngidi, and then you're going to go to the spinners? It's a second-day pitch. It's not offering you a great deal. That one's a little bit of swing, and Stokes I think he was trying to drive that straight-ish, but skews off the inside half of the bat out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And I think Stokes has read that, hasn't it? Because the thing is, he's been giving this... He's almost played up to the stereotype of Ben Stokes. But he's a super smart cricketer who can adapt innings and, judge the momentum of the game. Surely he's read this and kind of thought, let's just stick in for a little while here.
Yeah, because he's got He's got broad, and that's a nice shot. Drive. You can't bowl there to Stokes. Full wide. Driven. I'm not sure he timed it perfectly. No. I think it's just about going to make it to the boundary. It does indeed. A long chase for Elgar again, but he doesn't quite get there, and instead it's 4 runs.
Big Sexy Barry says, now we have Hendo does math. It's 108, you fucking muppet. What, 12 times 9?
12 times 9. I thought you said 12 times 7.
Hang on. I'm not the only fucking muppet because the fucking muppet next to me also got it wrong.
Yeah, but I wasn't listening to you. I was thinking 12 times 7.
Oh, were you?
Sackler and Waldorf together, maybe.
Good job you're not sort of totting up the weight of a plane just before takeoff, isn't it?
Yeah.
My God. 159 for 5. The lead is 8. We're 8 for 5.
Yes.
Well, we've been there before, 8 for 5, so we should be quite familiar.
Well, here we go. Early change. Left-hander in.
Yes.
Maybe not such a bad
Yes.
idea. I'm sure. I've got to find him. Here he is.
Simon Harmer flees into the night, straight from Pretoria, Essex bound.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting my numbers mixed up. It's 12 times 6 that's 72. I just got it upside down, you know.
Now, I thought Gary was coming into the studio.
No.
He's not.
We did not have the pleasure of his company.
Well, it says here, in studio, Jack and Gary and us three.
Yeah, well, it's us three. We're the only three that are regulars now, aren't we?
Yeah.
The others have just not got the
memo.
transport, mostly. Well, this is interesting, is it? Harmer, who could have played for England, of course, had things been different. But I'm glad he didn't. I wanted to see him playing for South Africa. I don't want to see South Africa cricket weakened by players moving to England. I really don't.
I guess that's one thing that Brexit has done that's positive for South African cricket.
Indeed. Yeah,
About the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, for so long because of Kolpak,
Okay, yeah.
it was ruining South African cricket to a large extent.
Well, folks is going to take up. There is a short leg, and there is a slip, and that's a full toss, and it's been driven, and it should be driven for 4. That's a really slack first ball, loosener from Harmer, and it gets what it deserves.
It's Nissan
And it leads double figures.
It's Nissan Sheen.
The other thing you'll say is that folks will probably have played against Harmer in county cricket quite a bit.
Yes.
So this is one thing that comes down on his side in this particular duel. He will have seen a bit of Harmer. Doesn't mean he's going to deal with him.
Second ball, it's a little bit short. And plays off the back foot. Stokes just plays it into the ground, short leg, and there's no run.
And when Harmer's been interviewed about the possibility of playing for England in the past, he always laughs quite heartily at the suggestion.
Yeah. Well, he tosses that one up. Down the track comes Folks, and just nicely squeezes it up to mid-on. Gets himself.
But Hendo, you make a really good point, I think, because actually, is this a comfort zone move for England now? They've seen enough of him. I know he's very dangerous on the county circuit, but it is a bit more familiar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much Ben Stokes will have played against him because he hasn't played an enormous amount of county cricket in the last 4 or 5 years. But Folks has played quite a bit of county cricket.
Well, he'll tell him what he's like. And you know what? You shouldn't be that scared of a spinner on a second-day test match.
No, you shouldn't. But you have to have respect.
Yeah, you do.
On his record. Well, his record in this country is so good.
Yeah, well, you also have to say, I can imagine Stokes want to hit him out of the tack, possibly. Well, he is.
Yeah.
Because the first ball has been sent out. Is it over the boundary?
I think it is. I think it's gone all the way.
Yeah, the crowd seem to think it's 6, and it is 6 as Stokes moves on. And this is what he might want to be doing. This would be.
Yeah, but what he's got to know, and something he hasn't done this summer, is realise when 1 or 2 of those shots are enough for the time being. And not try and hit the cover off every single ball.
Well, try and keep him on for another couple
keep
of
him
overs,
on even. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
milk him for 8 and over rather than trying to hit him for 20.
Presumably they will bring that man at deep backward square around a little bit.
Yeah, they might well do. Stokes gets behind that one and defends.
Yeah, he's a little like a kid faced by a table of burgers. Just can't stop eating them, and then 10 hours later they're being sick and wondering why.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good analogy.
Harmer, down the track comes Stokes, plays it just up past cover. They probably could have got a single there as Harmer had to chase his own bowling. Mid-off was down at long off, but having not made the decision, decided not to go ends it over.
On the Twitter sphere, Jay Grove says, I hasten to add, I've never met Papist Katie, and I'm sure she's a lovely person, but her Trustafarian squawking sounds like balloons and chalkboards are having painful sodomy in my brain. That's an incredible description.
Yeah. She's definitely for the higher classes, was our Katie.
Just Ideal says, Hendo, rant down over here. Rant down under here. My heart gladdens when you're on Guerrilla Cricket. I recall those previews when I first happened upon GC and how they reminded me of my love for real cricket. Well, there you go. That's great, isn't it? If we encourage the love for real cricket. Change of bowling, a double change, effectively, because Rabada is also out of the attack, and into it
comes this man.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi. Let's play Lungi.
Oh dear. First ball goes straight through, folks. Through to the keeper.
Belting delivery.
Well, it just went straight on, didn't it?
I think it came into
Do
that.
you think it came
yeah,
in?
I think it came in enough, yeah.
Folks has a habit of making these balls look as if they've kept a little bit low, and I'm not sure whether that's because he's late on the ball, and that's moved it. Well, he's not low because it's gone over the top of off stump.
It's kind of tailed in with the arm, isn't he? He's bowled from wide of the crease and it's just carried on coming at him.
Yeah, brilliant delivery.
The first stop as well, lovely.
Yeah.
He's on 13 off 11, so he's going along at fair old paces, folks. A couple of gifts of deliveries. That one, well, he looks like it's jumped at him a bit the way he played it, but I'm not sure it did. He needs to get his head down, does folks. He's surviving, gets an outside half of the bat, out to backward point, no run.
Pirate Badshaw has joined us. He says, morning old salts and sea dogs. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Welcome along. I was going to say, GPL is still open, open until lunch. Remember that you can guess how many runs you think we scored in the day. Pay us £1 each time you do it, and money goes in the pot. Pot started at £53, I think.
7 people in already.
So get in on the GPL.
Starting at 179.
2 slips in the gully. Sorry, I'll take over from you, Bear, while you're messing around.
Defender back to the bowler and there's no run. 179. Allo 911. I've not seen you before, so Allo.
I do like when we get new people. That encourages me.
Mog's in there. 233 and 288. Oh, the 233. Messi's not going to be happy.
Where is Messi today?
I presume he's on at some point. No, maybe he's not on today. He's not on today.
Goodness me, I've kind of got used. He's kind of the soundtrack to my life now. Is Messi.
Folks, facing up to Ngidi in his 8th over. That one's outside the off stump. No need to play at that. So he doesn't. Through to the keeper. No run. England lead by 19. 175.
And similarly to Crawley yesterday with Bairstow, folks, doesn't have to do that much. Do you know what I mean? If he's just there and keeping it ticking over, Stokes can bring the fireworks.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of the match situation, you don't necessarily need the fireworks. I mean,
absolutely, but he will bring them.
Well, he possibly will. Yeah.
I mean, I think if England, if these two get an innings, oh look, there's my mate Clive.
Oh, right, Clive. Is that Graham Fowler next to him?
Is it?
Is it? I think it is. It?
No, Foxy.
Foxy, yeah.
That's not Foxy.
Is it not?
That's not
okay.
Foxy. Length ball outside off stump, and Folks plays it nicely enough. Square on the offside, straight to a fielder, no run.
I made the connection basically, obviously, to Lancashire cricketers, left-handers. He does look a little bit Foxy-ish, but probably isn't Foxy.
No, it's definitely not Foxy.
I don't think so.
I've seen Foxy recently.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
how is he?
He's bearded and weird as always.
A good weird as opposed to a bad weird.
Foxy's fun. I think he's quite a delicate human being.
Yeah,
yeah, he is. Yeah.
Ngidi, down the leg side this time. Folks trying to work it to fine leg, doesn't make it, and there is no run. Jack hasn't arrived yet, but Gary has. And Gary's screen. Turn your picture off. You're not on yet.
God, the last thing we want is a picture of Gary when he's not even on. Jay Grover says, serious point for once. And Ngidi gave a very good interview about racial tensions in the in CSA in the Observer a few months ago. An impressive man,
really good
indeed.
And Just Ideal says, how much of our love of Test cricket owes its genesis to the wonderful fast bowling of the 70s and 80s? This England v South Africa is livelier for splendid bowling. Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, there's nothing quite like fearsome tear-away fast bowler to get your gander up. Ooh.
There's a big appeal for LBW, but that's going way down leg side. It's probably hit him
that's
outside leg. That's a terrible. You can review that if you like, because I don't think that's got anything going for it. Harm around the wicket. Well, if you're convinced that's out, I don't know. I'm not.
No, that's hopeful, surely.
That's really hopeful. But they are.
Yeah, they're going to be. I don't think this is missing, or I don't think this is as far away as you think, Bear. To be honest,
I think the angle.
This would be a massive disappointment for England, because it was such a nothing kind of a ball and a nothing kind of a shot. Really,
it would be.
It'd be an absolute.
I'd be very upset. I'm going to throw my toys out the pan and storm off and let the next lot take over.
You've got the angle coming from round the wicket. I think this is straightening.
It's not straightening enough.
Not straightening enough, probably.
No.
Missing leg stump.
Missing leg stump by a long way. I mean, that might even hit him outside leg stump.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's no ultra edge involved.
No, there's no edge involved. That's a terrible shout, I reckon, for a review. Just didn't look right.
Yeah, if that wasn't Stokes, I doubt they'd be going for it.
Possibly not. So it's pitched just about in line. It's umpire's call impact and missing.
Yeah,
leg
missing.
stump. Straightened more than I thought it had, but it always looked to me like it was going down. Review lost.
Is that the first review that they've lost? I think it is.
I think so. No, didn't they do a terrible one yesterday as well?
Did they? No, they didn't, because they've still got two left.
Oh no, that might have been while
last test.
it might have been while they were batting actually. I think someone reviewed a full-on straight LBW, didn't they? That one is defending back down the track.
Held the pose there, Stokes. Fully into the forward defensive.
We have good news from Messi Jez. He says it's not all about cricket, you know. Grandson's hockey wind-up today, but I'll be back as the sound in your life tomorrow, Hendo. Great to hear.
Down the track comes Stokes. Misfield by mid-wicket. It was very full, and that probably Stokes overran it a little bit. Clips it to mid-wicket, who misfielded it up to mid-on there.
No, you're wrong, Messi. It is all about cricket. Yeah, so I'll just point that out.
Harmer, this time, forward gets Stokes and just defends it.
I think
this is a different man, isn't it, Ben Stokes today?
Yeah, I like this. I prefer this.
Yeah.
He's certainly a good enough batsman.
At the same time, you feel like Harmer is probing at something here, don't you? It's all going into the same area. A roundabout leg. Oh, my word.
Reverse swept. Not sure he swept it. I presume it's a top edge rather than an under edge into the ground. They'll get back for two, though. I don't like that. Unnecessary reverse sweep.
No, I'm not keen on that.
Wait until you get to 50 and 60. Oh, yeah,
it's horrible. That could have gone anywhere, couldn't it?
Really good.
Yeah.
So just after you said he's been batting very sensibly, he does something.
Yeah, he must have heard that. He likes to prove people wrong, doesn't he?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
He's got us in his ear. He's going, fuck off, you guerrilla cricket boys. Don't know what you're talking about. Harmer pulls out from bowling the last ball of this over. At the end of this over, we're going to have a change. Gary's going to take over the hot seat. Haven't seen Gary for a while. Good to have him back. Tony is going to come in the hot seat here, and they'll be joined by Jack. They can talk about boring movies that went on forever on our WhatsApp last night. Inside edge from Stokes' last ball that goes out towards square on the leg side.
Stokes has done something serious to his leg. Oh my word! Is it a knee? A muscle at the top of his knee? Oh, he's in a lot of difficulty there. That is not good. That is really, really not good for England. Anyway, I'll take my leave, and I'll leave you in the hands of Gary and co.
Yep. See you later.
Yeah, he just stopped at the end and then just hop. I think he's got one of those things where he gets little niggles and they come on and then they go. I get them. Maybe I'm just being optimistic. All right, Jack. All right, Gary. I'm going to hand you over to Tony.
Well, hello, and it's hard to discern what's happened here with Stokes. He's clearly in a bit of pain. Do you get cramp at the top of the knee? I don't know. He does seem so fragile these days. You know, he's seldom without a limp in the field, and you know he does have a heavy workload. But again, I don't want to sound like not Fred here, but there were cricketers in our youth who played, I'd suggest, literally twice as much cricket as Ben Stokes, who didn't have all these aches and pains. But then again, you know, the human body is a strange thing. Even the most robust of them can go kaput now and again. But he's getting seen to by the physio there. But it doesn't look good. I agree with Hendo. It does not look good. Gentlemen, what are our views?
Oh, hello, Gary. I was driving up that road this morning.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I was driving up your road this morning.
I did send you an email saying that much as I delight in being at Sydenham, I've done so much travelling the last 2 or 3 days, and I've got such a lot of writing to do today that I felt I had to stay at home. I was in Bath on Wednesday night, and I was in Stratford-upon-Avon yesterday afternoon, and Dalston in the evening.
We think we knew where you were when you sent a picture of the RSC saying, "Guess where I am?" And I thought, well,
yes,
you'll be at the RSC.
Yes, it was a double header yesterday. The RSC in the afternoon for the matinee, and then a train journey and a tube journey to Dalston for the evening. I was pushing it a little too hard, I'm afraid. So I've got one review written this morning. I'm going to write the other one in the lunch break. So it's not the same as being in Sydenham. I much enjoy being at Gorilla Towers, the company of fellow gorillas, but I'm just glad to have the chance to speak.
Well, what's our review of the situation so far, though? This could be a real trouble for England if Stokes is going to have to remove himself from the action. That would be a real Spaniard in the works.
Well, it's going to affect the bowling for sure, but he's on his feet now. He's taken a tablet, had a bit of whatever the modern day version of the magic sponge is, and I mean, Gordon Greenwich has made double centuries, barely able to walk on one leg. I think his batting shouldn't be affected too much.
It was an odd one, wasn't it? It literally, as he got there and he stopped, there seemed to be no problem. Then all of a sudden it hit him, and it was clearly very painful. What do you make of it, Jack?
It's a ongoing injury that he's managing, isn't it? Probably just jarred it, and he'll be fine.
Well,
but
that's
you
what
know,
we'd all
he
hope
needs
for,
a painkiller and stretch it out. I mean, he's standing up, walking around now. We just saw a clip of him flexing it, but looks okay. Not a doctor, don't know that for sure, but seems like he's going to carry on.
I'll tell you who you wouldn't ask, Annie Chave. She'd say it looks like he's got a problem with his shoulder. So.
He's Big Ben. You know, he's the son of a rugby league player. He's England's hero. He's the Flintoff de nos jours. But is there just a little bit of the drama queen in Ben Stokes? I mean, he loves showing how much he's injured, doesn't he? You know, he never undersells a niggle, does he, Ben Stokes? Okay, he plays through them, but God, he lets us know, doesn't he?
I'm not sure he's got no jaw.
What's that?
What? I said I'm not sure he's got no jaw. You said he's the Flintoff of no jaw.
And here is Ngidi, and he's outside off stump to the now recovered Ben Stokes, who lets it go through, takes a deep breath, walks out towards point, the England balcony, looking concerned, but no more than that. They're going to have to extend these balconies, aren't they? There's so many support staff up there now. I've always felt that the more physios you have, the more injuries you have, because God, these guys have got a job to justify, haven't they? So here's Ben Stokes, left-handed. Round the wicket comes Ngidi, and this is driven, but without much timing, and Ngidi fields a little sloppily off his own bowling, and there is no run. I think a little bit of Ben Stokes' mayhem goes down well in this situation. I'm never too keen on it when you're sort of 200 behind, but I'm quite keen on it when you're 22 ahead.
Yeah, I think you're right, Gary. I think this is the passage of play that England should try and exploit the next 50 minutes until lunch. They burnt through Nortje, they burnt through Rabada. They've switched to their third seamer, albeit a good seamer, and they've got spin at the other end, and I think this is England's chance.
As Ngidi's wide of off stump again through to Verena, who keeps tidily, no run. We just got a shot there of the pavilion at Old Trafford. I'm not familiar with the game Minecraft. I think others listening will be. But Old Trafford looks like Minecraft done by an 8-year-old to me. It's hard to imagine how they could make it any more ugly. But each season's international cricket at Old Trafford, it becomes uglier and uglier. And I think we're still yet to reach the nadir of aesthetic displeasure at the sight of Old Trafford. As Ngidi's in again, it's very full, and Stokes clips that, but again he's got no timing. to mid-wicket, and there's the most half-hearted appeal you've ever seen in your life there by Ngidi, who thinks it might have taken pad before bat. The umpires having none of it, and there is no run. England's lead 22. They're 173 for 5. Earlier today, they lost Johnny Bairstow and Zach Crawley, but Stokes and Folkes are extending a lead, and I think you're absolutely right here. They've got to cash in when you're on top, and this 45 minutes or so we've got before lunch is an opportunity to score 50 or 60 runs that could prove vital in a low-scoring match. And Ngidi round the wicket again, lets that go through to the keeper. Does Stokes? It's still one to come in the over.
Speaking about Old Trafford, why have they decided to play a test on a building site?
Well, it's been
Is there not another ground that they could use this year?
Well, there's a short and long answer to it. The short answer is that it's been a building site since God knows how long, and the long answer is they bid more for it. And as we know, the ECB simply count the money and give the test match. I agree with you. It's
weird.
I shall refrain from anything that may be defamatory about the ECB. As Ngidi's in and Stokes lets that go through to the keeper. It's the maiden that I expected. England 173-4-5. Your tweets?
Yes, there's a few. Let me see. Jay Grover, hooray, Gary! I've been binging on your 80s, 90s cricket podcast. Excellent. My word, you actually let interesting people speak. Gary, this now explains why you never read my tweets out. I don't quite know, which was also Jay Grover. Mog, yes, Gary. Everyone was fucking hard as nails back in your day. Booney batted with a harpoon in his lip once, and his hip once. Back when the war, Fred Thomason resumed his career despite having been killed in Normandy, etc., etc.
I'll come back to that, because that's not exactly the point I was making, as Harmer is in and this is defended, no run. I mean, my point is not so much that players were harder then. I mean, they had injuries and they carried injuries. There just wasn't this sense that, the camera's on me, I'm going to milk this, that we seem to get these days. Kohli Cam is the most obvious example. But I think because they know it's there, I think there's a temptation sometimes to milk it. I mean, Ben Stokes went down looking like he'd been shot by a sniper 5 minutes ago, and now he's leaning on his back looking 100% fit. It may well be that that's exactly the case, but still. As Harmer round the wicket now to Folkes. Folkes comes down, uses his feet for once, which is his flaw this season, and clips it to mid-on, who is inexplicably giving an easy single, and they take it.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to tempt him to hit over the top, but that's not really Ben Folkes' game, is it? I think he'd actually rather have the single in some ways.
Wow. Well, I never understand why mid-on and mid-off, particularly to spinners, give the single. I think you're right, they are probably trying to tempt him to go over the top, but that's 20th century thinking. These days players take on the fielder anyway. As Stokes comes down the track and defends to short extra, and there is no run.
You seen a lot of Harmer in the county championship, Tony?
Yeah, I've seen a bit of him. Tony, have you?
Yeah, no, very much so. He's relentlessly accurate normally, and certainly gets movement.
As he's in again here, very full, and Stokes punches it to the man at mid-on, who is giving an easy single. Somebody brighter than me, who's watched more than 50 years of cricket, is going to have to explain why that's the case, but they give him the easy single. I've seen a lot of Harmer. What I like about Harmer is that watching a Harmer spell is a bit like reading a novel, because it's going to last a long time. There's going to be some twists and turns, but usually we get a resolution. As he goes back this time, does Folkes, clips it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And I think that's what you've got to do with Harmer. You've got to invest in not sort of 5-6 over spells, but sort of 12 and 14 from one end, and he usually gets his man in the end. As he's in again over the wicket to the right-handed Folkes this time, and Folkes meets it with the full face. Good to see Folkes moving his feet. That's his problem. He leaves a gate and pushes hands at the ball, but he's not against the spin. And we'll go to some more of your tweets.
Yes, Mog was saying wise words. I think that's to Jay Grover and the general idea that it is the bishop and the bear rather than the other way round. I'm not saying anything. Just ideal. Uglier and uglier. How I've missed Gary Naylor 99. Leah says, don't be so harsh on Old Trafford, Gary Naylor. Yes, it's not Feroz Shakotla, but it's not that bad. Jay Grover, Gary, there's a short and long answer. Wonder which way this is going to go. Oh fuck, he's going to give both. That's what made me chuckle earlier. And I should pop over onto YouTube, I think, but it might take me a while, so talk amongst yourselves while I do.
Ngidi is in, and Stokes lets this go through to the keeper. Jack, Stokes seems to have gone into a contemplative mode since his injury treatment. A good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, it's actually been quite a decent couple of overs from Ngidi to start this spell. Pretty accurate, plugging away in that channel outside off stump. And Stokes, he seems becalmed in this match in comparison to some of his other innings this year.
Yeah, I think there's something in there. It's a game of chicken at the moment outside off stump with Ngidi. He's just sitting on a 6th or 7th stump line to Stokes, although he's a little tighter this time. And Stokes comes down the track and just defends the ball almost, but makes such a good contact. It goes straight past the bowler and all the way to the fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that's just beautiful batting. And what I was saying about the game of chicken, it was going to be who blinks first. And it turns out it was Stokes who advanced, but he got to the pitch of the ball as if he was playing a medium pacer rather than a quick. And didn't try and hit it too hard, kept the risk down without much swing to the bat, but got such a good contact that he picks up 4 runs. He goes to 21, England 179 for 5. And Stokes can relax into the rest of this over, 4 balls to come. He gets one a little shorter, a little straighter, and just defends. He looks so good defending the ball that sometimes you think it's a waste when he sort of reverse sweeps and top edges it. He gets the front elbow so high, he gets the bat under his nose. It really is a classical defensive technique from Stokes, in that he shares something with Ian Botham, who could be a destructive batsman but had one of the very best defensive techniques, certainly against pace bowling, that I can recall.
Slightly before my time, Botham.
Yeah, well, he could defend as well as attack in the same way that Stokes can. He gets one down the leg side, does Stokes, and it's a free hit with no leg slip, but he misses out on it, goes through to Verena, no run. And there's David Lloyd Bumble there in the commentary box talking to the Daily Mail's Paul Wilson, I think, there in the media centre.
Seems to be enjoying himself, whatever he's doing. In raconteur mode, as he is most of the time these days.
He absolutely is. He told me a wonderful story a year or two ago about batting against Andy Roberts at Liverpool in 1975, the first match I saw live for Lancashire. This ball is defended off the inside edge. There's no leg slip, and therefore it goes down to fine leg, and a single is taken. Having said that, Ngidi was sitting on a 5th or 6th stump line. He's since straightened his line, and he's gone for runs as a result.
He's come into Ben Stokes' game, lost the battle of patience.
Yeah, I think he has. That game of chicken has been won by Ben Stokes.
It's a question from South Africa's point of view. If you're Dean Elgar, is there something else you can do here, or is it just a case of trying to manage your way through to lunch?
Well, you bring on Maharaj.
A few tired bowlers. Yeah, Maharaj, that's an option.
You bring on Maharaj, you have spin at both ends, and you invite England to put pace on the ball. This ball is defended, and that's exactly what I mean with Ngidi. And indeed, when Ben Stokes hit the 4, folks needs to do nothing other than drop a bat on a straightish ball there. It skews off the outer portion thereof, goes to backward point and they're through for 2. You know, often in test matches that doesn't matter, but this is a low scoring match, and England have got 7 or 8 runs off that over without any risk whatsoever. Maharaj has only bowled 6 overs, Harmer's bowled 4. If you're going to play 2 spinners, it's not all about the 4th innings of the game. They've got to do some work in the 2nd innings as well. I'd have them both on.
Over on YouTube, there's a bear. It says The Bear, but I'm not actually sure it's The Bear. He says, love the Bishop. Tony Bishop, Guerrilla Cricket legend. Pakistan-India watch-along Sunday, please, Tony, if this game's over. And a few other things. What time does the Bear have his first beer, says the Bear. So the Bear, I generally think, is not possibly the Bear.
Huge swipe from Ben Stokes to the first ball of Harmer's innings, but he doesn't make the connection he's looking for, and it sort of dribbles out to deep square, where I think it was Rabada who fielded the ball, and they're through for a single. England are doing what we rather hoped they would do, which is making runs quite quickly here in the pre-lunch session. They're flowing, not always off the middle of the bat, but flowing enough as Harmer over the wicket to the right-handed Folks, who pushes it to the man at short mid-wicket, who is on the one, and I think it's the captain there, Elgar, I think fields, and there is no run.
Quick hello to Fiona Latzel, who says, go South Africa.
Harmer's in again. I like how busy he is in his work. Doesn't give the batsman time to relax, and Folks just props forward, and there is no run. Harmer has none for 18 from his 4.5 overs so far in this match, and he pulls out of that delivery. Why do the umpires do this, where they give the dead ball signal when Harmer actually kept hold of the ball? What do they think the scorers are expecting when the bowler actually keeps hold of it? This ball is defended by Folks a little crookedly. I do want that front foot to go to the pitch of the ball. There it went down the line of leg stump, where the ball was on off stump, and danger lies therein, particularly with a short legging quite close.
Very slowly, Harmer.
Yeah, he's in again, and better from Folks there, leaves his crease and defends the ball to mid-wicket. If the Bear was on here, he'd say he's bowling too slowly. We point to about 850 wickets in county cricket over the last 6 years and say it didn't stop that lot, did it? But there you go. Maybe not 850, maybe 550. As Folks comes down the track and helps himself to the single that's on offer, inexplicably to mid-on. It's the end of a tidy over from Harmer. Folks retains the strike. England 184 for 5. The lead now 33. And we have your tweets and YouTubes and everything else.
Yes, Tim Nasuki T says, hello from Japan, long time no see, or Hisashiburi, as they say here. Well, hello indeed to you. We're delighted you are here with us.
Arigato for that.
Indeed. Let me see what else we have. Just ideal. Much love from our Aussie cult grade digger, Ian Higgins, professing his undying admiration of the handsomeness of Folks. Is it shared by his countrymen? Well, I'm not sure they think that hard about it, to be honest.
He is a handsome man, is Ben Folks. He's up there with Chris Green of Middlesex. You'll know him.
Oh, yes, yes.
Very handsome man. Charlie Dagnall can't stop talking about his good looks when he's commentating. And entirely coincidentally, we focus on the rainbow flag of pride, which flies with, dare I say, pride over Old Trafford today.
If I have time, I'll read this one. I won't have time, and it's worth waiting for.
And it's Ngidi over the wicket to Folks, who pushes it into the offside. Good play from England, busy here in taking the singles on offer. He goes to 18, and you can read your tweet or your comment.
Oh, well, I'm not sure actually. I thought it was a great compliment originally, and then I'm not so sure. Yet again proving they are superior to Sky commentary in every way by having a commentator who could be more annoying than KP. But I don't think that's true. Anything Sky can do, Guerrilla can do better. I do agree with that. Light Roller says, Gary, I'm desperate to know which decade had the best mental approach to test match cricket in your opinion.
Well, I think the leg theory of the 30s, when Jardine used his weaponry at his disposal with an iron will. That would be my answer. Very full is Stokes, and he punches it to mid-off, who is now in the necessary 5 yards to stop the single. Why they couldn't have done that 20 minutes ago is beyond me, but the single is now cut off, and therefore Stokes will retain the strike on 23.
It's a nice looking shot. Came right out the middle of the bat.
It did. It was a push drive though, rather than the full-blooded one. Stokes is really only going for full-blooded shots when it's kind of the reverse sweep and stuff like that. The drives, the more conventional shots, he's taking the risk out of by pushing them. But he's doing okay. Defends this ball again with good foot movement, played under the nose, and therefore the ball goes square on the offside because it's played that little bit later rather than hands thrust at it, where it goes more towards extra cover. Therefore, even if it had that taken the edge, it might not have carried. Whereas hands thrusting at the ball, where you see it go more, as I say, in front of the batsman, they're the ones that carry. There are many ways in which you can put load the dice in your favour as a batsman, and one is playing the ball under the nose that little bit later. See Che Pujara, who had a fantastic season for Sussex, as Ngidi's in and an immaculate forward defensive sends the ball to mid-on, also saving one, near run.
Still going for Pujara, isn't it? Is it the semi-final, the quarter-final on Tuesday?
It's the eliminators. The eliminators first. I think they may be today. I'm not absolutely certain. Maybe tomorrow.
I've got a ticket for Tuesday, so I'm hoping it's Tuesday.
That will be a semi-final. Well, it's been a brilliant format, the 2 groups of 9, because in the Royal London One Day Cup, because it kept interest going right until, I believe, the last over of the group stage, as this ball is beautifully played by Ben Stokes. He comes down the track, and instead of trying to swipe the ball again, he just block drives it, this time to the leg side of the stumps at the bowler's end. 2 absolutely beautiful straight drives from Stokes in this last spell.
Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
And if we were calling for controlled aggression, this is what we've seen, isn't it, gentlemen?
That's a good shot. He holds the pose, jogs about halfway down with his elbow still high.
Well, you would, wouldn't you? He goes to 27. England of Viv Richards, 189. This round in 1984, 189 for 5. Stokes clips this ball, but without foot movement. Gives himself a little bit of a admonishment there, because there was a gate the ball may have crept through, but it didn't. It's the end of the 47th over. England are that Viv Richards for 5. And we have your tweets.
Yes. Ravi Nair wants to know, is Harmer having the same problems Leach has with left-handed bats? Not so sure. Possibly. Mrs. Luigi Magpie, and this is in response to being hard as nails in different eras. Unless you're getting your testicles stitched back into your scrotum, sans a painkiller, it's all pretty genteel. Blimey, Mrs. Magpie, what a horrible thought. I'd watch a Bumble cooking show, says Leah. Every episode would end thusly. And now, I can't do it in a Bumble accent. To round it all out, my secret ingredient... Oh, Lord, she's done this on purpose to... Liz Guscarid Dithialadamid. Whatever that may be, I don't know.
Yes. Well, Bumble did do a nature show, didn't he, for Channel 4 about 15 years ago. He narrated in a kind of Johnny Morris type style a nature show. So he's not averse to spreading his wings.
I can see him doing animal voices. That would be quite funny.
As Harmer's in again over the wicket to Folks, who comes down the track and punches it to mid-on. There is no run. I'll try and get the format of the Royal London One Day Cup in between balls if I can. There were 2 groups of 9, and if you won the group, you went straight through to a semi-final. If you came second or third, you went into an eliminator, second in one group, playing third in the other, as Harmer is in. And this is punched to the side of the man at short mid-wicket, and therefore the man from mid-on, I think is Rassi van der Dusen, fields, but they're through for 2. The lead is 40. England batting very, very well here. So it kept the interest going, because you could finish third in the group and get yourself a slot in the eliminator with a potential semi-final to come. Again, if you're going to have 2 groups of 9, what a fantastic way to structure the tournament. And I believe those eliminators are either today or tomorrow or very soon anyway, because I think I've got to write about them on Sunday. And if you're thinking, well, hang on, Gary, shouldn't you be doing more preparation than this? Then yes, I should, but I never do. Stokes is on 20. And the harming man who's harmed many a career in the last few years in England is in, and folks tucks him round the corner, but at backward square, there's a man who does the fielding. We're probably due a change at the end of this over. I came on
Just
exactly...
on Palmer, the left-handers, he's not got a problem with them.
No, I don't believe he does, no. Although I've not seen the stats that directly compare success against right and left-handers across all of his career.
Speaking
of... yeah. What?
Palmer's in, and this is defended, and there is no run. Yes, and speaking of handovers, I came in at exactly 12 o'clock, the time that I was scheduled to come in, and to be admonished by the bear and told to disappear, which I did. Not without a certain sense of hurt at being treated so badly for turning up on time, but there you go. As this ball is punched beautifully through by Ben Folkes there. There ain't much room between the fielders on the leg side, but he threaded the needle there. It was a full toss. It deserved putting away, but you've still got to do it. And that was a lovely stroke by Ben Folkes, who's looking comfortable. It was a half volley.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
And he needs these runs. He's not had the best of summers, faith shown in him, so it's good to see it being repaid as he comes forward, defends into the offside, and there is no run. England are 195 for 5. I think it's time for a change. I'll be back after lunch. And I'll look forward to your company then, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of
it's me,
Tony Bishop. Tony Bishop.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary, and it should be a warm welcome back to James, who
Hello.
I think is reading your messages, the next of which is Jay Grover 9 minutes ago wanting to know Jack's podcast.
Thank you.
And to Tim. Hello, Tim. Tim the cricket guy. How are you?
How's it, guys? How's it? All good?
Well, it's all good for us.
Yeah.
I'm less sure for I'm less sure for you at the moment, Tim. But there we go. It's 195 for 5 after 48 overs. Yeah, I thought I'd done that because I think somebody jumped on a little bit early. The bear is doing some YouTube adjustments before my very eyes. I think that's fine now. We're sorted. It's going to be Rabada.
Rabada back
into the attack. He's going to be bowling to England's captain Ben Stokes, who had that little injury niggle. What did we make of that? Just something that flares up occasionally. He tweaked it and then everything seemed to be fine again.
Yeah, he has a locked knee, doesn't he?
He does. Rabada coming around the wicket to the left hand is Stokes, slightly hurries him up, plays it off his legs, steers it down to long leg, and will help himself to 1 more run to the score. He'll move on to 28. England's lead will move on to 45. And Tim, what do you think would be South Africa's target from here? I mean, obviously as fewer lead as possible, but when would it start to be uncomfortable for them?
If it's under 100, then at least we've got a chance. It might be a slim chance, but we've at least got some kind of a chance. Once it goes over 100, particularly with the inconsistent bounce, it starts to become very difficult.
Yeah, a little bit of inconsistent bounce. I think you're right. I mean, in some ways, this has mirrored the South African innings. You know, wickets fell early, but and then some later resistance. This one swings a little bit, and Ben Folkes, who's seeing it pretty well at the moment, decides to let that by. Quite rightly too. Through it goes to Verreynne, and there is no run.
Ideally, we would have wanted Folkes in the middle of Nokia's spell. The fact that he came in right at the end was a huge blow, because it allowed Folkes to get in against Harmer, who isn't bowling as well as he would like to.
Barred it in. 2 slips. That was a good leave by Ben Folkes. They do say there's good ones and bad ones. And that was a good one, but not by a lot.
And maybe Stokes as well. You could apply that to. Look, he's got Stokes out a few times, right? I agree with you. I think the timing of that was fortuitous for England.
Yeah, and just to a 20-minute earlier would have been potentially all the difference in the world, because if we can create an opening.
Again, that kept a bit low, although it was speared in at the toes of folks who dropped the bat on it. Pretty good order, and he needed to too, so there is no run. Lords 5 for 52, of course, for Rabada. Lees, Crawley, Pope, Broad and Anderson, but in the second innings he did get Ben Stokes and Stuart Broad. I mean, he was magnificent at Lords, was Rabada. 45 the lead. Henrik Nortje is doing a few gentle stretching exercises. Rabada, though, is the man with the ball in his hand, and he's delivered it to folks who turns him off his leg out to mid-wicket, and there is just a single. He moves on to 25. England move on to 197 for 5. The lead moves on to 46. Now, have I missed something? There's some very warm applause from the balcony there.
I think it might be the 50-run partnership.
Ah, it could well be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well
I think it's
spotted.
147 for 5.
Yes, good shout. Yeah. And haven't they done well? They've played so well, both of them, so sensibly, but still keeping it ticking over.
They have. I mean, sorry, Tim, go on.
Why? Yeah, I was going to say, why couldn't Stokes play like he's played the rest of the summer?
Well, we were debating, well, wait, Rabada round the wicket to Stokes, who plays this squarely in front of his leg stump. And there is no run, just 74 miles an hour. I think that was a deliberately slower delivery. It's the end of the over, though. It's 197 for 5. The lead is 46. And we can go to James to catch us up on some of your messages.
Thank you. So Jack, if you're listening, Jay Grover wants to know what your podcast is called, because he's been binging.
It is called the Cricket Podcast. I can tell you that.
There we go. Great. So we know. So there we go. So we need more. You've got more, Jay. Cole Churgwin, Harmer's Test credentials thus far in his career, wickets, etc. Great listening as ever from Australia. Thanks, GC. So I think Harmer's on about 30 odd wickets from 7 matches. Is that right?
That's about right. Yeah.
Something like that.
At an average under 30, if my memory serves me right. No, a very, very decent record.
And what? Half of those in Bangladesh?
And a couple in India as well.
Yeah, okay.
Which was before he became a callback.
4 for 61 he got in India, didn't he? That was his best bowling so far. That was in 2015 in Mohali. Rahane, Jadeja, Mishra and Umesh Yadav, now of Middlesex, of course. Although had he played in the Royal London, I suspect the game at Sussex might have transpired slightly differently. But Harmer it is to continue. Forward comes Stokes, whips him off his toes, whips him straight to mid-wicket though, and they won't run on this occasion. It just went to the fielder just too fast. A slip and a forward short leg in place for Simon Harmer. 33 now from Pretoria. In he jogs. That one just moves in a little, just a shade to folks, and he waited for it and dabbed it down into the ground. And again there was no run. He got into the test side, did Simon Harmer in 2015 when Dane Pete was injured, which is not an excuse for us to play a jingle, as this one is nudged away into the onside again towards shortish mid wicket, and again there is no run. Never have I known a jingle so diametrically divide an audience as that one, as this one is guided by folks to mid off. There is no run, but yes, Dane Pete can claim that it was his injury that gave Harmer his opportunity. I mean, he has been fantastic for Essex since 2017 as Harmer. That one again, classic off break, really back into Ben Folkes, who plays it pretty well.
The less said about that particular tour though, the better, from a South African perspective. It was a horror show.
Oh, was it? Oh, well, maybe they missed Dane Pete then. Plenty of flight from Harmer. Good footwork from Folkes, but he's clipped it straight along the ground to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's the end of that Harmer over. It's a pretty decent one. And it leaves England on 197 for 5. 50 overs complete. a lead of 46. And James.
Well, I'm going to skip past the friendly fire tweets to Gary as he's no longer here, but I'm sure he can feel them later. Any commentary on the Bairstow and Pope square cut technique with 0 foot movements? That's just ideal. I suppose that's their failing that they have as modern cricketers. Dan Keevy is saying everyone is making Tony pronounce wicked words. No reason to stop though.
Well,
so
yeah, there was one that
coming.
there was one that Leah had, and I must admit I probably should have looked it up before I read it, but I still don't know what it means. In all innocence, this one's wide of the
that looked like a mouthful for sure.
But it was A, saying it, and B, what it meant, and both might not have been ideal. This one had been left anyway, and there was no run. Rabada still in the attack, so Nortje was doing his limbering up, fairly gentle limbering up, it must be said. Either because he knew at some point he's coming on, or he just wanted to catch Dean Elgar's eye. Rabada, anyway, he barrels in around the wicket. Stokes plays him late, steers it out to deep cover. So Pamela, who's still on, he does the fielding. And the throw comes in, and they take a single. 198
yeah, I don't know if you guys know, Rossi is the guy that's off the field.
Rassi van der Dussen. Do we know why?
Yeah, it was during his batting. He got hit on the finger. So it's something to do with the finger.
Poor old Rassi. Well, we've got Sir Pamela on in his place, who's out there deep cover. This one is driven, but driven straight to extra cover, and they won't run on this occasion. 29 for Ben Stokes. 26 for Ben Folkes. We've got the Stokes-Folkes axis. Still no Wokes though. Who I do
really impressed by Folkes though.
He's done well.
I think he's had an indifferent summer with the bat, hasn't he? But today he's looked really solid, really composed.
199 for 5. England, I think, would have at the beginning of play would have taken that. Round the wicket comes Rabada, squarely met with a big high elbow and pushed back to him by England's captain, and there's no run.
As a fan of the wicket-keeper batsman fraternity, if I'm being particularly neutral, I'm very happy from that perspective, because I'm always a fan of wicket-keeper batsmen getting a good long run in the Test format.
Yeah, no, he definitely has the talent. Does Ben Folkes. 2 slips and a gully. This one's short, and Stokes can duck underneath it. Quite happy to leave that one alone from Rabada.
Do you think the events of this week with Ben Stokes coming out with his film and talking so openly about what's happened to him might have lightened his mind a little bit, or am I reading too much into it?
Sort of a cathartic element to it.
Yeah, he just looks so at peace at the crease today.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I think we're all intrigued by who he basically told to fuck off after the 2019 World Cup final. This one's left outside of off stump. Through it goes to Verena, who's had a slightly less demanding day than he did yesterday, where the poor lad was, whichever way he dived, he seemed not to get anywhere near the ball. But it's the end of the over, and we can go back to James.
Right, so Jay Grover's off to the shops, wants to know if anyone wants anything.
If you could go to the post office for me, that would be really useful.
That would be great in a post office as well. I suppose it depends on the shop you're going to. But Just Ideal asks, is there a difference between long leg and fine leg?
Yes, one is finer.
There we go, that's it. And the Mog says, Reece Stokes and Payne, he might have got a stinger, a hit on a nerve that hurts like the world is ending, but fades reasonably fast without much effect.
I wonder if it's his knee. I mean, we'll wait for Simon Harmer over the wicket. Down the track comes Folkes. But again, that man is stationed at short extra for that very reason.
He does have issues with his knee locking up at times. I know that, and it feels like that can happen, can't it? And then
Harmer, plenty of air, just guided around the corner to backward square. No run.
But then it can suddenly loosen, can't it?
It can. I get that when I'm exercising sometimes. Suddenly, it's off. It's nearly always my right knee, and then it just goes again. It's very strange. Then once more, a fair bit of flight from Harmer outside the off stump of Folkes this time, who just reaches forward, gets to the pitch, and defends. Still 199 for 5. 48 the lead.
That was much better. It brought folks forward, which is what he wants to do. Much better delivery.
It was. Let's see what he's going to do this time. Fuller, as if to emphasise your point, Tim, this one's Fuller, and Folkes can really just get himself set and defend that without too much trouble. Gary was saying, though, amongst many of his other erudite observations, that with Harmer, as this one's flicked off his legs, catches the man at forward short, but wasn't even on the bounce, it was all the way along the ground. Harmer, you have to invest in the long haul, and something will happen, but it's not always immediate with Harmer.
Yeah, which is why we needed a 250 on the board. I agree entirely. I don't think the feelings to Harmer at the beginning were fair, but I understand because of the runs on the board why they were the way they were, but it's made it difficult for Harmer.
Steered really by Folkes to backward point. It's the end of the Harmer over, so Folkes has nicked the strike off his captain. I don't know Ben Stokes will be too upset. The 200 is up for England. 200 for 5, the lead 49, and we'll go back to James.
So Brian 001, afternoon all. South Africa certainly gifted England the upper hand yesterday by batting. As Gorilla Jack said, South Africa just twice dicked England and should have maintained the mind games by bowling again. He's telling us he's tuned in from a local hostelry with a nice picture of Sam Adnam's ghost ship.
Ooh,
there to go. He's trying to make us jealous. Go with it. And then Light Roller, I think, makes a really good point, which run rate this session is 4.20. Bazball is still alive, you heathen doubters. And I think that's the point. You can play aggressive, progressive cricket without going at it like a broken helicopter, can't you?
Like a broken helicopter, yes. Yes, I think both the Bairstow and Crawley knock. Crawley, I think, deserves quite a few plaudits for today as well. We'll just wait for Rabada, who's in and quite full. And it's pushed back down the ground towards mid-on, and they'll take a quick single, bring Stokes back onto strike. The lead is 50. So that's a good statistic for England. And they'll be more than happy with that. 201 for 5. What you were saying, what was the broken helicopter? Oh yes, no, I was talking about Crawley. I mean, 30-something, frustrating to be out, and he got a terrific delivery.
He did.
But he set up England to get themselves into a lead with great fortitude, I thought. This one is played late and cut by Stokes out towards deep cover. Sir Pamela Fields. They should have taken 2. Yes, they did. Stokes will move on to 29. England on to 203.
Didn't Crawley have the slowest strike rate of any opening batsman, with England getting to 100 and that batsman still being in, since Chris Tavares, which I think says something about how much he dropped the anchor?
Well, that's some reference. We're looking at the injury to Van der Dusen, perhaps explaining why Sir Pamela was on. Rabada round the wicket, left alone by Stokes. I always think it'd be a shame that there's Sir Pamela and Anderson on the same side, and then you can have Sir Pamela Anderson, but possibly unlikely to ever happen.
I get the fact that Crawley's innings, particularly in this Test match, works. I get it, and it certainly is positive for England. But I think long term, it's not the solution. I think long term,
full driven to cover though, and there's no run. Sorry, Tim.
I think long term, Patrick Cummins is rubbing his hands with glee, saying, "Please let Patrick let him open the batting in next year's Ashes." I don't think he's good enough at this level. As good and as important as yesterday's innings was, I still think he should go elsewhere.
Well, there's a lot of we'll wait for Rabada, wide of off stump and left by Ben Stokes. Verena tumbles to his left, and there's no run. There's quite a clamour for young Harry Brook, and a feeling that he potentially could open. I'm not sure I'd thrust him straight in as opener, but I certainly think he has the opportunity. I mean, he was last night. Crawley was 17 off 77 deliveries, which is very Bazball in some ways, but in other ways it was what England needed. That was a good ball from Rabada, speared into Stokes. He plays it in front of his off stump, pushes it down the ground, will get himself a single, and he'll keep the strike this time. So what Folkes did in the last over, Stokes has done in this over, and England have moved on to 204 for 5. James.
Yeah, so actually, Gary, someone was asking about why 8 ball overs stopped in Australia. He's saying, I don't know either. Maybe as with 50 overs becoming the norm for one-day internationals and then domestic competitions, it was the tendency towards uniformity in the global game. The light roller, message for Jay Grover, he'd like 20 Rothmans, please, for an old Monty Python routine. Are you asking for those for Robinson? I figure he might, after his efforts yesterday, need some of those. Brian Barish, great news. I'm going to see Dame Piet tomorrow. So there we go.
We've got a jingle if you want to take it and play it to him. Oh, there was a gentleman there in the crowd who's got his own mustard. What a top man. He's got a big squeezy jar of mustard on whatever he was eating. I remember not Fred telling me off once. It was, well, wait, Harmer comes around the wicket. That one really jags and moves at Stokes, the left-hander. Well, who was saying he has a problem against left-handers? Not with that delivery. What a ball that was, Tim.
Beautiful. Lovely drift and turn. Just the ideal off-spinning delivery.
Oh, it was a superb ball, and it had Stokes in a shocking mess. He was lucky not to get an edge. What's this one got? And Stokes attempts a reverse sweep. There's a half-hearted shout for LBW. And that, in a nutshell, is Ben Stokes, because you're completely beaten by one ball. So what does he do with the next one? He looks to reverse sweep it. Plenty of bat on it, straight down into the ground. But the psychology of that whole little passage of play, with 2 balls, was quite magnificent. 204 for 5. Harmer around the wicket again. There's a slip and a leg slip. Stokes forward. Stokes forward, slightly squared up, but still pushes it into the onside. There is no run. Yes, not Fred. I had my picnic basket. We were just watching Middlesex back of the pavilion. When I started to get out my peppermill and tub of mustard, he was a bit amused, as this one is guided into the offside.
Why?
There is no. Well, exactly. If you're going to bring a decent picnic to cricket, you need the appropriate condiments, don't you?
Go all
you
in,
can't
yeah,
just turn
absolutely.
up and hope that they'll have something behind the bar in some horrible plastic sachet. You bring your own thing. Round the wicket comes Harmer. Forward comes Stokes. Harmer quite energetically dives to ensure there's no runs off his own bowling. I don't think there ever would have been. It wasn't going fast enough. Stokes looks a little frustrated. But Harmer's certainly given him something to think about. That first delivery of this over was an absolute snorter. Once again, forward comes Stokes, pushes it back to the bowler, and he doesn't half whip through his overs. He's none for 26 of his 9. England are 204 for 5. The lead is 53, and we'll go back to James.
Well, the Dame Piet jingle quorum are building up here.
Lord,
Leah says, play the Dame Piet jingle, and then shares the Emperor meme from the Star Wars films of, that bit where he goes, do it. Do it. It's a direct order at this time.
Here's an interesting bowling change. It's not Dane Piet, although we always call him Dane Pete. So which is it, Tim? Piet or Pete? Don't tell me we've got a jingle that actually gets his name wrong. That would be even more embarrassing.
It's the former.
Dane Piet.
No, Pete.
Oh, it is Dane Pete.
That's me then. I'm ignorant. The jingle is knowledgeable.
Thank goodness for that. Well, it's going to be an interesting bowling change. Potentially spin at both ends. Maybe thinking about lunch coming and wanting to get through their overs. If I could find him, I would play it. Here he is.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch.
And he's a big shout for LBW, and it has been given. An attempted push into the onside. Folks may review Maharaj as being held aloft by his team. Stokes,
he held like a baby, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah, well, they have reviewed. I think it's a question of, well, you might as well, because this partnership is going so nicely for us. Umpire Illingworth gave it pretty immediately. Stokes was looking to work Maharaj.
Can we please have a decision work in our favour for a change at this test match?
Well, I think the odds are very much with you, Tim, given that the on-field signal had already been given. The only possibility to me is, did it pitch? I think it pitched on leg and it hit him in front of off. In which case, that would have been, salmon trout in any language.
Yeah. I think that's that. I don't even think it's umpire's call.
No.
I think that's that.
There's definitely no edge. Catches him on the back leg. I think the only issue is, where does it pitch? And it pitches... outside leg! The review is retained. I said that the only question mark was where it pitched.
By the barest of margins, to coin a phrase, though.
There's a smug look of, I told you so, on the face of umpire Richard Illingworth. Tim is distraught, disbelieving.
That's nonsense, man.
It's not nonsense. It's where the ball is.
It's nonsense. It's not pitching outside leg. There's no way that's pitching outside leg.
And a man who was not minutes ago, protesting his impartiality, has now been brought out with his true colours.
That is astonishing that's outside leg, though. I know only by a tiny amount, but it does look. I mean, my goodness.
Even look at we're watching the reaction in the commentary box. Sean Pollock, what a pair that they two are together, by the way. Pollock and Sangakkara. Why, my word. Forward again. He's getting real turn now, Maharaj, as was Harmer. This could get interesting, and this is why England need to really build the biggest lead they can, because we're only day 2. And Harmer and Maharaj are both getting the ball to talk. And you wouldn't want to be batting last chasing more than, what do we think, chaps? 150, 200?
I think, yes, I reckon you're right. I reckon it's on the low side here. I mean, this pitch is already starting to play, isn't it, for the spinners? Not even halfway through day 2.
Different challenges than certainly that New Zealand would have posed. That's another shout. Verena is hopping up and down like a jack in the box with, I'm not quite sure what, ants in his pants. But I don't think so. That seemed to again pitch wide and look too high as well on that occasion. What did you make of that one, Tim?
Yeah, that wasn't out.
We're watching the one that we thought was this again. Round the wicket comes Maharaj.
Again, I think.
And folks, who I think will be quite grateful, has turned this around the corner to short fine leg, and will get a single. And I think he will be quite happy just to watch how his captain deals with Keisha Maharaj for a while, because he has. We're having a look at the other one there. Yeah, it was missing. It was umpire's call again, just possibly grazing the top of off stump. But had that been given out, then it would have stayed out. Fine margins. 205.
He's made a great impact, hasn't he, since he's come on here? This is a fantastic first over.
Well, once again, I'm not sure it was tactical genius. I think this was just about getting overs in before lunch, but it's certainly looking to be a good decision by Elgar. This one is the bat dropped, guided out towards cover. They will take 2. Stokes will move on to 32 from his 63. 29 for Stokes, 207 for 5, 56 the lead. And what has this partnership got to now? Can somebody tell me, what's this partnership at?
I'm just doing the maths. 53.60. I think it's 60.
That one moves back into Stokes. It is. You're bang on the money there, Tim. 100%.
Yeah.
19.1 overs and 60 runs since Crawley departed. So vital for England.
We're paying the price for getting that route RBW in the first test.
Yeah, could be. Anyway, it's the end of the over. 207 for 5, lead of 56. Stokes and Folks with that 60-run partnership. Harmer's going to be bowling again, and we may just have some time for a couple of quick messages, Tim.
No, so we got. So just Ideal was asking, who does Simon Homer remind anyone of famous spinners of the past? Fred Titmus was the question.
Yeah, I was going to say Fred Titmus a little bit.
Leg stump Yorker trying to get the porn bot going, saying was Tits good, and Just Ideal replying bowled beautifully with fewer toes than others.
Sadly, as a motorboat accident. Very sad, as this one is steered back to Harmer by Folkes. No run. England will not want to lose a wicket now. This is highly likely to be the final over before lunch. They will want to keep this partnership intact. Forward comes Folkes, and again pushes it back to Harmer, who's being kept busy fielding off his own bowling so far this over. Both the first balls have gone back to him. Turns, just waits a little bit. I think he's looking for his offside, his leg side field, to just move a man back slightly perhaps. Onto the back foot this time goes Folkes and waits for the ball that does turn a little bit back into him. 50 miles an hour. No run. Slip and the forward short leg. There's a backward point. Mid off, mid on. And a man at shortish extra cover 2. Forward comes Folkes, steers it to mid off. Maharaj fields in his floppy hat. There's no run. And I'm glad the camera is happily finding some families with children, and it isn't a 100 game. Well done to the cameraman. Forward comes Folkes, pushes it to forward short leg. No run. One ball left, we think, before lunch. That England balcony looks relaxed. Feet are all up. Not sure Folkes will be relaxed. Oh, that's a horrible ball by Harmer. It's a full bunger, and Folkes has said thank you very much and slapped this hard towards mid-wicket. And he's got 4 runs. Now, why is Folkes looking bemused? I think it's because he wanted a no ball. Yeah, it was a no ball. So it's actually 5 runs, but we're going to play this.
I'd love this to be a wicket.
Oh, you took the words right out of my mouth, and your fingers tasted horrible. But that was exactly where my thinking went as well. You just somehow can feel it, can't you? What's going to happen? Folkes, back foot, waits, drops the bat on it. He'll be happy, I think. He got a freebie with a horrible full toss, which Harmer just looped way too high. But it means England go to lunch with just those 2 wickets lost this morning. It was the overnight batsman of Bairstow and Crawley. Bairstow 49, Crawley 38. But England can go and have a reasonably enjoyable lunch on 212 for 5. The lead now 61. We're in the 56th over. But, and it's a big but, they will have to bat last on a pitch that is already turning, and South Africa have got 2 pretty tidy spinners. So that's the situation at lunch. Tim, your final thoughts, and then we'll just get some last messages from James.
South Africa started well. They got back into the game. They certainly could have been a bit more interesting at 147 for 5, but that last sort of 45 minutes has put the position back in England's favour. So they're hugely on top, but all results are still just about possible. I think all results are very much possible still. I think, well, let me see, England need that lead of 150. James, if you'd just like to give us some messages. The bear is lurking. What lunchtime entertainment have you got, do you think? More dice cricket? Yeah. Why not? Just let James do a few messages first. James, over to you. I think he may have frozen. I think he has, yes.
Oh, we'll catch up with your messages after lunch, and in the meantime, Bear, we are going to have, I think, a bit more dice cricket. Which game is it? It's the final. Is that where I got utterly robbed by some highly dubious tactics from Hendo? Yeah. Well, enjoy it anyway, and we will see you after the break.
That's pathetic. That tells you all about the attitude of the unbeaten, bespectacled 11. Really shocking. It's shocking.
Next victim, sorry, bowler.
5 Lloyd.
Clive Lloyd, disgrace to cricket, Tony, I'm afraid. Anyway, here comes Clive Lloyd to bowl to Merv Hughes, and Merv Hughes has smacked him off the back foot for 4. Wonderful stuff. The 400 is in sight.
Yes, only 78 short.
Who are you playing tonight, Tony?
38 short.
38 short. In comes Clive Lloyd again, bowling to Merv Hughes, and he's going to take a single. Very quickly run by Ian Austin, who was halfway down the wicket looking for that to take strike. So Ian Austin comes down to face his Lancastrian colleague. And there's an appeal. Could this be Lancashire on Lancashire action?
No.
It's not. It's not. He's so fine.
No.
He thought he'd got an edge through the keeper. Young was claiming it, but umpire Erasmus said no. In again he comes. Bowls. Another appeal. Surely this time.
Come on.
Another. This time it was hitting the pad halfway up, but it was swinging away down the leg side. The countenance of Tony Bishop gets darker by the ball. Now he's in again, he bowls. Is it going to be a third house out in a row? No, it's going to be 4 runs for Ian Austin, smacked away off the back.
One to come.
All the over. And it's going to be 6. Oh, smacked again. This is just embarrassing for the Bespectacled 11. They've come through undefeated, but they're taking a bit of a battering.
Well. 20 overs gone for the first time in the tournament. 373 for 9. Merv Hughes will be on strike on 17 off 5. Ian Austin 63 off 18 balls, 2 fours and 6 sixes. Clive Lloyd hasn't been this miserable since he was stuck in a traffic jam on the Manchester Ring Road in the summer with the bear.
To be honest, if he's stuck in
very happy then.
He would be very happy when he's stuck in a traffic jam because he won't be going at 300 miles an hour. Anyway, well, hang on, I've just seen Warwick Armstrong come out onto the balcony, and it looked for a moment as if he was thinking about declaring, but he's seen Tony's countenance and he's thought, no, this is quite good fun. I'm going to continue.
You're evil.
I'm very evil. So in he comes.
Bowling.
Bowls. Who is bowling?
Doesn't matter. It's an appeal.
It's an appeal. Could it be out? Paul Allen's back. And it's what's happened there? Didn't see it. Went flying off. That's surely not. Not out. It's not out. This is wonderful, wonderful entertainment for everyone apart from Tony. In comes Paul Allen again, and it's going to be 3 runs this time to I don't know who. Merv Hughes probably.
Hughes.
Yes, indeed. It brings Ian Austin down to face. In he comes again, Paul Allen again. It is a Lancastrian battle. It's 2 more for Austin. So it's guided away into the offside. He's in again, bowls, and another appeal. What's going to happen this time? Surely it's all over now for the Fat Boys. Let's have a look. What's going to happen? Is it out? Can't see. It's gone off the plate. He's in again.
Yes!
Finally, the agony for Tony is over. Well, partly over. He's still got a bat, of course.
Hopefully, this time he's going to get a 200 last wicket stand. 200 run last wicket stand.
Well, we know what he did. He's going to. I mean, it would be terrible for his fans if he was to leave early to go to watch Watford when we know what they can do low down in the order of the Bespectacled 11. But bring us up to date on that innings at the end there, Apple.
Yeah, Paul Allett bowling a punishment over, really, but gets a wicket, gets his first wicket of the innings. Last man out was Ian Austin, gone for a fantastic 65 off 20 balls, 2 fours and 6 sixes. So I will run you through the scorecard very quickly. Mark Cosgrove, LBW to Devon Malcolm, 15 off 7. Mohammad Shahzad, bowled by Devon Malcolm, his highest score of the tournament, 32 off 12. Warwick Armstrong, the skipper, caught by Dick Young at the bowling of Alf Valentine for 20 off 7. Arjun Aranatunga was LBW to Alf Valentine for 22 off 8. And Summit Patel, after putting on a good stand with WG Grace, was stumped by Dick Young at the bowling of Eddie Barlow for 37 off 12. Then WG Grace was remarkably stumped the very next ball in the next over by Dick Young at the bowling of Devon Devon Malcolm. Innings top score 72 off 24. At that point it was 201 for 6, but then Messrs Botham and Cornwall put on another fantastic partnership. Ian Botham, 1985 to 1992, was LBW to Alf Valentine for 28 off 11. Rakim Cornwall doing fine work again LBW to Valentine, also 36 off 13. Dwayne Leverock gave it a smash and then was bowled by the skipper Clive Lloyd for 25 off 9. The last man out, as I said, Ian Austin, bowled by Paul Allett for 65 off 20. There was a partnership of 52 for that last wicket. Merv Hughes ending 20 not out off 7. 6 no balls, bringing the total up to 378 all out in 20.4 overs. The bowling figures. Devon Malcolm, 5 overs, 4 no balls, 3 for 90. Paul Allett, 2.4 overs, 1 for 43. Alf Valentine, 6 overs, 2 no balls, 4 for 117. Percy Fender, 1 over for 22. David Steele, 1 over for 20. Eddie Barlow, 2 overs, 1 for 34. Jeffrey Boycott, 1 over for 18. Clive Lloyd, 2 overs for 34. 379 for the making a spectacle of themselves 11 to keep up their unbeaten record and win this final. Tony, putting the fat lot in didn't go as planned.
No, it didn't.
Very abrupt from Tony. Well, you know, I think they've still got a chance. We've got Devon Malcolm, who scored 80 low down, and a fantastic last wicket stand. We might be here till about 8 o'clock if that's going to happen, but we might there might be an empty space.
Tom Curson says this is just cruel at this point on YouTube. Dibben Oak says, why would you want to watch Watford getting smacked by Burnley? The championship beckons. And Lennox Layer says, wearing glasses myself, of course, my heart is with Tony's vaguely academic-looking boys.
Right, well, let's see if the academic boys can pull it back. If they can remain undefeated. Let's get on with the second innings as quickly as we can.
Okay.
It looks like the bear disappeared somewhere to have a little.
I'm still here.
The
fat things of doom are still. You know.
So chasing 379. Of course, it's Boycott and Barlow you'd want opening.
It is indeed. And who are they going to face, Hendo?
Could have hit that with a stick of rhubarb. My mum could have caught that in a penny. He'd no more brains than a pork pie. Add 2 wickets to the score.
Well, a bit of a surprise coming from Warwick Armstrong. He likes the idea of impetus and momentum, and the man who has momentum is Ian Austin. Hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament, but he's going to open the bowling to Jeffrey Boycott on this occasion.
Well, it is. So we've got a Lancashire-Yorkshire Roses battle.
Indeed.
And Derbyshire, is that who Eddie Barlow played for a lot?
Yep.
He did indeed. But he's going to be facing Boycott up first. He'll be facing Ian Austin. Austin is in. There's a big shout. First ball, or a shout. We don't know how big it was. And immediately, he's fat, he's round, his arse is on the ground. Mohammed Shahzad has caught that, whipped off the bails, and the bespectacled 11 are none for 1.
Fine work by the big Afghan up to the stumps, stumping Jeffrey Boycott for a golden duck. I think not for the first time we've seen an early wicket fall in a huge chase. Does this presage absolute disaster?
Yeah, he's not really done his team justice so far in the tournament, has Jeffrey. And no change, I'm afraid, today. 27, I think, is his highest score. What he's done for already, and he's going to be to the steel comes to the crease. Comes, of course, the bank clerk who went to war, David Steele.
Doesn't matter that he's grey or he's specky, cause he could play. It's David Steele. It's David Steele.
He'll be facing Ian Austin, the man who's whose cricket entry says that he had a waistline somewhere between Billy Bunter and Friar Tuck.
Nice.
Didn't stop him getting a wicket first ball. He's in. But David Steele, as he has done in fact before in this tournament, is not going to mess around at all, because he's smacked this high over the head of WG Grace at mid-wicket. He won't get anywhere near it, and it's 6 runs.
6.
Austin in again, and this time David Steele drives down the ground. Cosgrove turns around in pursuit, but the ball's already hit the boundary sponge. Cosgrove just stops, conserves his energy.
Cosgrove turns off at the services.
Well, indeed. Oh, big shout though, or a shout. What's happened this time? It's gone again. Another wicket. No balls and not outs not working strangely on this occasion. And David Steele has gone for a sprightly but ultimately not particularly useful 10 runs. Austin has his second wicket, so well pulled in.
Yeah, I think that's the first time Austin's taken more than one wicket in the innings. Quality beach cricket innings from David Steele. 6-4 out. 10 for 2.
Not as many lamb chops as he would have liked. So coming to the crease, the wonderful man of Gloucestershire, a one-county man, Zahir Abbas. And the Asian Bradman, they called him. Let's see what he can do today. Ian Austin has how many left?
2 to come.
He's the Asian Bradman on the rum machine. Mr. President of the ICC. He's Zahir Abbas.
2 to come.
He's going to face Ian Austin, who's absolutely on fire. But Zahir Abbas, this is the one that we've been expecting to see this tournament, has sliced this backward of Samit Patel, who's there at point, and that's gone all the way for 4.
2 plus 2 is a man.
Last ball of the over.
Austin in, and 4 more for Abbas. Same ball, same shot, same result. He's on to 8 off 2.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Feast or famine for the making a spectacle of themselves 11, who, if you're just joining us, put the fat lot of East 11 into bat in this final, only for the fat lot to make 378, the highest score of the tournament thus far by a mile. Wicket 6-4, wicket 4-4, 18 for 2 off the first over. Zahir Abbas is indeed 8 off 2, and Eddie Barlow, who will be facing now, has yet indeed to face.
No, indeed he has not, but he's ready now. Is Bunter Barlow, the man of Derbyshire, obviously originally from Pretoria.
He's bowling, Hendo.
Well, it's this outlook from Warwick Armstrong. He wants someone who's already feeling confident after a good little knockout there in the middle, and he's going to turn to Rakeem Cornwall.
Okay.
Rakeem Cornwall, right.
Today is gonna be the day that you get on your new diet. By now you just somehow got a really fat. I don't believe that anybody weighs as much as you do now. 'Cause after all, you're Rakeem Cornwall.
Few tweets before we get the welcome side to Big Rakeem. Bowling Pirate Bardshire at large says a few more of those Shazad stumpings and I'll be happy. Nestle Boy says Tony's notes make a welcome appearance. And Turban Oak says you could at least make the match fixing less obvious. Where's the fun?
Thank you for that. He's yet to take a wicket.
Sorry, Etiek on YouTube says how many needed to avoid the follow-on.
The one in his game, unfortunately.
It is. He's bowling over the wicket. And Eddie Barlow says thank you very much. He just clips this off his toes. It's going to go down to long leg, where Ian Austin was expecting to be having a bit of a blow after his heroics, but he's going to be called in. They won't quite come back for, well, they'll take 3, they won't go for 4. That one, however, is thumped away by Zahir Abbas, who's dealt purely in boundaries so far. This one is pulled between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4 more.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And again comes Rakeem Cornwall, and Zahir Abbas, having hit 12 exclusively in boundaries, has just dropped the bat on this. He's called through for a quick single by the sprightly Eddie Barlow, and one more is added to the total. And this one, Rockkeeping already dropped there. He rather dragged that one down. And Eddie Barlow could just stand there and wait and hoik it mightily way over the head of Ranatunga, who's not, I think, that tall. But no matter anyway, it's over deep mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Two to come.
2 balls left of this over. There's a medium-sized shout. And, extraordinarily, it's a no ball.
What, you think I cheat, do you?
I didn't say that.
Must have been a back foot no ball. Been watching a little bit of Rakeem Cornwall. Doesn't have a big stride.
You may say it there. I couldn't possibly comment. Cornwall in again.
And
he's going to take his luck, is Barlow, because this is spanked back over Rakeem Cornwall's head into the pavilion for 6 runs.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
1 to come.
All in. And again, Eddie Barlow's enjoying this. This one, glorious cover drive. Merv Hughes and Cosgrove almost collide as it bisects them. Neither can stop it. And it makes its sweet, wonderful way to that extra cover boundary for 4 more. What collision that would have been, by the way.
They're making a
Hughes and
spectacle.
Cosgrove. Wow.
They're making a spectacle of themselves. 11. Yes, it's a sort of Aussie version of the Large Hadron Collider. They're making a spectacle of themselves. 11, not daunted by those 2 early wickets, taking 25 off Cornwall's over. I think the most expensive single over the innings, including that no ball, 2 4s and 2 6s. Zahir Abbas is 13 off 4. Eddie Barlow 19 off 5, in fact, because of that no ball. 43 for 2 after 2 overs. Have taken a big chunk out of this target, but still need 336 more to win. Brian 001. Sorry, just hang on. Brian 001 says it must be getting close to cricket resuming. Every time I drive my bus, you're a bus driver, Brian. Excellent. Past the Brixworth Cricket Ground, Northamptonshire, and they're very busy mowing and marking. Some cricket training too. And Lennox Lear says, "Don't worry, Tony. What Arjuna need a runner." Very good. Arjuna need a runner. Very good. Is that a 12th man reference? Maybe. Lacks in height. He makes up for in girth. And Paul Howarth is with us. Happy birthday, Grubby.
Happy birthday, Grubby. What?
All gone quiet.
Why are we all not saying nothing?
All right. Okay. I wasn't sure we were being teed up. Anyway, who's bowling? Hendo.
Ian Austin's going to continue.
A man from Haslingden in Lancashire.
Hendo's eating his toast in the quiet in the dark, aren't he?
2 for 18 off the first over.
A little bit early to be toasting victory, but nonetheless, Zahir Abbas, the man on strike. Ian Austin in. Zahir Abbas clips this again off his toes. He's very partial to that shot. W.G. Grace will slide, having learnt that both showed today the ramp shot and the reverse sweep. He's not averse to sliding across, making 3 there, but the next ball could cause problems for Eddie Barlow. Indeed it does. He's been absolutely castled by Ian Austin. It's another wicket for Austin. It's another wicket down for the bespectacled 11. And Hendo's nostrils are twitching with the sniff. Not just a toast, but a victory.
This is really fucking bad.
Eddie Barlow was watching the carnage in the first over, and now he's become part of it. 19 off 6 for Eddie Barlow. Bright and breezy stuff. 1 4 and 2 6s. Ian Austin now has 3 for 21 to go with his 65 in the first innings. Hendo's fat lot making a habit of fine all-round performances from the tail. 46 for 3 after 2.2 overs.
And coming to the crease, a man who, rather like his demeanour, has been quietly but unspectacularly effective. He's made scores of 30 and 37 not out. The 37 not out, in fact, against Hendo's Fat Lads to, on that occasion, see the Specs boys home. It's, of course, M.J.K. Smith. of Warwickshire and England.
It's a pretty common name, though. So you can call him MJK.
46-3 the score. It does seem as though my opponent has disappeared. Nonetheless, play is going to go on. Can we take 7 wickets while he's not here? Oh no. And it's a 4 straight away. MJK Smith is not going to muck about. He has cut this. Again, Samit Patel is the man at point, but that was over his head. 1 bounce into the point boundary. MJK Smith looking to mark the 4.
50 up after just 2.3 balls, including a no ball. I think much faster than the Fat Lot managed to bring up their 50, but 3 wickets down, of course.
Ian Austin trundles in again. And MJK Smith, well, he's not going to mess around either. It's death or glory here. Ranatunga, who we were talking about earlier, again, all he can do is crane his neck as that ball goes about 15 feet over it and 3 or 4 rows back into that Trimbridge stand. And it's 6 runs. Austin is in. This time MJK Smith, well, he was looking for the big hit, doesn't get it, and this time Ranatunga and WG Grace look at each other. Both I think they should, the other should go. Ranatunga is actually who finally sets off the closest he can muster to a sprint. Does pull it up short of the rope. It's 3 runs.
1 to come.
Bounces off, a curious bounce actually off the pitch there. But who is it? Zahir Abbas, who's back on strike. He can wait. Late cuts it. It's wide of Leverock at second strip. Second slip. Warwick Armstrong sails around from third man, and they will take 3.
They will take 3. Zahir Abbas will keep the strike. He's on 19 off 6. MJK Smith 13 off 3. After 3 overs, a very decent start in terms of the run rate. 62 for 3. There have been, I think there might have been more boundaries than non-boundaries in this innings thus far.
Yeah, we're even, with the likes of Boycott in your team, you're gonna come out swinging, aren't you? You're not going to be going for the dull and boring approach.
I applaud the Boycott. If you're going to fail,
after all.
If you're going to fail quickly. I like the approach. Who's going to bowl the 4th, Hendo?
There's a little bit of shine on the ball. The ball is going to go to a man who hasn't really featured that much with the ball in this tournament, but it's going to be Merv Hughes.
Merv Hughes, where is he?
Mr. Hughes, thanks for joining us. Can you tell me what you think of Mike Atherton? Arsewine. Eddie Hemming? Arsewine. Martin Moxey? Who? Ian Botham? Fucking arsewine. Devon Malcolm? Pretty good.
Still time to donate to our JDRF UK crowdfunder. Follow that link that's pinned to our Twitter feed.
Well, Merv Hughes, he did take 2 for 33 against the Naughty Boys, getting rid of Hansi Kronya and Mohamed Azruddin on that occasion. Well, he's got
the money was the backhander there.
And immediately, though, he's got Zahir Abbas in trouble. And Zahir Abbas has edged. Mohamed Shahzad has said, thank you very much. The ample gloves in front of the ample tummy. And that is curtains for Abbas. He has gone.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are gone.
62 for 4. Merv Hughes strikes with his very first ball. Bristling moustache, bristling.
Yeah, he does.
Intent.
He does indeed. Zahir Abbas ends a somewhat disappointing tournament for the great Pakistani. 19 off 7 in the final with 3 fours. Yeah, fine work by Mohamed Shahzad, a very safe wicketkeeper indeed.
Yet to get past 20. It's too late now. He's not going to. Not in this tournament. Maybe in another tournament, in another life, but not in this one. And to the crease.
Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow.
Still shaking. Still probably needing 20 gin and tonics a day to recover from the trauma of being the Bears' passenger. It is the leg end in his own lunchtime. That is Clive Lloyd. Gregory Hughes is the man shining the ball as much as he's allowed to. Big red mark on his trousers, even though he's only bowled one ball.
He's had to be he's had to be told by umpire Erasmus to stop scuffing up the other side of the ball on his moustache.
Nicknamed Fruit Fly, did play for Essex for a while, maybe just a couple of seasons, I think. In he comes, and immediately Sir Clive says, "Thank you very much, Merv." Pulls this. W.G. Grace can just watch it past. It wasn't a bit of a half-hearted attempt to stick out a leg. Not effective. Into the mid-wicket boundary, 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Hughes won't like that. What's he got? Well, he's got a shout. And it looked pretty adjacent to me. It looked so adjacent that it may just have brushed the pad on the way through, but it went through the gate, clips the off bail, and Sir Clive's stay at the crease was brief and, not particularly successful. He's gone for 4, and 5 wickets down now, 66 for 5. The wheels are coming off the comedy car. That is the Bespectacled 11's reply. There it is. Well, yes. Goodness me. Well, a man. Sorry, go on.
Yes, another innings that was the time can be described as good rather than long. So we say Clive Lloyd gone 4 and out to Merv Hughes, as you say, 66 for 5. Halfway through the 4th over, Mervyn Gregory Hughes has the amazing figures of 3 balls, 2 for 4.
Yep, extraordinary effort by Merv Hughes. Wicket for wicket, and very useful wickets they were indeed. He'll have something to tell those poor yellow-jacketed tourists that sit with him and hear his many tales of daring bloody do. But to the crease comes 135 years young, Dick Young. Wicketkeeper hasn't really come off yet with the bat. 14 and 18 scores so far. Didn't need to bat against the Fat Boys originally, but he's got Merv Hughes to deal with here. Dick Young at the crease, taps his mark.
Not much of a batter in his day, very much a wicketkeeper first.
He was indeed. Only played 2 tests, which of course is very sad because he's been magnificent in this tournament. But thank you very much, he says, and this one he just waits for and guides again past those 2 slips still in place. You've got Botham and Leverock, and it's down towards the big ship. But he's not going to move. He can't be bothered. Doesn't really see the need, and it's through for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
So a curate's egg, this, of an over from Merv the Swerve. In he comes again. And edged again, and I'm not sure Dick Young knew much about that. And once again, Warwick Armstrong just waves it through. Clearly thinks that the lead is so enormous, it's really not worth doing anything with, and Dick Young moves very swiftly on to 8. Rather edgily on that occasion.
1, 2, 3, 4.
1 to come.
And Dick, this time, our Dick is in belligerent mood. He's pulled this high and handsome up over our friend Ranatunga, who can simply arch his neck and wonder where it's gone. Well, it's gone about 10 rows back for 6.
Presented with a choice between death and glory, the Making a Spectacle of Themselves 11 have chosen both. Wicket for wicket for 6, 18 for 2 in that over for Merv Hughes. Wonderful crowd-pleasing stuff. 80 for 5, they're making a spectacle of themselves. 11, the deficit under 300, 299 more to win. Actually did Dick Young a bit of a disservice there. He averaged 28 in first-class cricket, which is not bad for a keeper in those times. 11 first-class hundreds.
Yeah, he was
not too bad.
Not at all bad with the bat. Highest innings for county cricket being 220, I think.
Yeah, very
a
decent.
total of 611 against Essex at Leighton.
I'm not commenting.
Very decent indeed. Linux Lear says, or formerly known as Linux Lear, to what dark gods have you sold your soul, Hendo? You seem to have made a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, he's been to the cricketing crossroads, and well, he's got the gift of the dice rolling, but his soul has been the price.
Yeah, who's going to bowl, Mr. Johnson? Sorry, Henderson.
It's going to be Ian Austin to continue.
Okay.
And am I right? He's bowling to MJK, isn't he?
He is. He's on 13 off 3. Dick Young 14 off 3.
Who was it? Ian Austin still.
Yes.
Why change a winning formula? Austin's in, and MJK. Well, he's seen the way Dick Young started, so he's going to let Dick Young carry on. He just drops the bat. They run a quick single. And Dick Young does indeed carry on again. He's
carry on, Dick.
Fond of that. Carry on, Dick. What was the famous line from that film? 20 miles from London, still no sign of Dick. But again, it's the late cut, and again, Warwick Armstrong. Well, I think it went through his legs, but no matter. 4 it is. Austin in again. This time, it's a cover drive. Merv Hughes, who's at the sort of there at the in the covers, is chasing but not going to reach it, and it goes for 4. Bit of a forced ball there, and clipped off his toes just for 2 this time for Dick. First time that Dick Young hasn't actually reached the boundary in his innings so far, but he will come back for 2. He's got a taste for the strike. He's got a taste for Ian Austin, and Austin's in. Cut again, but this time Merv Hughes and Samit Patel both look at each other, closer to Hughes. Hughes happy to take it, just short of the backward point boundary, and it will go for 3, and it'll bring MJK back onto strike.
For the final ball of the over.
Final ball indeed of this Ian Austin over. There is a medium size appeal, and it's extraordinarily a no ball. Well, MJK survives.
I'm sorry, Smokey, you were over the line. That's a foul.
First no ball for Ian Austin to go with the one from Rakeem Cornwall. That is the 8th of the match so far.
And the extra ball, well, that's the way it goes. This time MJK Smith just guides this gloriously wide of mid-wicket. WG Grace plods disconsolately in its general direction, but it's away for 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
They're all very consistent stuff, if nothing else, from Ian Austin. His first over, 2 for 18. His second over, 1 for 19. His third over, none for 19, including a no ball. 99 for 5, they're making a spectacle of themselves, 11 in chase of 379, so 280 more to win. Dick Young is on 27 off 7 with 4 fours and 1 6. MJK Smith 18 off 6 with 2 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, you feel a lot rests on these two. Dick Young going very nicely. MJK solid, dependable, doughty. Hendo, who have you got up next?
Well, cometh the time, cometh the man. It's time for a little bit of Dwayne, bit of Dwayno.
Oh,
Dwayno.
What did he get? 8 for 31 or something? Wasn't it?
34.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
what a
8 for
performance.
34, including, I think, 4 in 4 balls.
He did. He got rid of Brearley, Ali, Youssef, Sterling, Botham, Bonner, Gillespie and Hendrick to absolutely steamroller the Beardy boys. At least the Specs are putting up a little bit more of a fight, but Can lightning Leverock strike twice? Let us find out. And not on this occasion, because who's facing?
Dick Young.
Dick Young has worked this off his legs. Ranatunga pulls it up short of that deep mid-wicket boundary, and they are able to take 3. In again comes Leverock, and MJK Smith this time guides it beautifully, leans into the most glorious cover drive. It's between Cosgrove and Hughes, and although that's a formidable barrier, it's not formidable enough, and it's 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
100 came up with that 3, by the way. It's 106 for 5 now.
In comes Big Dwayne. Oh, and again, MJK Smith, same ball, same result, 4 more.
2 + 2 is a remember.
And he comes, and this one, MJK Smith just steers between Patel and Hughes. Patel at cover, Hughes Patel at point, Hughes at cover, and Patel it is who can just jog around and casually throw the ball back, and it's 2 runs. Yeah, Leverock again.
Hello, we're back.
Hello.
With me is Hendo and Fourthy. First time today, Fourthy?
Yes, first time today. Yes. Exciting morning session.
It was quite good. England got decent. We got decent lead now. Couple of wickets were a shame. Nortje was dangerous because he's so quick.
You do feel that he'll have another little blast now, don't you?
Yeah, you probably do, don't you? And that's another crucial first hour straight after lunch. I'm not going to play jingle
The
again.
crucial first hours are coming with incredible regularity. Fourthly, I've just been putting your Smaximum piece into position, shall I say?
I hope it's suited.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's all about England collapses, isn't it? And it was interesting because you didn't actually date the one involving David Shepherd, and I was absolutely convinced it was Pakistan against England in 1992, and it wasn't. And then I went to
2001.
I went to 1996, and it wasn't that. I thought, where is Saklayne bloody Mushtaq?
2000.
2001 it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
2001. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
And I was sure it was at Old Trafford.
I often remember it from where I was sitting at work. I can date it from where my desk was and where I was listening on a transistor radio.
Transistor radio, don't you just love them? Well, I should say that the Smaximum will be out later this evening or this afternoon, as soon as I have time to put it all together. And you can get the Smaximum by becoming a Patreon, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Please become a Patreon, it helps us a lot in terms of our overheads and our costs. And you get lots of extra content. You get the Smaximum weekly, you get the Bear and Bishop, or the Bishop and Bear podcast weekly. There's a cracking one with Jeff and Mog, 2 of our fantastic jinglers. So you have a listen to that one. And what we're going to do is we're going to allow all patrons to read the Smaximum. At the moment we've got it for £4 a month or more. We're going to bring it down to the lowest level of 2 and $2 or £2 or more. And so everyone will get it, and that'll be fun.
Indeed. Shall I play some jingles?
Absolutely.
Speaking of jinglers.
Ben? Ben Stokes.
Gets right cool on that first ball after lunch and just jabs it into the leg side off the inside half of the bat. And there ain't no run. And straight after lunch. Oh my word. Horrible shot from Stokes. Goes to the reverse sweep. The ball's going down the leg, unfortunately, because it's left arm over. Carries on going and turns past his leg stump. Horrible shot. Missed it by a mile. Bounces off Varena's pad to short leg.
Yes.
Also misses it.
Skidded through low as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, didn't it? That's the one he goes back to, plays right in front of his stumps. There's no run. The bowler is, God dear, not getting much in.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but
but he's known as Keshav.
Stokes goes back and just knocks that up to mid on. There's no run.
I don't understand a shot like that second ball after lunch. I really don't. Whatever you say about the Baz ball and the attacking intent, I still think that's a crazy shot at that point.
It is indeed. Well, he's gone for it again. He's missed it again. This time it's gone up and hit him in the chest and just bounced down into the offside harmlessly, and there is no run.
I guess what you say is you don't want him bowling into any potential rough outside the left-handers off stump, so you try and put him off that line, but...
Well, this one he gets right forward to and defends in the offside, and there's no one. And the other thing is, I guess, if you get outside the line, you can't be LBW, and actually there's not many fielders there. But the problem is, if you get it wrong, you can just spray off the bat anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I fear the top edge in those circumstances.
Well, of course you do, yeah.
Because you don't quite know how much it's going to bounce. I think it's a very difficult shot to play, although players these days play it almost without thinking about. But there you go. So we didn't get Norkia on straight away. Maharaj opened the bowling. Any thoughts on that, Forthy?
Well, I thought.
We've lost Forthy for the time being.
No.
It's going to be an all-spin attack anyway, as it was just before lunch. I think it's going to be Simon Harmer coming back into the attack.
Playing with Jingle.
Simon Harmer flees into the night, straight from Pretoria, Essex bound.
He's going to bowl too.
Well, he's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Folks. Oh, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Folks, you're the best.
Defends the first ball on the leg side. Second ball, he just late cuts nicely. Not much power, but gets it fine enough of backward point that scoop through for a quick single.
Have we got Forthy back?
Yeah, we got Forthy
back. Testing. Yeah, I was going to say I thought Maharaj was underbowled this morning. Too much Harmer, too little Maharaj. I don't know whether you covered this off because I wasn't listening.
I personally don't think I mentioned that, but yeah. I think the left-hander. I thought Harmer came on first because of England having left-handers out there.
Yes, but I thought they got over-obsessed with the matchups.
Yeah,
possibly. That is defended by Stokes up to mid-on, and it's picked up by Harmer, and there's no run.
Which seemed to be underlined by the fact Maharaj's first 3 balls to Folks, he nearly got him out 3 times in 3 balls.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's just defended back up the track. There's no wrong with the right and left-hander. One's as much as good as the other, isn't it? I mean, maybe they're thinking we want to get Stokes out, but you might as well go for both. That's, I presume, what they've ended up with. Both spinners on. Defended back up to Harmer, and there's no run. Plus, the ball is now nearly 60 overs old. England want to get themselves in, but I mean, they've got 20 overs here where the ball is old and it's not turning a great deal. It's tossed up, and played back by Stokes, who jars his knee again and lifts it up, but he's walking away. He's okay.
The whole of England winces as it used to do with Dennis Compton. Dennis Compton in the 1950s. Compton's knee, Stokes' knee.
Let me just swing in with some socials because I just realised I'm on it, not Forthy. Leah says, I want Forthy to sink to my level and have a seriously unhinged rant. Then we could call him Frothy. I think I've already done that on the Maximum. Light Roller says, I do enjoy dice cricket, still missing Knuckle and Pandy. Jeff Perkins says, so much so that apparently Not Fred is now regarded as something of a Maoist. Maoist, sorry. Maoist, yeah. And Jay Grover, I shouldn't need to shill for Guerrilla Cricket anymore, but the Smacksman really does have some good writing when Hendo's editing hasn't sucked it of all soul. You should see it before it gets to me, mate.
Exactly. Well, Maharaj is going to continue, and he's around the wickets to Folks. There's an appeal from behind the stumps again, and going out on the leg side. There's no one. I mean, I was sitting there with Hendo, and he was looking worried with that LBW decision went against Folks before lunch. I didn't see it live, but when I saw the replay, I thought, pitched outside leg, probably going to miss off. It turned too much.
To the naked eye, there's no way it looked like it pitched outside leg. It was
No,
bizarre.
Well, it looked like it was close to outside leg, but clearly it turned a mile, and he was, he hit his back leg in front of the crease. There was no way that was going on to hit the stumps. And it was shown to be missing.
In fact, the following ball was much closer, which they didn't get excited
Yes,
about.
exactly. That was the one that was going straight on. That one's defended by folks. Out to the offside, and there's no one. The thing is, I think it's possibly the edge of the rough and the bowler's going around the wicket that he's catching there. And to catch it, he's got to bowl it virtually outside leg stump anyway. It's a very fine margin there. And if he's bowling it straight, there's not going to be a huge amount of turn, as that one's just defended short leg and there's no run.
The one that pitches on leg and straightens never looks like it's LBW, but I suspect more frequently is than the one that turns a great deal.
Well, it has to straighten enough. That's too full on leg stump, and folks turns that nicely out towards deep mid wicket, chased down by Hervé, and he will get back for 2. Yes, and that's the beauty of DRS, isn't it? Now, I mean,
yes.
A few times you've seen Leach get those. One of those in the first test, I think Maharaj got one of those where, Pope wasn't given out LBW, was he? And they reviewed it and he was out.
Yep.
Yes, and that's a good thing about DRS for the spinner. Around the wicket, Maharaj tosses that up. There's a sitting mid off now in as well. He's come across from short leg. Folks gets a right forward on top of the ball.
Add another 100 wickets to Warren's career total, do you reckon, with DRS?
Well, he got a lot of LBWs because he had the
flipper. The flipper got him. Yeah.
So that was one of his weapons.
True.
That is just defended back down the track. There's no run, and that ends the over.
Brian Barrish says, I'm excited to make my Smaximum debut this week. I won't tell you any more because, well, you can read the tweet actually, but it's a really nice piece. It doesn't sound encouraging when I tell you it's all about scoreboards, but it's a very nice read. The Light Rider says, fourthly, are you looking forward to the heady 19 degrees centigrade forecast for tomorrow? Is that in Melbourne?
19 in Melbourne. Tell you what, we're more excited about it in Melbourne. One of our streets has been voted the coolest streets in the world. Came second.
Wow.
So we're very excited about
it. Ramsey Street.
Not Ramsey Street.
Track and there's no run.
It's Gertrude Street in Fitzroy.
And why is it so cool?
Just great dining. Rue Wellington in Montreal was number 1.
But down the track comes Stokes, smears it. I don't think it. He hit it hard enough, and it was kind of going in that direction. But I think it was supposed to be a little bit aerial and probably very long. But he ended up hitting it straight along the ground, and it's a good stop by a man at sort of wide mid wicket, who dives to his right, managed to get a paw on it. Did they get through for the single?
They did get through for the single.
Oh, they did go through.
Yes.
I thought they stopped them going through for the single, but no, it didn't.
It's great to see Stokes playing those shots, but at the same time, it sort of puts the fear of God into me as well.
Well,
that's the trade-off.
That's a horrible ball by Harmer. Drops it short, gets what it deserves. It's hammered out to deep mid wicket.
Well, it doesn't really get it what it deserves.
No, it didn't actually.
Because there's a man out there.
There was a man out there.
Have you seen much of Harmer on the county circuit, Hendo?
No, I haven't seen a lot of him. And I was interested to watch him a bit this morning. I'll tell you what, I think he's got a really, really good quicker ball. And I'll tell you what I like about it after this ball.
He doesn't like my fire, I have to say. What happened there?
He went for a big swing.
He went for a big swing. I thought he'd been bowled, but I hadn't been bowled.
He'd been stumped, but he was in.
Varane, took the bails, and his back foot had not left the crease. For a minute, I saw the bails come off, and I thought, shit, he's been bowled.
It's a horrible swipe, really.
I don't like it, but he's got a man at deep square leg. He's got to get it over the mid wicket, and he's also got to get it square of the man, or straight of the man at deep square, and he's also doing it against the turn.
Yeah.
So I don't like it. I don't think it's necessary.
I don't like it.
The only positive element was he kept his toe behind the crease. Apart from that, everything else was horrid.
I didn't miss the off stump by a lot, did it? Jeez.
Oh, no, it did not. Jeez.
That's gone over the top, actually. Side on, it looks doesn't look quite as threatening as it did from front on. But
I've got to say, I don't think Harmer looks particularly threatening to me. I've never seen him before, and he looks a bit of a dobber.
Well, what I was going to go on about his quicker ball is it's the point of release of his quicker ball. I mean, he hasn't bowled many, and
Big inside edge onto pad as he props forward there. Stokes big gap. Hands on head from Harmer. I don't think there's anything to worry about with him, put it that way.
He's got well, I mean, again, you look at situations and you say 4th day, 5th day, possibly. Changes of pace. I think he's got a really good quicker ball that he seems to have real control over where he releases it from.
Yeah, played into the leg side by Stokes on the crease, out to mid-wicket, no run. End of the over. England lead by 66, 217 for 5.
The light roll says, were Maoists known for wearing brown trousers? Asking for a friend. Jago says, as someone who worked more during lockdown than usual, turns out people liked reading and wanking. Who knew? I missed dice cricket, but it's jolly fun. Yeah, you can hear it. It should have won a radio award.
Yeah, it should have got a fucking
Mog says, Warren intimidated umpires into giving him wickets, so he might not have been better off with some DRS. Yeah, there's an element of that. I agree with you on that.
We got fewer.
Cool Street, a middle-class white person showed up and noticed there were several non-threatening black people eating vegan food. That's what he's saying a Cool Street is. And Ben
we're very multicultural in Melbourne.
As Maharaj continues into his 10th over, bowls maybe a tad short, and folks are able to go on the back foot and just defend it. There's no run. I don't think there's a lot of room for error on length on this pitch. Maharaj, gets that one up there. There's another appeal. I think it's sliding down probably.
I don't think it straightened enough, to be honest.
It didn't. I don't think it did. And it pitched probably on leg, middle and leg. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's probably pitched up. Oh, you know what? That's closer. It's turned.
Probably
Probably hitting hitting the outside of the leg stump.
Yeah. That was the ball I was talking about.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking that as well. This one's a little bit short again, and folks are able to get back and cut it square. Rabada fields it. They'll get through for a single. Folks is
I think it's because it beats the batsman on the inside of the bat, and it looks less out than the one that beats him on the outside of the bat.
Exactly. It always looks like it's got to be going down, hasn't it? And that's it. If you can get it to I mean, that's the ideal ball. You pitch it on middle and leg, and you get it to straight enough that it's going to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
miss the inside edge of the bat, and then with DRS, I mean, you'll never get it in a club game, but
no.
But at international level,
no, you will not. Yeah.
Well, he tries. The camera work was terrible there. He tries to bowl a shorter, quicker one. Maharaj, it's too short and wide, and Stokes might feel he missed out a little bit there. He slapped it in the offside, but not great timing.
I think the cameraman thought he was going to pull that.
Yeah, he did. The cameraman thought it was going straight back over his head, but instead Stokes tried to play it out to the cover boundary with not great timing. It was chased down by Rabada or Ngidi.
This reminds you what a difficult job it must be to be a cameraman and a producer to get all of those things right all the time. They do a bloody good job.
Yeah, they do. Defended to the leg side, and there's no one. Although you often realise when they've got a cameraman who's new to the cricket scene because they can't chase the ball.
Yes.
But it's interesting, actually. I mentioned this a couple of tests ago. A friend of mine got called in to do some of the cricket. I think it was at the Oval. Maharaj is in and just worked off his pads by folks. I think for a minute they thought it scooped through and hit the pad, but bat came down and it goes to short fine leg and there's no run.
You're going to talk about your man doing. We'll come back to him, shall we?
Yeah.
I'll do some tweets. I've lost. Come on. What's happened here? Come on. Go down. I missed a couple. Ben Soothers has joined us. Soothers, that'd be a nice name, wouldn't it? Anyway, if that's how you pronounce it, says, I'm currently on a 2-hour car journey, enjoying your commentary. The girlfriends aren't best pleased.
Hello, ladies. Enjoy.
Welcome. Great to have you along. Mog says Gertrude Street is a filthy little alleyway infested with hipsters too soft to cross the river and go to Smith Street.
There you go. I knew Mog would have a different view on it.
As does the light roller, actually. I'll come back to the light roller in a moment.
Smith Street's very nice too. I've got nothing against Smith Street.
Harmer is going to continue to Stokes, who defends that bat, and there is no run. I thought you were going to say another tweet. But
no, carry
so my man who went to the cricket, basically with the bigger productions like Sky, so everyone, like the cameraman has the close-up, and there's another cameraman who's just got
Yeah.
So his job was basically doing the ins and outs with tea and lunch and stuff. So he managed to sit there the whole time. But the rest of the time, the cameraman literally, if he's on a close-up on the bat as the ball's about to be there, he's kind of a little bit wide, and then just basically focusing in. That's his one shot. Basically, he just does that all day.
That's it. All day.
Not much fun, really.
No. It's
apparently, if you want to join the SAS, I'll get back to it after
that
this
first ball. Second ball, sorry, was just defended back down the track by Stokes. from Harmer. Gets forward again. Give it to him. He's dropping it on a decent length. Pretty consistent.
If you want to join the SAS, you're put in a room for 48 hours and for 10 seconds at some unspecified time. In that 48 hours, I'll just come back to it.
Ooh!
That's the quicker one.
That is the quicker one. And folks, since block drive, it gets a big inside edge onto his pad. Works out on the leg side. There's no run.
Well, anyway, an image of an enemy will come across the screen. You have to shoot it down. But that 10 seconds could be any time in those 48 hours.
God.
Oh, God. Defended back down track. Harmer fields over those bowlers. There's no chance of me being in the SAS. Then I get ball 10 minutes. Let me out.
I think there's a fair number of reasons that you would be, wouldn't be in the SAS. So you yomping across the Welsh mountains?
No. Harmer tosses that one up a little bit more, and Stokes again just defends back down the track. There's no run.
Relative to this match, sort of, is that the is it Major League or Minor League cricket competition I've been covering, says Brian Barish, has had some really strong South African talent, including the Tromp brothers, no relations to the Trumps, hopefully, Calvin Savage, Justin Wigg, that's double IG, Wigg, and the greatest name in all of cricket, Shadley Van Schalkwyk. He shall quickly bowl. The light roll says Gertrude Street. Really? Surely Lygon Street still takes the honours. The Melbourne Ska Orchestra will need to change their lyrics. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes, it does. Lygon Street was where all the Italians and the great Italian dineries arrived after the war, but I think the mantle has shifted over the years.
As Folks faces up to Maharaj, his first ball of his next over, his 11th, and just turns the bat and plays it into the ground to short leg, and there is no run.
The Italians introduced pizza and pasta to an Australia that knew nothing about it.
Well, there you go. That second ball is clipped nicely by Folks out towards deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll get back for 2. Lead moves on to 70. England have settled in a little bit here after lunch, haven't they? 20 minutes. Well, we didn't lose that initially. You lose that wicket straight.
Well, that crucial first hour actually didn't go that well for England, but it was the second hour turned out to be more crucial for England because they these wickets could have gone quickly. We feared that as an England fan.
Exactly. I mean, Folks has done a job here. Getting 40. Defended into the onside, and there is no run. I quite like Folks as a batsman. I think he's pretty competent.
Oh, he's very good. I think when I saw the criticism of him last week, I just thought that's ridiculous.
I know. No, it's a sort of arm ball.
Sort of lower arm, wasn't it? The arm was much lower.
Kind of just hooped in towards the batsman. It looked like that from behind anyway. Defended stoutly by Folks, who has overtaken Stokes. Now we lost that. It stopped just as he was about to hit it, and it looked like it was about to crash into his pads in front of the stumps as he went into the back foot, Folks. But it turns out he dropped
going
the
down
bat
leg
on it.
side.
Well, he also dropped his bat on it and played it to a man on the 45, and there was no run.
Didn't turn that ball.
Last ball of the over, he's going through quite quickly. That's tossed up outside his off stump, turns a little bit, hits higher up on the bat, but defended and covered up and out to cover. But no run to end the over.
Let me run through some more tweets. Leah says, this 33 coolest streets piece says, rhubarb. The only German street on it is Orientstrasse, and that's in fucking Berlin.
That's right. That's right. It's 9.
Okay, right. Mog says Lygon Street, and he uses capitals, so he's obviously very serious about this. He says, yeah, great if you want generic Italian slop after being yelled at by hawkers bullshitting you with promises of free wine for the ladies. Are we really getting the Melburnians up against each other here, aren't we? This is great. I'm loving it.
There's a seedy side of Melbourne that Mog likes.
Yeah, it is.
That's driven square by Stokes this time. Not with great power.
I've actually eaten on the number 5 coolest street in the world in Copenhagen, the Venedamsvej, where I had a very nice porridge brunch a few years ago.
Porridge? There's nothing fucking nice about porridge brunch. Porridge brunch.
There's a specialist porridge cafe in Copenhagen.
Well, good for them. That's defended into the onside by Folks.
That surely has to be the ultimate hipster thing, doesn't it? Porridge brunch.
Brunch. Is it one? I mean, I think they do have one of those in Shoreditch where you go to a cereal cafe and they have lots of different cereals in sort of tubes that they just, you ask for a bowl and they pour it out of the tube into your bowl. clipped into the leg side and there's no run. I mean,
Yeah, there was a run. There was a single.
Single, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
I think the cereal cafe went out of business, didn't it?
Well,
Because
fucking
kept getting
surprising.
attacked
It's
by
a stupid idea.
kept getting attacked by non-hipsters who were very displeased.
Exactly. Where's my egg and bacon? In East London, crying out loud. Driven. Again, not great timing by Stokes, but he gets it up to long off. With enough force. He's a bit short for that shot. He's not getting on top of it. His man's keeping it down.
I'm quite happy with those sort of shots. I mean, I'm quite happy with them just working the singles around.
Yeah,
at the
me
moment.
too, to be honest. I prefer to be a bit busier with the singles, try and find the gaps more. I think they're trying to work out whether it's going to rag or not. I don't think it is.
No.
I think Folks is playing it better than Stokes, really. As he tries to work that again into the leg side, hits short leg once more. And there's a single.
Not sure that Wokes has bought, has bought into Bazball, and I think so much the better.
No, I don't think everyone has to. That's the thing. I think this is where it's everyone's lying to themselves as that's played to short leg and there's no run.
More tweets. I demand a video diary of Mog and Forthy on the lash across all of Gertrude Street. Forthy must prove Mog's vainglorious claim that he doesn't get hangovers wrong. He doesn't get hangovers wrong for England or personal amusement. Leah says, to get into the Navy SEALs, you need to be willing to commit war crimes and kill other American special forces over drug money. The SAS are wusses. Ravi the heavy roller, so we've got the light roller and the heavy roller in action on Gorilla today. Says, advantage England, ... for now.
Maharaj just put a bit more effort into that one. And Stokes gets right forward, defends it in the offside, and there's no run. At some point, Stokes is going to give up on his defensive shit and go ballistic.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to. I mean, this is...
I know he doesn't need to, but I think there'll come a point where he can't maybe control himself. He gets back and punches that one into the offside. Does find a gap. In fact, a very good gap. They've got someone at deep backward point, and there was a guy at cover. That's the power on the field. He famously had to come all the way around. Hold on.
Sorry, he famously controlled himself for 71 balls, didn't he, for 2 runs?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're just trying to prove something for your own ego and a reputation, you're trying to sort of, yes, we are playing this way, but I just think you have to adapt to the situation, and England are quite happy knocking the ball around at the moment, so don't do anything stupid.
No, that's flat and into the leg side. Stokes aims to come forward, then goes back and crashes it out to Rabada in the deep on the legs, and they'll just get the single. 41 apiece, and that's too good. South Africa's highest partnership was Nortje and Rabada, wasn't it?
Certainly, Rabada must have been involved in it. Yeah, 36.
And it was only 40 or something. And we've had this partnership must be nearly 80 now. The previous partnership, Stokes,
Bairstow and Crawley.
Bairstow and Crawley was 80. You know, it's all about
partnerships.
Cliche catch. As that one's defended back down the track to the bowler, and there's no run. Got to have a good cliche in cricket.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what 64 overs in now, so we're only 16 overs from a new ball.
Again, defended out short leg, and there's no run. I mean, that's the thing. If the spinners are going to tie you up and not allow you to score runs in these entire 16 overs before a new ball, you got to. I think you want a little bit of an advantage when you get a new ball. You want a lead of about 120. They've got to get to another 50 runs before the new ball. That one's turned into the leg side again by Folks. No run.
Jay Grove says, I don't know why I'm bothering, but is there even a slightly cool street in Sheffield? Asking for a friend. I've never spent anything longer than an hour and 45 minutes in Sheffield, and that's normally been at football matches. Mog says, to get into the Australian SAS, you basically just need to be happy to shoot Afghan prisoners, or at least look the other way whilst other SAS operatives do. Ravi the heavy roller says, Bazball going at 5 and over. Bouch ball is about skittling the host in 3 days. What about Drav ball, as in Dravid?
Decent ball again by Harmer as he starts his 15th over, I think, and it's on around about leg stumps. It's defended by Stokes. Stokes looks becalmed.
The alternative pawn bot is with us, along with the original pawn bot.
Oh wow, lots of pawn bots. That one's shortened and skips a bit on Stokes. Good bit of bounce there, short of a length, drew him forward. defended it.
Like Battle
comfortably.
of the Bastards in Game of Thrones, isn't it? Battle of the Pawn Boats.
Yeah, gets right forward again there, Stokes. Decided that forward defensive is the name of the game.
It's interesting the way that Harmer bowls. He just skips almost right in front of the umpire, while still 3 or 4 paces to take, and then he goes wider.
He's coming through, actually. This is old school. That's what I do. And that's defended through the keeper.
No, I don't think
he's coming around and he's coming through the keeper.
He comes around and then he zigzags off to the left.
Yeah, but he's coming between the stumps and the umpire. Lots of people these days just go behind the umpire. But can't bowl much straighter. Because you're bowling at more of an angle.
I think it depends how far back you want the umpire or the umpire stands. Look, there he goes.
Oh, right, that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. That one's pretty straight and
is it
defended by Stokes out to cover and there's no run.
Is it the Indian spinner Chahar who has that thing with that weird run from the right and then to bowl over the wicket?
Yeah. Harmer in again. Ooh, that kept low, and there would have been a massive appeal if Stokes hadn't managed to jab his bat down on it. He did. Out of the offside, and there's no run.
Time for change. Alternative phone. What he said was, want to enter Gertrude for something cool. The lighter says, that's just you, Morgan. I bet it doesn't just happen on Lygon Street. Not sure what that's about. If the capacity to commit war crimes were the only qualification for joining elite military units, we'd all be doing it, says Jay.
Yeah.
Who's ball by balling next?
Jack is ball by balling with Forthy and Gary.
Well, super stuff, I think, from the South Africans here. England are well on top, but the 2 spinners, for whom I was calling before lunch, have tied England up a bit here. Just 15 runs in 10 overs. And I'm breaking off because... Have we got a ball by baller?
Are you not the ball by ball? Where's Jack, in other words? There's Jack.
Not.
He's in and he's away.
I've missed a ball. And that's what happens when you have to wait for Bear to vacate the premises before you can slide in.
Little inside edge it was, went to the right hand of short leg.
Here's Maharaj then for the second ball of his 13th over. Defended into the ground by Folkes and fielded at short leg.
Yeah, England's having to put pace on the ball now, which makes runs, of course, harder to score. This is the first ball that you missed, Jack.
Ooh, in the neighbourhood of short leg. Maharaj goes a little full, well timed by Folkes, but straight to mid wicket. There's no run. I think it's quite a slow turn, if that makes sense. It's not particularly unpredictable. As Maharaj comes through, defended in front of off stump by Folkes.
Well, it's an example of a point that I often make, that sideways spin is useful for a spinner, but it's not half as important as bounce. There isn't much bounce in this pitch, even if there is a bit of turn.
Yeah, that's definitely my observation too. Maharaj in a little bit shorter, well adjusted by Folkes, but he doesn't time the flick into the leg side, so won't get a run. And there's not really a lot of variation in the sideways movement as well, is there? It's all quite straightforward. As Maharaj finishes off his over with a ball to Folkes, which is defended, and that will be a maiden. 227 for 5.
Well, that's one for you, Jack. A request from the light roller. Heading to bed now, but can you remind us all how many runs we are ahead after each run, please? So, demands firing in from social media.
Every
run. All the talk. Well, it's a little excessive. Farong, all the talk during Ludo is the Asia T20 Cup with approval from the Bangladesh Rickshaw Transportation Union. I have a cunning plan to ruin or perhaps improve the IPL and T20. To be revealed later, the effects of too much tea would nearly kill for a beer.
Stokes cuts the first ball of Harmer's over, out to the fielder at deep point. Isn't particularly well timed, but there's plenty of space there so they can walk through for a single, and the lead is 77 runs.
Spoiled me channeling my inner Brian Johnston because I was about to say, 76 ahead, that's trombone time.
Yes.
Harmer in, folks.
That will mean
skips down the
nothing to
wicket
Jack.
and picks up a single to long on. Yeah, I was going to ask about that reference.
Well, I can sing it for you, Jack. 76 trombones in the hit parade. There we are.
Okay, well, there's a song involved, but I'm going to need more context than that, I'm afraid.
I think it's from The Music Man, is that right, Thorpe?
I can't remember. How did you Gary?
Little push drive from Ben Stokes, gets the ball past the fielder at short extra. Norkia runs round from deep point as England come through for 3 runs. That's good running, gets a round of applause from the crowd, lead up to 81.
Jack, you may know some of the work of The Music Man through one of the all-time great animated sequences in Family Guy, where Peter Griffin does Shapoopy having scored a touchdown. I don't know if you're familiar with that sequence. Shapoopy is also from The Music Man.
Oh, I've missed that one as well, I'm afraid.
Oh, it's great.
Harmer in, Folks comes down the wicket, and it's a little bit of a leading edge. Ball squirts into the offside. They come through for another single, really milking the South African spinner here.
What cultural references should we zero in on for you, Jack? Which ones do you like?
Do you know what? Pop culture in general, I'm not too good on. It would definitely be a weakness of mine in a pub quiz situation. Stokes down the wicket. He picks up a ball on the half volley and deposits it way back over Simon Harmer's head for a pretty big one of these.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
That actually went into the England players' dressing room. That'll be one for the after dinner circuit in 20 years' time.
And that's his 50 as well.
It is his 50. He's on 51 from 101 balls, 3 4s, 2 6s. Harmer in, defended by Stokes. I'll bring his jingle up and we'll get to that now.
Well, for the benefit of Gary and Jack, we were just talking about cool streets. Mog says, well, I'm a big fan of some darkened back streets in St Kilda. And Ravi Nair says, isn't the main street in Sheffield slightly cool? When I was there, admittedly 25 years ago, it had both pubs and lots of students from Sheffield Hallam University. Or was it the only 2 nightclubs in Sheffield?
Well, the Sheffield was a seriously cool place in the late 70s. I'm sure you'll recall.
Yes.
Where there was Cabaret Voltaire, the initial Human League with the full-on electronics, and
Before Heaven 17, Comsat Angels, Vendino Pact, and so on and so on. Yes.
Yeah, I remember reading that. I think it was Martin Ware of the Human League.
Yes.
Cabaret Voltaire noticed him at a party when he walked in carrying a car's battery that was powering fairy lights that he had stretched across and around him, thus underlining a commitment to the electronic and electric creativity.
We've got a bowling
way
change.
ahead of their
Enric Norkia.
Enric Norkia, yes, they were way ahead of their time, Cabaret Voltaire. Richard H. Kirk of Cabaret Voltaire died about 6 months ago, which is very sad. He was one of the all-time great electronic pioneers.
There we go. Let's get Enric Norkia's jingle in.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy.
Here he comes, full, and Folks whips it off his toes out towards deep square. Rabada picks up the ball, throws it in, and England come through for another single, 240 for 5, leading by 89.
Well, I think this counts as a win for England. I don't think it was in Dean Elgar's plan to get Norkia on at this point, bowling with a very old ball. No doubt soft, a little bit like a round of soap, but he's on, and England have got the chance now because they can both drive, cut and pull the ball, but they can also deflect the ball. So I'm expecting runs now. The lead's a very handy 89.
He's a fun bowler, isn't he, Norkia? Wickets and runs, almost guaranteed whenever he gets the ball, and he slides one past the outside edge of Ben Stokes there. Stokes feeling for bat on ball, not a lot of foot movement. That's what extra pace will do. Lucky to get away with that one.
Now, Jack, do you recall, are you old enough to recall Flintoff to Gilchrist in 2005?
Yeah, more or less. I think it's probably the highlights that I remember more than
he
necessarily the battles.
He bowled ball after ball after ball like that round the wicket to Gilchrist and had him on toast.
Yeah, he had a good series, Freddie. Nortje in. Ben Stokes, second delivery. Big trigger movement there. Shuffles right across in front of off stump and does make contact with that one, defending the ball into the offside. No run.
Yes, one of the iconic overs in recent Test history, I guess. The one at Edgbaston on the Saturday night, along with, I guess, Donald to Atherton in '98, and what should we say, Holding to Boycott.
Harmison to Ponting.
I think you're really stretching the phrase recent Test history there, Forthy. Nortje is in, and Stokes moves into a very good position there. Looked very technically correct. High elbow, defending in front of his off stump.
There's 145 of these years to choose from, so recent
well, that's about a more recent one, Jack, because obviously our memories are a bit more long term. I can't remember what happened last week or what my name is.
Well, when does recent Test history begin? That
I
is a good
don't know.
question.
10 years ago, maybe.
10 years.
For me, it's 2000. That's the turning point. Anything after 2000 is recent.
Here comes Nortje, defended by Stokes. It gets past Gully. They come through for a single, but a good piece of fielding keeps them to just one. Lead ticks over to 90.
That also is very handy because I think England reached the nadir of being world ranked number 9 of 9 Test playing nations in 1999, when I think Nasser was booed, wasn't he, at the Oval?
He was booed at the Oval. They'd lost 2-1 to New Zealand, yes.
Yeah. Chris Cairns was brilliant in that match.
I'd be tempted to go with 2000 as well. 2010 feels a bit too recent to be...
Okay, fine. Well, we'll do the last 23 years. That's fine.
Recent Test history. Nortje drifts onto Folkes' pads. I think that was a leg bar. I'm not sure Folkes got any bat on it. It will be run to England, though, as there's no square leg in place. End of the over. What have we got on tweets?
We have Leah, and we were also talking about the SAS and how you get to join it. I've made it a habit to pick up any autobiography under €2 written by ex-SEALs at used bookshops. They are fascinating, horribly damaged and dysfunctional people that think they are the coolest. I remember Andy Partridge having a bit of a fascination with Andy McNabb, didn't he?
Andy Partridge of XTC?
No, Alan Partridge had a fascination with Andy McNabb. Not Andy Partridge of XTC. No, indeed. That's something very different. Jay Grover, sorry, once again, what's Jack's podcast? I had to flee the saline-free Tesco Express before I got an answer last time. Can you illuminate, Jack?
It's pretty simple, this one. The Cricket Podcast. I think you better remember that. Even Jay, in his booze and drugs addled state, should be able to
no one had
those
taken the Cricket Podcast. You were first to it.
Yeah, no, we were amazed.
Obviously you were.
Yeah.
Can I plug my podcast that was very kindly praised earlier by Jay Grover?
Oh,
That's
I don't know.
The 80s and 90s Cricket Show, and there are 9 of them, and we hope to have some more at some point in the future. But if you Google the 80s and 90s Cricket Show, you'll find me hosting some excellent guests.
We've all got a podcast, but mine's not cricket, so I won't plug mine.
Change of ends for Maharaj. He comes in, goes a little bit leg side to Ben Folkes, who skips down the wicket, flicks him through mid-wicket and picks up a couple of runs. Do we want Maharaj's jingle for the change of ends? Yeah, dealer's choice, fellas.
Go right ahead.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started out bowling pace, but he made the switch. I wonder why, but he's known as Keshav.
Folkes defends on the back foot, no run.
Yep. Should I couple of tweets? I know.
See if we can squeeze some in. England up to 244 for 5. Lead approaching 100. A bit of turn there from Maharaj. Maybe a little bit more bounce as well, but it's well negotiated by Folkes, who tiptoes up onto his back foot and drops the ball into the pitch. Dean Elgar taking on the responsibility here of being the man under the lid. I think at silly point, almost on the pitch. He's very close, Tony Gregg-esque. I do know that reference. Folks steers one to mid-wicket, there's no run.
I remember when Ben Stokes hit that straight six, I remember being at Old Trafford in, I think, 78 against New Zealand in the Test match, and Tony Gregg hit a straight six, and it went into the sight screen at the far end. The ground was oriented differently then, and it was a kind of canvas sight screen. I'll break off.
Maharaj in a defensive shot that wanted to be a drive from Folks. It goes to mid-off, no run.
And it punched a hole in it. And this hole was there for the rest of the day, possibly even the rest of the Test match.
As Maharaj goes a little short onto Folks' hip. He gets bat on it, but sees it straight to short. Fine leg. So they are unable to make the most of that little error from Maharaj. 244 for 5 at the end of the 70th over, the lead up to 93.
Yes, good on the lead. Well done, Jack. Jay Grover, then again, I referenced the Goons yesterday, so I've already made my bed. And he adds, for every Cabaret Voltaire in Sheffield, there is a Def Leppard. I'd like to think the Cabaret Voltaires outweigh the Def Leopards. Mog adds, Cabaret Voltaire get rightful credit for being instrumental in creating industrial music. Big fan, no pun intended. I indeed did a podcast all about Cabaret Voltaire and their influence. But we won't get into that now. Leah, I guess for the rest of the day, I'll torture Jack with pop culture not very well known in England. Here goes. And there's an image of Rumpatrouille Orion and some pictures, which will mean a lot to Germans.
There's a logical flaw in that, isn't there? If it's popular culture not very well known in England, it's not really going to be our popular culture, is it?
It's an oxymoron, yes.
Floaty half volley is served up to begin the next over from Norkia. Stokes reaches out and pokes it past cover fielder for a couple of runs to the man on the boundary, as we get a shot of a weary looking Dean Elgar. Maybe he was up late on the Castle mains.
Well, there's a crossover, isn't there? I mean, there's Noy and there's Einstreut and Neubarten, who are brothers in arms, I think, with Cabaret Voltaire in the early days of industrial music.
Much later, I would say. And to send a Neubarten.
Yeah,
they were more mid-80s. Collapsing new buildings, as Leah will know, is the translation.
Norkia in, and a firm drive back to him from Ben Stokes. Bowler Fields in his follow-through.
Lixa Bargelt from Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds went on to join Einsters and Neubarten, of course.
But Noy would be around contemporaries, maybe even a little earlier than the
Cans. Earlier. Noy, Faust, Can, you're talking 74, 75.
Yeah, Can's early 70s, isn't it? I went past the Reading Festival on my way back from Bath on Wednesday evening.
Norkia in onto the pads of Stokes. It kept maybe a little bit low there. Stokes played it kind of awkwardly, but will pick up a run out towards deep square. And I think that's the 100 partnership for these two. Pretty big innings probably in the career of Ben Folkes. And on the Stokes side, a responsible knock from the England captain to help England build a pretty big lead here.
Yeah, it's going well. Important knock coming up as well for Ollie Robinson. He's no mug with the bat, Robinson. And as I said yesterday, if he can make 30 here and there's a set batsman at the other end, that could push a good lead into a marvellous lead. But that's still some time off. But the England tail needs to do some work.
Norkia in, he goes for the bumper, but the softness of the ball sort of takes the sting out of it, and Folkes is able to play a controlled dab into the leg side for a single. We've got 100 partnership jingles, so let's roll this one out.
The bowling attack has been survived and sometimes even plundered. The partnership has persisted and now has reached 100.
Not very nice jingle. Anyways, Reading Festival used to be sort of on a level with Glastonbury, but I think it's slid back in recent years.
Norkia a hint of away shape, but quite full, and Stokes defends under his eyes on the front foot.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that, Gary. I think it was more the case that Glastonbury used to be almost nowhere, even as recently as 10 years ago, maybe certainly 15 years ago, but suddenly taken off.
Yeah, my brothers have got well over 20 years history of going to Glasgow, so they'd be better positioned. Both my brothers go to festivals, I don't. But
I don't trust the
dangerous.
toilets. I don't trust the toilets. That's why I don't go. Do you ever go, Jack? Go best?
I went. Speaking of Reading, the last one I went to. There's 2 festivals I go to or have been to. Reading, I went to in 2010 after university. I fucking hate camping, so I'm never going to do that.
I do.
You like camping or hate it, Gary?
Oh no! Oh, I hate it. I'd rather spend the night in a cave.
That's a big turn off for me, and I'd rather spend the money and watch the band in a venue. Norkia onto the pads onto the hip of Stokes, turns it around the corner, picks up a single down to fine leg, and then the Great Escape, the new music festival in Brighton, I go to most years, which is in the city, so you can stay in someone's house and walk around venues.
That's nice.
Yeah. This is the last day of early bird tickets. It's probably not ideal for you, Forthy, down under, but
not perfect. The camping's better in Australia. There's a lot of good new bands coming in from Brighton. I think, from memory, Goat Girl are from Brighton. Are they not?
Yeah, saw Goat Girl at the Great Escape in 2019. I think the year before the pandemic.
Very good band.
Well,
very good band.
Tracy Thorn's first album, A
sweet.
Distant Shore, is just one of my favourites of all time. It did a lot to me as a 19-year-old boy to have that insight into the interior life of teenage girls. But I'll get off now.
Ravi Naya, I just thought I'd remind you of the dire state of British politics, and you can have a look at what he's got to say about it on Twitter. And Ravi the Heavy Roller, Freddie de Giddy, I reckon Freddie de Callis at Edgbaston in 2008 was way better. And Mog adds, Andy Partridge was more interested in mainstream army officers, generals and majors, etc. And he also adds, am I the only person in the fucking world without a podcast? Jeff Birkin says, does this cricket podcast also work for people not addled by booze and drugs?
Short, Stokes cuts. The fielder who was stationed at deep point has been moved very backward, which is kind of a curious position for a spinner. Basically a third man, perhaps for the reverse sweep. That might be the thought there. It allows England to come through for a relatively leisurely 3, taking Stokes up to 59 now, and the lead past 101.
I'm not casting aspersions on Ngidi's professionalism here, but he rather jogged that ball as I've done on a playing match on a Sunday after rather a heavy night on a Saturday. He wasn't exactly busting a gut to get there, was he?
No, it was a ponderous chase. Maybe he thought it was going to go for 4 and was disappointed when it didn't. Maharajini gave that one a lot of flight, and I think there was a little hint of drift there as well. It finds the inside edge of Folkes' bat and the speed gun down at 49 miles an hour, which is pretty slow.
Yeah, he's got 47 here, folks. He looks a little edgy. He could do with a 50 on his record. He's not had the best of seasons with bat in hand.
Certainly not. Maharaj in past the outside edge of Folkes is on appeal. I think they're appealing because it was a good ball. There's not a lot of enthusiasm to take it upstairs. A little clap from Aidan Markram at slip. That's almost the perfect delivery from a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Beautiful stuff. I've just noticed that Verena behind the stumps looks like Johnny Bairstow, and I'll just break up.
Defended by Folkes, out the meat at the bat that time.
It looks like somebody's taken Johnny Bairstow and used one of those tools you have in Photoshop or something and shrunk by about to about 80%. Because he looks like a kind of 80% version of Johnny.
It's funny you say that. Fred made exactly the same point yesterday.
Did he? Oh,
punched off the back foot by Folkes. I think it might have hit Dean Elgar on the helmet there. Bounced into the floor, came up and rang the bell of the South African skipper under the lid.
Well, I often plagiarise without attribution, but that was an unintentional plagiarising, I promise you.
Last delivery of the over, defended on the back foot by Folkes. A little bit happening there off the pitch. A little bit of variety in bounce, which would be encouraging to the South African bowlers if they weren't 101 runs behind.
So, end of the over. And thank you very much for telling us what the differential is there, Jack. Jay Grover, after listening to Gary's podcast, I was shocked how much I remembered. Everything from 1978 seems like recent history. I'll plug the Sombrero Fallout podcast because it is mint and got me back interested in music. Well, modesty forbids me telling you who posts that. Messi Jez posts a cartoon. I've put in like 3 reams of paper, says one guy by the photocopier, but it keeps the printer. Just keeps saying I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Here's the problem. It was stuck in Depeche Mode.
Ben Stokes leaves one behind, leaves one alone outside off stump, which goes through to the keeper who is behind.
Yeah, it's not true at all that everyone has a podcast, because I've got 2. There is Ness and Dormer. That is the 80s and 90s football podcast that we're looking at doing something for the World Cup come November. So
when I started doing mine 5 years ago, there were 100,000. Now there's 2 million.
Wide of off stump by Norkia, and it's a chopped drive which goes to gully. No run for Stokes.
Yes, it's. I find it overwhelming. I'm beginning to feel the same about podcasts that I did a generation or so back with computer games. In that there are just so many, I just don't know where to start, and because I don't know where to start, I don't start at all.
Paralysis by analysis.
Norkia in, short, and cut well by Ben Stokes. A good shot for 1 out to Rabada, cleaning up on the fence.
Who is it who wrote about the tyranny of choice? It sounds like it should be the guy who was plucked out of the queue in Annie Hall. God, who was that? American sociologist.
Some sociologist. Yes.
Sociologist's paradise. That was written, of course, about Beasley Street, which I think is fictional, but if it isn't, then it's probably not far from the location of Old Trafford.
So Ben focuses on 47 here. Sorry, 3 away from, I think this would be his maiden home 50, wouldn't it?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Did he get 50 on his home debut? Maybe I'm confusing it with his actual debut.
Sure, if I've got that data to hand.
He's not played a lot at home, has he? Through a combination of sort of bad luck and Joss Butler.
Well, didn't he stub a toe in the shower or something like that?
I think he tore his hamstring in the shower.
Was it hamstring in the shower?
How'd you do that?
Well, no, I think what it was is he had a shower and then he was walking on.
That's it.
He was walking on a slippery surface in the changing room and slipped over, tore his hamstring, was out for the summer. That was last year. And then after that, England laid towels over the entire dressing room floor. Here he goes. That will be his. Oh, it will not be his 50. A fielder swoops in at the last second to snatch it away. A hook shot went very fine past the leg gully.
You know, I live my life in despair at designers, and the other day I was going through Tooting Broadway tube station on my way somewhere. It was the first day it had rained in God knows how many weeks, and the few staff that they have left at Tooting Broadway were all mopping the water off the tiled floor because it was so slippery. They had to try and get it away. So who in London designs a floor that the moment it gets wet becomes a hazard? Amazing.
Designers.
A good drive from Stokes. Inside out, beats the fielder, extra cover, and England come through for a couple of runs, even though there was some good fielding by Rabada out on the fence to get it in quite quickly. 256 for 5.
Building.
It is building.
I realised actually, I mentioned that I'm stuck between 2 people who've got diametrically opposite choices in films after our little exchange.
I thought actually Gary and I were coming down on the same side on quite a few films.
Yeah, we were. That's right. That's right.
Listeners should know we had an exchange on our WhatsApp group about least favourite films.
Norkia in, defended by Stokes. He sets off charges through for a single. The ball rolls to mid on. I think that's Ngidi at mid on. It was a rather casual piece of fielding in the last over to let England come through for a 3. That time he literally stood there and waited for the ball to roll to him. Turned a quick single into a gentle jog. 106 ahead are England, and we'll have some more tweets on social media.
Yes, Jay Grover says, thank you, Jack. I thought the cricket podcasts were a bluff, like putting your password as 1234. Cheers for taking account of my substance-ravaged brain when you named your show. Mark, Throbbing Bristol are the real progenitors of industrial, in my humble opinion, along with Monty Kazaza. Now, there's an obscure reference point. Then SPK, which regular listeners will know stands for Surgical Penis Clinic. Cabaret Voltaire, Boyd Rice acts like that. And Jim George says, sick to death trying to listen to BBC Test Match Special via YouTube. Absolutely stupid proposition on a mobile device. Barmy Army, and thank you. Thank you, Guerrilla Cricket, for looking after the cricketing diaspora.
We've just seen a couple of runs scored by Ben Stokes. He comes down the wicket to Maharaj. The ball's tossed very wide, and Stokes chops down on it, squeezes it through extra cover. And
he came within an ace of yorking himself there, Stokes, which is always a possibility when you're coming down the track.
Maharaj in, defended by Stokes, into the pitch. There's no run. I was bowled round my legs coming down the pitch last Saturday.
Unlucky, yeah. Good bowling there, probably.
It turned a little bit more than I expected. It wasn't very good batting.
Did you win?
Maharaj in, Stokes down the wicket again. Maharaj saw him coming there and dropped it in short. Stokes again plays an unorthodox looking slash, and he slashes it so badly, in fact, that he finds the perfect amount of space and grass on the offside in the point area to come through for a quick two.
I slightly misheard you earlier then, and I thought you said it turned, which was more than I expected, because that was the standard of cricket I played, certainly in my later 20s.
Maharaj in, it's a heave across the line. Ben Stokes would describe that as a slog sweep. I'm not sure I would.
Every false shot I've seen, pretty much every false shot I've seen, and I haven't been watching every delivery, is horizontal bat. Why are they still doing it?
Well, I'm not sure I've got the answer to that one, I'm afraid. Stokes doesn't play a horizontal shot that time, plays a more orthodox looking back foot push and picks up a single into the vacant cover area, taking him up to 68. The lead has grown to 111, so it's been a profitable little stint for us three. We've got one ball left. It would be nice if Ben Folkes could get to a 50 here, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. See if you can get him home, Jack.
I imagine he will prop forward and defend.
If you don't, I will, because I'm going to ball by ball.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, he tries to flick that through the leg side. Doesn't time it particularly well. And I think it bounces just in front of short square. He is not out. Obviously, if the ball bounces, you cannot be out caught. That will be drinks. I will depart. It's 111 ahead. England are 111 ahead.
If Ben Folkes can hear me, which I know is unlikely unless he's kind of the bionic woman or something, then I'll be telling him to calm down, because he's batted really well. He still has slightly crooked bat. He still has a little bit more of a gap between bat and pad than I would like. But he's definitely got skittish in the last 10 minutes or so with a 50 in sight. And it's drinks now. Hopefully a message will come out from Baz, albeit an unlikely one for him to be offering, which is to say, just wait, push the bad ball, you'll get a couple of singles, you'll get your 50, and then take guard again and have a look, because there's runs to be had here. And we're joined by I can't quite see, who are we joined by?
You're joined by me on social media and by Tim, the cricket guy.
Yes,
who will just be brilliant and expert to compensate for me, who isn't.
So, gentlemen, I think England are in a strong position, which is veering towards a very strong position. If they can get 50 more runs here, I think they're in a position where they ought to win the test. They're in a position now where they have a very good chance of winning the test, but 50 more here would be splendid, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would absolutely go along with you. I'd said 150 lead would be a good lead. I just still think it rather relies on these two. I'm not quite sure if you lose one or two of these what there is to come. You've got Broady, Ollie Robinson can bat a bit, but I don't think there's more than a collective 30 or 40 runs were these two to go. But from where they were, it's been real graft. I think the thing you've got to keep your eye on, and I'm sure Tim will pick up on it, is that new ball isn't far away.
Yeah, look, I think England, and look, they've done it before. They have to play very badly to not win this Test match, in my opinion. I think that the pitch is going to become more difficult to bat on. Not a minefield as such, but just more inconsistent bounce. And I think if they can get Aragon there early again, then it's pretty much curtains. South Africa have got a middle order with no runs, no confidence. There's nothing in there to suggest that they actually are going to make any substantial runs. So, unless somebody breaks down, unless Broad breaks down or something in the bowling with an injury, I think it's heavily in favour of England at the moment. I said anything over 100 lead was going to become very, very difficult.
What's your view on dropping Marco Jansen, who looked very capable with the bat, thereby weakening what's already, as you say, a middle order that's short of runs?
I wouldn't have done it. I understand why it was done, because of the pace bowlers that were available. He was the guy that was the loosest, shall we say, at the first test. You know, he did get a bit excited at times with his movement and his pace. But I definitely would have dropped Lungi and Gidi.
Yeah, I would have as well.
Instead of Jansen in this test match, both with bat and ball ability. Again, I understand why it was done. Lungi is a little bit more inconsistent, but if you ask England batsmen who would they rather face, it would be Ngidi.
Yeah, I think you're right. It had that whiff of a phrase that I often don't like, but I think applies in this situation. It had a whiff of being too clever by half, bringing in the extra spinner.
Here is the man coming on.
Domination is the name of the game. In cricket or life, they're both just the same. So go get the guy who can turn the day. Let's play Lungi and Gidi. Let's play Lungi and Gidi. Are you down for?
And it is Ngidi who's in. He's on middle stump, and Ben Stokes again getting very much forward, slightly overbalancing, but presents the full face. No run.
I know there's a lot of criticism around the picking the two spinners, but it's easy to criticise when the batsmen make 150 on the first day.
Yeah.
It's you know, I don't think picking the two spinners was the wrong decision. I stand by that. You don't expect to be out for 150 on the first day.
Especially when you win the toss. As Ngidi's in, and he's just slammed by Ben Stokes 2 steps down the wicket. Didn't time it exactly, but got enough on it to get it to long off for one of these. And this really is the answer to the question about Ngidi or Jansen, because when you're looking for a bowler to break open the game here, the left arm and bounce of Jansen is surely more of a tricky proposition than the pace of the rather more orthodox right armer Ngidi.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to frighten you, Ngidi.
Yeah. He's round the wicket again, and that's a bit frightening because he's bowled it very full. He's been given out LBW as Stokes. It was a full toss. It looked for all the world there like Stokes lost sight of it. So, I mean, we've well and truly got that wicket here at Gillara Cricket for Ngidi. The decision is reviewed, but this is going to be out, I think. What about you guys?
Yeah, it swung in on him, didn't it? And that looked slap bang in front. I think you're being a bit harsh on the delivery. I thought he rolled his fingers across it. It was a slightly slower ball. And he's inside edge. I think he might have inside edged it.
There's either an inside edge or something that's very interesting as to whether this will be picked up, because I think that pitched in the mark that the batsman makes. Oh no, they're going straight away to overturn
Not
this.
out. It was
So it's an inside edge.
It was because it was right in the block hole. It was a classic Yorker.
I wondered whether it hit the block hole and deviated off the pitch, but it was actually the inside edge.
He kind of edged it into the block hole, and that made it jag even more.
Yeah. So, well done, DRS. We're always quick to criticise DRS, but it gets far, far more right, and we have a better game because of it than we had in the days before DRS. If anybody doubts that, then I refer you to Damien Martin in 2005, who got one bad decision after another, and I think 2005 would have been rather different with DRS for many, many reasons. Bigging up Janssen at the expense of Ngidi again. Not that Ngidi's a bad bowler, he just doesn't offer the kind of variety in pace attack that the South Africans would be looking for. As Stokes is in, defended to short extra, no run. Ben Stokes was given out on 72 and had the decision overruled. Richard Illingworth, the umpire.
But then I've got an interesting question for Tim, I think.
Go on.
Is if you were to take Ngidi out for Janssen, wouldn't you get the value of decent pace and still some bounce and enhanced batting and still have been able to play your two spinners?
Yeah.
You would. You absolutely would. But again, I'll come back to you after this delivery.
Round the wicket is Ngidi, and Stokes is forward, as he has been throughout most of this innings, and there is no run.
It's a phrase that Boucher's used a lot of the series, and I do not agree with it in any way, shape or form. It's experience. Ngidi's got the experience. Markham's got the experience. Ferguson's got the experience. In terms of the batsmen, I don't care how much experience they have. If they can't make a run, then the experience is null and void. Not that Ngidi's been out of form, Ngidi's been superb. But Janssen offers something that Ngidi doesn't have. That's just a fact.
Ngidi's in again, it's on leg stump, and Ben Stokes just leans on it, clips it to Maharaj there, who's at mid-wicket, and they're through for a scampered single. 267 for 5, the lead is 116, the new ball 5 overs away, and we have your tweets.
Yeah, lots to catch up on. Leah, I was always more of a fan of stuff like Ash Ra Temple and Tangerine Dream, as we talk about generally what's known as Krautrock over here. Jay Grover says, I've no problem with camping, I just hate people, festivals give me the fear. O'Neill Harris says, just checking it. Is the cricket boring? What happened to Bazball? Peter Ward says, probably a bit mainstream, given tenor or discussion, but Paul Heaton consistently writing brilliant stuff for nigh on 40 years and put money behind 60 bars for his 60th not so long ago. Well done him. One more, Jay Grover. If I didn't know how self-depreciating Mogg is, despite his proven brilliance, I demand a podcast. Alas, I think you need a Jack Carey-sized ego to carry it off. There you
Paul
go.
Heaton of the House Martins and subsequently of the Beautiful South, I think. As Maharaj, left arm over, is in, he tosses this up, and Ben Stokes, because he's seen it so big, waited, and then drove the ball into the vacant extra cover area for one of these. I mean, it's not been a classical innings from Ben Stokes because he hasn't really looked in actually at any point, but he's scored runs at the right pace as this ball was defended to silly point, and of course you take him out of this innings and it looks rather sickly.
77's not a bad knock for someone who's
it's
not
a bad
good
knock.
nick.
Yeah, it's not a bad knock.
He's gone about it the right way.
Yeah, and that's gone about the right way because he's just sashayed down the pitch to Maharaj, perhaps thinking that the new ball's not so long away, and he is absolutely middled that over long off. You can't hit the ball any better than that, all the way. just lovely, that, isn't it? The free swing of the bat. And when you've got that in your locker, a little like Joss Butler in the one-day stuff, why are you fiddling about playing reverse sweeps and scoops and all this kind of stuff? Just, I know it's partly to move the bowler's line and length around, but when you can take a perfectly decent length ball and hit it there, I mean, why not? He's round the wicket now as Maharaj, and Ben Stokes is all over this one because it's wide of off stump, a little short, perhaps rattled as the South African spinner, and he gets it out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and it's a single. The lead now 127 after the 11 runs in the 4 balls of this inning. Stokes has progressed to 84. Ben Foakes now very much in his slipstream. Not so long ago they were both on 41. Foakes is now on 48, where Ben Stokes has gone to 84, and he gets a fullish ball from Maharaj, which to his credit he made full by coming down the track, and he just clips it to the left hand of mid-wicket, goes through for a single. He goes to 49. The lead's a very handy 128 here.
Very handy indeed.
Yeah, Maharaj, the top of his mark, looks around. He's round the wicket again to the left-handed Stokes, who puts back down on ball, squeezes it to the man at backward point, and that's the value of some big hitting, because I think the fielder there was slightly on his heels. He shouldn't have been allowing one, but he did, and it's the end of the over.
Oh, well, Moggart said, am I the only person who doesn't have a podcast? Diana Patterson replies, no. And it would be best to remember, if you can't say anything nice, say nothing, particularly about podcasts. I think that's you told there, Mog. Ravinair. When was the last time Gary Naylor had a heavy night on a Saturday? Even 10 years ago, when I first met him, he was pretty abstemious.
Yes, that's true. That's what having children does to you, I'm afraid.
Messi Jez, who's having a bit of a day off today, says, Jack's I fucking hate camping comment completely puts paid to any suggestion that his generation lacks intelligence. Well, I don't think we've ever suggested they did, but I go along with that. Warren says, annual doctor visit and no pokey bum finger, yay.
Ooh,
that's good to know. I'd rather not have had to think about it at all, but now I do know it. At least that's good to know.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I'm very much looking forward to getting my my free bus pass when I'm 60, but I know that also comes with a letter from the NHS to have things thrust inside. Which,
shall we possibly move back to the cricket, Gary? I've got to be honest, I've only just eaten my sushi, and I'd like it to stay where it is.
Yeah, well, the camera rather picks it up if you've only just eaten it, but that's another story. As Keithy is in around the wicket, and Stokes can only get that to Maharaj, who's on the square there, close in on the leg side. There is no run. Oh dear, yes.
I'm with Jack on the camping thing. I went to a concert once, camped for 3 days, couldn't move for a week afterwards.
Yeah, sounds a bit right. The closest I've ever got to anything approaching a festival was an afternoon at Kenwood House when I was reviewing one of these kind of West End charity shows where they bring on Michael Ball and others to sing songs from a stage. And after about 45 minutes I realised I was sitting in a field watching a big telly and thought, I don't really want to do this anymore, and went home. As Ngidi is in, and he beats the outside edge of Ben Stokes' bat, and that's the first time we've seen the outside edge beaten, I think, for some time. It was a good ball, it was length, and it went away from Ben Stokes' defensive bat, and Verena took it around waist high.
I can tell you that camping at concerts can be an intense experience.
Oh, surely I even wouldn't have gone for that one. Dear me. Dear me.
That's my marquee joke for the day.
Oh, God, it gets worse. It gets worse. As this is Engidian, that's just turned round the corner by Ben Stokes, who'll peg a single to his score, and goes to 86. England 281 for 5. 281 VVS Latchman at where did he get that score? Eden Gardens, I think. One of those famous scores in Test history, or should I say recent Test history, because I think it was 2001. Interestingly,
Correct,
I think in that match, VVS did not pick up the Man of the Match award. Do you know who did pick up the Man of the Match award?
No. Remind
Biscuit,
us.
if you know. I think Harbridge got the Man of the Match award because he got 7 wickets in the first innings and I think 8 in the second. I think he took 15 in the match. A very young.
I presume
Harbridge
it was
thing.
turning. Particularly if it was Eden Gardens.
Yeah, I think it did.
It
but
was.
I think the Australian.
It was turning square.
This ball is crabbed at by Ben Foakes, still looking for that single he needs for his 50. He's really got to concentrate here on getting his feet moving. He needs to do that Alex Stewart little dance that Stewart used to do on his way out of the pavilion, where he'd pretend there were the tyres that are left on the ground when you want to get your feet moving quickly. That's what Foakes needs to do now. Yes, but I think Australian minds were twisted and shattered after VVS and Dravid batted all day, didn't they? Unbroken partnership following on. As Ngidi's in again, and this is defended by Stokes. Will this be the single? It will. It's taken a little bit of an outside edge. It's gone down to the ever vacant third man area. They jog an easy 2. The crowd are on their feet. Ben Stokes has 51. That's an important innings for England, and perhaps an important innings in Ben Foakes' career as well. It's his third 50 to go with his debut 100. Well played, Ben Foakes.
Yeah, he's done very well.
And he takes his helmet off to show his floppy hair, cheekbones, and designer stubble, looking like he's stepped straight out of the pages of GQ.
Right, yes. Gary, says Jay Grover, not me. Gary, I don't know where to start with podcasts, so I'll start 2 of my own. Problem solved. Brian Barish likes Tangerine Dream. Mog says, ooh, are we talking films now? I've just watched a Taiwanese horror film that is as close to an adaptation of the crossed comics as we're likely to get for a while, The Sadness. He also says, I may never say anything again. Oh, that was what Diana replied to.
Well, I've got a list of Korean action movies from my elder boy Jesper to watch, and all I need to do is find the time to do so, which is not likely in the foreseeable. I promise you that. We're just 3 balls away from the new ball, and I think unless England have an extraordinary collapse in the next 18 deliveries, I think we'll see
3 overs away from the new ball. 3 overs,
yeah,
not balls. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 3 overs. Yeah. Unless England have a remarkable collapse, I think it will be taken at its very first opportunity. But Simon Harmer round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who pushes the ball straight back to him. It's field, no run. We are in agreement, aren't we, that the new ball will be taken at its first opportunity?
I would think so.
Yes.
Harmer's in again, and this is on leg stump, but Stokes retreats slightly and can only push it to short extra. I suspect Harmer saw him making room there and fired it in a little closer to the body than he otherwise would have done. Harmer none for 49. This is a slower ball, and Stokes just dead bats it, no run. There's a shot coming here, isn't there? 3 balls left in the over. There's a shot coming.
He's going to unfurl the big one, is he?
Yeah, I think so
too.
Caught on the mid-wicket boundary.
But instead, Stokes shows a little more circumspection than we might have expected. He gives himself room, but just pushes the ball to the vacant point area. Walks the easiest of singles to take himself onto 87, but he's not Australian, so he doesn't care. Harmer as ever under the shades, reminding me of who was the non-spinning South African who always bowled in shades.
Oh, I can picture him. I can't remember the name. I'm sure Tim will know.
This ball is pushed to short mid-wicket, no run.
Which era are we talking?
Probably 2000s. I mean, he never spun a ball, but he would get its fair share. This ball is defended, no run.
The running joke is that what's his name?
Is it Boyer?
No, not Nicky Boyer.
Nicky
No,
Boyer.
it wasn't him. Bit after
The running joke in South Africa is Harris. But
That's
I don't
him.
remember
Paul Harris. Yeah, Paul Harris is the man I'm thinking of.
I think he's much maligned. I don't really get the criticism of him.
Oh, I thought he was he's a number 8, so I'm not going to criticise him. I love a number 8, but he was a slow bowler rather than a spin bowler. He would mainly get wickets with a bit of flight, change his pace through drying up the scoring options. I don't recall him ever turning a ball though.
No, wasn't a big turn of the ball, but was extremely useful at that time in South Africa's dominance. When we were dominant, he was extremely useful and played a very important role, which I don't think is always appreciated.
I think that's a fair comment, as this ball was defended from Ngidi by Stokes. If he's bowling 25 overs in an innings for 60 runs, picking up a wicket or two, you can do that when you've got Dale Steyn at the other end getting sort of 4 for 17 or something. So, I think there's much to be said for that.
Even Maharaj was asked recently, who's been a help for him in his spinning career, and he says Harris. He says he always goes to Harris and talks to him when he has a problem with his action or when things are not going quite right.
Well, it's good to see one generation helping the other. That's not something we often have in England, as Stokes just eases that to deep point and they walk a single. He goes to 88, which has a bingo nickname that I'm sure I'm not allowed to say anymore.
2 large persons.
Yes, could be. Could be indeed. 285 for 5, the lead 134. Ngidi has 1 for 41. He hasn't bowled badly, but you just feel that Janssen is the hole in this attack. Rabada is clicking his heels at the moment, waiting for another 10 deliveries to pass, so the new ball will be in his hand, just jogging slightly finer, I suspect, at point, as Ben Folkes almost gets done by a ball keeping low, but puts a bat down on it. I'm always reminded of Glenn McGrath bowling to Michael Vaughan on that evening at Lord's, where he got one under Vaughan's bat in 2005. I still think that's the greatest spell of pace bowling I've ever seen, particularly in the circumstances when Australia were bowled out on the first day of the Ashes by T, and Glenn McGrath roared in and put Australia straight back in the frame. It was a match they were subsequently to win, as this ball is punched to mid-on, where it's fielded, and there is Niran. Folkes on 51.
The other thing about Judson is he would help spinners, because he'd be making footmarks by bowling his around over the wicket with his left arm. So he would be creating footmarks to the left-hander.
Looks like the kind of man with size 14s as well, which are always handy if you're looking to make the footmarks. He has a twin, doesn't he? Is his twin as tall as he is?
Yeah, he's
here's
tall.
Ngidi, and that ball is edged. It goes through to Verena. There is an appeal here, but it doesn't look quite right. It looked like the ball was squeezed into the ground. South Africans aren't sure. We're obviously going to go to the third umpire on this. Nobody's quite sure. Richard Illingworth is going out to have this ridiculous conversation that 2 on-field umpires always have, because they're always going to go and use the services of their friend in front of the television. They're having this discussion now, and of course they go upstairs. And the soft signal is not out, which would have been mine actually, because I think this ball has been squeezed into the ground. But we'll see. Do you remember Sanat Jayasuriya hitting one quite hard into the ground, bouncing about 2 yards away and being given out? Let's see now. The ball is in.
Placed into the ground, surely.
Yeah, he seems to hit it into the ground, although Ben Folkes is looking with slight worrying. It's juggled by Verena, who's not the tidiest of keepers, but he got the job done. Oh, I don't know. Maybe just misses everything. Maybe what we're seeing is that the bat hit the ground as an enormous puff of dust. I think it just misses the whole lot. Yeah, I think he's late on it, folks. He hits the ground.
Yeah, I think I go along with you, Gary.
Yeah.
Does it graze the bottom of the bat? But then as it grazes the bottom of the bat, it's still under. It's still on the ground.
It still touches the ground.
Yeah.
So at worst, it hits the bottom of the bat and goes into the ground.
Yeah, and I think the South Africans all know that. Indeed, he's got a smile on his face, and the big scoreboard is now showing not out. It just looked wrong, didn't it? Sometimes you get a feel, you're not quite sure if the ball has missed the bat or whether it's been squeezed down or whatever it is, but it doesn't look like a dismissal, and that certainly didn't look like a dismissal. And sure enough, it wasn't a dismissal. So the South Africans have got to work hard here as the mini Johnny Versto appeals from a prone position. Always like to see that in a wicket keeper. So keen to get the appeal off, they didn't even wait to stand up. As this is the last ball of the 79th over. Are we going to have a change?
One more over, I think.
Okay. This ball is punched into the offside by the reprieved folks. Well, he was never really reprieved because he wasn't given out. And he takes a single. He moves to 52. The new ball and the new commentary team are just one
no, we are going to
away.
Change. We are going to change. Yes, we are.
Okay.
Next tweet, whoever's on, it's Jay Grover. It was 25 minutes ago. You will have some catching up to do. I'm sorry.
I'll be back later.
He didn't even play a changeover tune. I don't know. Slackness in this studio. We're back. Hendo is going to take you through.
Well, can you just do a couple of balls while I spray
there you go.
myself?
You're going to spray yourself. That's Harmer bowling to Folkes. He just works it into the leg side to mid wicket, and there ain't no run. 26 for 5, lead of 135 in the box seat.
The bear has assured me that spraying disinfectant on the microphone won't kill me. Onto the back foot goes, folks. Plays it down to Peterson at short square leg. 286 for 5. Lead a very, very useful 135 now. 50s for both these players. Stokes on 88 now. How did that happen? Harmer in. Excuse me. Defended by Folkes. Just down to the ground. Back to the bowler. And we have 3 balls before the new ball becomes due, and it may all go pear-shaped and chaotic from that point. Harmer in again. Down the wicket comes Folkes. Drives up to a man who's parallel to the non-striker. Not exactly the on-Hayden position, a bit wider than that. A kind of very short mid-on, if you like. And just the slip in the short square leg as the close fielders, really. Going back to this one, tucked to more orthodox mid-wicket by Folkes. And there is no run. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable than I was this morning, from an England perspective. Perhaps not if you're a South African fan. Harmer in, onto the back foot goes Folkes. He wants a run immediately. He probably wants 2 here.
Yeah.
He'll get it pretty easily as Maharaj runs back from extra to do the fielding. 288 for 5. Folkes 54. 80 overs have been bowled. Let's have some. Let's have 25-minute-old tweets.
Yeah, Jay Groves says, news just in. Starting your own podcast is slightly less hard than joining the Special Forces, but might require the same level of narcissism. Farong, Rabada with the classic Bangladeshi LBW review. Brilliant. Don't know what that means. Can't remember. Jay Grover again. Very rare that I get to name drop among the glitterati of guerrilla cricket. Gorilla spelt G-U-R-I-L-L-A there by Jay. But Paul Heaton is a top lad. Even before the tab incident, he does get his round in. Roger Melly, hello, good evening, some bollocks. I wonder whether 2 batsmen have ever batted together with more similar names than these 2. Well, Curran and Curran.
I guess the 2 wars have batted together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're pretty similar, I would say.
Chappels,
yeah, brothers basically.
Yeah.
Twins.
Messi J is confusingly says Trot and Root. but I think he means the letters of the alphabet. Well, that is what he says.
By the way, that is the way we spell gorilla, isn't it? It is the way we spell gorilla here.
G-U-E-R-I.
One R and 2 L's.
Yeah.
No, but there's an E in the spelling that you use.
Yeah, we use an E.
Not in the spelling that Jay uses.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, well, you missed one out. Anyway, this is happening.
You balls, please.
It's the Posh Bear. I'll get a chance to say that.
Done in Southwold.
Yep. US Open starts next week. You'll be able to say that quite a bit.
You balls, please.
Well, they probably don't say it like that in New York. Round the wicket, Ngidi. Running in to bowl to the left-handed Stokes. Down the leg side. He helps himself really to that and just glances it on its way to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, it was off the bat. I thought it was off the pad for a minute there. But hey-ho. He'll take it. He's in the 90s. Ooh.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Now, I was concentrating on the maximum, doing various things to that while I was in the other room. And I saw Stokes get to his 50, but I obviously haven't looked up since he's got the last 38 runs. He's now on 92 from 144 balls, amazingly. England are on 292. And they lead by 141. Gideon is down the wicket, slices that. Where's that gone? Has it been caught by somebody? No, it's been dropped. It could be a run out though. Folks has to hurry back to the non-strikers, and certainly by the reaction of Ngidi, he thinks there was a chance there. It's Markram, I believe. Let's see this from side on. Was this catchable? Oh, it was.
Yeah,
Diving away to his right. It's travelling and probably spinning away from him slightly because it was sliced. It wasn't a really particularly attractive shot. It's a good effort, actually.
It's a good effort. That's a difficult catch.
Very difficult catch, and he's basically stopped 4 runs.
Yeah.
Stokes
He
remains.
looks
on
upset
92.
though.
Well,
never a bad thing.
You have to do that,
upset.
don't you? You've got to pretend to look upset, even if you've made a great effort.
I thought he should have caught it.
You'd have snatched that. You'd have snapped that up on a Saturday.
He got 2 hands on it, didn't he? It was
He
head high.
did. Exactly. Full on. Well, he's come back over the wicket onto the pads. He's going to run 1 leg by. He's going to come back for a 2nd leg by.
Easy.
The ball has only just gone past the umpire by about 10 yards. The square leg umpire, that is. England moved to 294 for 5. I'm getting that feeling that Stokes really wants to take it to them now. You were saying that was going to come.
Yeah, and I think he wants to get to his 100 quite quickly as well. I don't think he wants to hang about and then he wants to go ballistic.
I mean, to be fair, Markram was the only man saving a single on the offside there, really, unless there was a man at backward point. So there was quite a big gap for him to play that shot, and he got it worryingly close to the only fielder there. Anyway, England continue. The lead is 143. South Africa a little bit up against it, and Gidi over the wicket to Stokes brings that one into him, but he plays it defensively off a thick inside edge down to long leg. They'll take a single. He'll go to 93, 295 for 5.
Co-op have been in touch.
Have they?
Well, they promoted their tweet, so I'm going to read it out. Enjoy 3 for 2 on all the picnic bits you need this bank holiday.
Ooh.
I won't be going for a picnic this bank holiday, so I won't need any.
Yeah.
No. I'd rather support the co-op than any of the other conglomerates.
Yeah.
Remember we used to do, we used to have the non-tax-paying coffee conglomerate down the end of Katie's Road.
Yes.
When we broadcast from Earl's Court. Ngidi gets his first go at Folkes with the new ball and does swing it, but Folkes waits for it, presses forward, defends to extra cover. And there is no run.
Yeah, we used to spend quite a lot of money in that place as well, didn't we? We'd all turn up with one. Lunchtime run.
I think the problem was that in Katie's there was, if you weren't on air, there were very few places you could sit.
Yeah.
So you tended to go down to the nearby Starbucks. I'll try not to say
in the
it.
summer, you could go out on that little veranda at the back, couldn't you? That was
Yeah,
quite
but there were
nice.
still no seats out there.
No.
Where we used to do Gorilla
Yeah.
afterwards.
Go there.
Things we've gone through. They've all failed.
We've tried lots of things.
148 is the partnership, and it'll be 149 now, if not more. No, just the one, as Folkes turns it out to deep backward square leg. End of the over, 296 for 5.
O'Neill Harris says, say what? Messi is having a day off. Is he avoiding someone? I didn't think that was possible. Leah says, was it at least a dodgy convenience store sushi that smells almost funny, Tony Bishop? Because I couldn't keep that down under the best circumstances. Yeah. Tony, says Jay Grover, I'm sure you weren't, but it's going to do me head in until it's confirmed. You weren't on the Oxford to Glasgow train 2 weeks ago. This is, is this really what people are tweeting us? 2 weeks ago, were you?
No.
I can't even carry on with that one. It's so boring.
We got a new bowler.
You'll set off, Jay.
Yeah, you will.
He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killingest bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada. No one faster, no one harder. What's his name? What's his name? Tell me, what's his name? KG.
I don't know if Tony told you about his problems with the post office during his last session.
I did tell him they were on fucking strike.
Onto the back foot goes Stokes. Wokes rather defends. Wokes? Wokes even. I might get there eventually. Defended back to the bowler. There is no run. It was quite entertaining because as we were coming off the last session, Jack said to us, Tony's got an anecdote about the post office. That's a no ball, by the way. That wasn't the anecdote. And we went out there. And I've never seen a man look more destroyed in his life. He looked absolutely bereft. This is what going to the post office at a lunch break can do to you. Shocking. Rabada bowl. Short. Oh, and he's got a leading edge to that, but it's going to fall safe. Elgar moving round from extra cover stroke mid-off. Can't get there. It's a little bit of a worry for folks.
It's been quite expensive today, Rabada.
Well, I said that earlier. I mean,
he, for 78.
He was 1 for 60 off 12 overs this morning. And he'd got that vital wicket of Joe Root. Vital in one sense, but as it's turned out...
Not really.
Not so vital as it might have been. But...
that's the problem, isn't it? Once you get behind, once you get such shit score in the first innings, as soon as the opposition gets ahead, you're immediately in deep trouble.
That's
really.
An absolute beauty of a ball bowled by Rabada. It wasn't particularly quick, but it was full, and it went away. Maybe starting in the air and then off the pitch, I think. And didn't... missed the outside edge by a great deal. Just started to swing, I think.
Now I have to say, the South Africans, their typesetting on their back of their shirts is a couple of fonts bigger than England.
Egos.
You think?
I don't know.
It's rather big.
Rabada bowls and he goes through folks on this occasion, bringing it back if anything. Almost leaving him doubled up.
Are you talking numbers or are you talking names?
No, I'm talking the names. I think the typeface is too big.
Disagree. I think you want big typeface.
I do, I agree. Yeah. I agree. And what I hate more than anything in franchise cricket is the fact that they put the names around the waist rather than up at the top because of the it's obviously a much better eyeball for the advertisers. Rabada in again, bowls defended very watchfully by folks getting in behind that one. Yes, it's infuriating when you're watching franchise cricket and there are players that because it's constant teams changes, aren't there? And I mean, you've got such big squads in most of these teams, especially in the IPL, and you see someone and you think, who the hell is that?
And you can't catch his name.
And you can't catch his name.
Up at the bottom.
Exactly.
And it's not some fucking typing company or whatever it is at the top.
Indeed. Rabada bowls again outside the off stump, wide. Verena takes.
It's usually a concrete conglomerate, isn't
normally
it? Something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of concrete. Concrete conglomerates aren't so much the big players, I think, anymore in Indian cricket. It used to be that they still are there.
Cements are properly up there, mate.
Yeah, exactly. But tyres are there too. You've got Seat fucking
Oh,
tyres.
yeah.
And then you've got the Dream 11 boys now. MRF, yeah.
Rabada to complete his 18th over, first of a new spell with the new ball. And again, he gets this one just a nibble away, but a little bit short perhaps, and folks has an instant more bit of time to get behind that defender. There is no run. 297 for 5.
PayTM, of course.
That's
a big one, yeah. Jay Grover says, God damn it, Tony. Messenger says, oh God, Bishop, I really shouldn't allow you on air without potential supervision. I don't know, maybe there's another joke there, but I don't understand it. Sorry, Jez. Warren, can this folks innings stop the talk about Butler coming back into the team? Well, you've started it there, haven't you, Warren? Let's be honest. Mayank, Ben Folkes looks like a model. I'm sure his lost cricket career is his post-cricket career. He says lost, but I think that means post. Leah says, Guerrilla Cricket, Gary Naylor Thai action movies is where it's at. Watch Ong Bak. And lots of other Kurosawa. Can't go wrong with watching Kurosawa, apparently.
And Geedy bowls to Stokes, gives him a little bit of width. He throws the hands through it without really timing the ball, but he does get, courtesy of deflection from extra cover where Markram is, he does get a single.
Jay says, did anyone hear the story of why Ben Foulkes, spelled Foulkes, has such excellent teeth? Also, the sadness is very good. What's Foulkes? Is this like a toothpaste company from the 40s that Jay knows?
Maybe he's just spelled his name
This
wrong.
isn't great. I mean, from Ali's edits, tentacle porn.
I think maybe he's doing it on purpose, so that Jack picks them out.
Well, this is from 17 minutes ago, so...
There goes your theory. And Geedy, 2 slips in the gully, in bowls to Folks. Folks drops this down. Backwell is square into the gully. Peterson fields. There is no run.
This is a good question. Leah says, how is Anil Kumble taking all 10 in a spell? Not the best spell of pace bowling you've ever seen, Gary. I mean, it was pretty slow pace, but it was pace sure as hell. It wasn't spin.
Kumble's giving up his job with the Punjab.
He's not giving his job
He's
up.
not giving it up.
Yeah,
That's what I read. Has he been sacked?
Who's this?
Oh, is he really? He's been sacked. Kumble. I only saw the headline. I didn't read any of it.
T20 coach. He's up there with Tom Moody on the, dross of the circuit.
Well, actually, you must
sure
know a bit more about T20 coaching than I do, I have to say. And Geedy in bowls down the leg side. Folks can't lay bat upon it.
Do you really need to be coached in T20? Oi, boys, go out there and smash it.
Well, I mean, that's sort of one of the messages that you think would be conveyed, but quite often appears not to be.
Oh, right. That's the easiest one. I could coach that one.
I guess there's a bit of coaching, certainly regards to the bowling side of things.
Yeah, I think who bats where as well is quite important.
Yeah.
What role you're supposed to play in the batting order. And Kumble's just not very good at that. It's sort of a soup on both sides of the ball.
Okay. 298 for 5. And Geedy, 1 for 49. He's into his 17th over. He's bustling in. Bowls a full ball, looking for that Yorker again. And he gets it in terms of length, but not quite in terms of line, because he beat Folks, but it was wide of the off stump. He's got a really good Yorker, hasn't he? Slower. Well, that wasn't
He's
so much slower.
bowled a pretty good spell here, and he's been unlucky not to get a wicket. And Folks has looked really hassled at this time. These last 2 or 3 overs, he's hardly got anything right.
It looks to me as if that ball he holds right in the end of his fingers. I don't know if that's the
Maybe
way
that
he gets
reduces
it
the
to
pace a bit.
I don't know. He's probably got pretty big hands. His turns again. 2 slips in the gully waiting. And he's in short of this one. It keeps a little bit low. Folks manages to tuck it up to mid-on. There is no run. 298 for 5. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I don't know about the rest of you.
What did you have for lunch?
Well, I had a chicken Caesar wrap.
That's not really a sleepy food, is it?
Not really. And then I had about
sleepy.
18 Oreos.
So a lot of mayo, or that. Here you go.
Yeah, I think
this
it's
is
the
probably
Oreos.
Sugar crush.
Yeah, I'm slumping a little bit, which is why I've got my Pepsi Max with me to try and
shout
keep
to Tony. bring some more biscuits through.
More biscuits. And Geedy, final ball of the over. And he turns Folks around again, but he's still going to get runs as it shoots off the leading edge into the covers. Maharaj has to come round from backward point, and he'll keep the strike. 299 from 5.
Interesting for Folks, isn't it? He was doing quite well when he was using the face of the bat, and in the last sort of 5 overs, he's decided he's going to play with the edge. And I think that was a bad tactical decision.
Yeah, but I love it when you when you really middle it off the edge. It's one of the best feelings in cricket.
Jay says, I do hope the scream of what we're referring to the 25-minute deficit, not the fact that Jay Grover was the last tweet. I'll leave you to decide that, Jay. Neither are really a shock, really. That's what he says. O'Neill, we have a room full of gorillas. Wow, haven't seen that in years. AXA Health have done us a tweet. They promoted a tweet. It's not as good as the one from Co-op, so they're not being read out. Jeff Perkins. Hendo marking his territory by spraying his chair and microphone.
I suppose that's a very good point, but I'm not doing it from my arse.
Warren, is Gorilla Hendo full of cake? No Oreos. You've got to the bottom of that now. Jay Grover says, I'm now being corrected on my misspellings. I'd love to claim that were a new low.
Onto the back foot goes Folks at the beginning of a new over from Rabada, plays it square on covers. There is no run. Do you feel that heads are dropping a little bit with South Africa at the moment?
Well,
I get
it's
that
not
feeling.
surprising it, really.
150 now.
The 300's one run away.
Yep.
We've still got 5 wickets in the hutch.
Not 5 great wickets.
No.
Rabada again down the leg side. Varena has to dive away to his left again.
But you'd like to think another 100 runs for 5
Yep.
remaining wickets. Depends when one of these two goes, of course, but...
Well, you talked about Ollie Robinson not being a great Test batsman, but I mean, I think he is. I think he has potential as a batsman, and I think he got 40 odd in his first Test innings.
That's the only innings he's ever had.
Yeah, but I think he's better than that. I actually
he probably is.
I think he got caught up in a sort of England team that wasn't performing particularly well. Anyway, here's Rabada again onto the back foot. Nice shot this time from Folks, who just raises that front leg and whips it out to Sipamla, I presume.
Yeah, maybe he can give it some long handle and Bazball will
300 up. A round of applause from the massed assembly at Old Trafford. Stokes is just 6 short of what would it be? 8th, 9th Test century?
Don't know. Mog says, was Gorilla a failure? Shame, I liked it. What was Gorilla?
Oh, Grill a Gorilla.
Yeah.
It was. It was just we asked. It was a bit like what are the things that George and people do?
Yeah, it was basically
on
like
Cricket
that.
Info. It was asking questions of someone. I once had David. We once had David Papineau, who's was he a moral philosopher or something?
Something like that.
Rabada short. Stokes going to take a single there as he forces into the offside. Didn't get it completely cleanly. And at the time we had, the backroom staff of England teams was growing and growing. So I thought it'd be a really bright question to ask a philosopher, would you like to be the England team philosopher? And he didn't go along with it at all. He didn't play with it, didn't go with it. I said, what are you talking about? So that's when Gorilla died, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't feel like I missed out.
No, you probably didn't.
Mog thinks he did.
Yeah. Again, raising that front leg as he plays that with really good timing between mid-wicket and mid-on, Folks. He's going to get 2. I think he's going to come back for a 3rd quite easily. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of stiffness in the
that's it.
in the South African fielding.
Time to capitalise.
Folks moves to 60. Stokes has 95. Sorry, what were you saying?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
O'Neill Harris says, Jack, it's not what people are tweeting you, it's what people tweeted 30 minutes ago. He said that 8 minutes ago. So we've closed the deficit. What O'Neill Harris has failed to realise is that I do know that because it says how many minutes ago at the top.
Indeed it does.
Each tweet was sent.
Rabada 1 for 83. Stokes, the left-hander, back down to face. He's coming round the wicket now, and he's going to take another single. He was creating a bit of room for himself, and then it was perhaps fuller than he expected. Was trying to get him to bowl it short, didn't, steered it into the offside, takes the 1.
Well, we got 8 minutes left, 4 runs required for Stokes to get 100. I'm sure he wants it before tea.
Can someone tell me how many hundred Stokes has got? I think it's about 8.
Get on that.
I'll do some tweets. Jay Grover says, well, it would still be boring, but it would make more sense if Tony was still on air. As a live tweet, I think Jack made a good call. Jay says, typesetting to assert dominance. Jeff Perkins, we're nearly up to speed here. We're down to 9 minutes now.
Goodness me.
Safa shirts, you know what they say, big font, big ellipsis. Warren, doesn't Tony have his own mail delivery system? Homing magpies, maybe foxes. Can we fucking check what we're typing, folks? This is ridiculous.
Come on, guys, be literate. I mean, I know we don't have to be.
11.
You do.
He's got 11 tons, 28 50s.
11. Okay, brilliant.
Jay Grove says it's not on purpose. I'm just dumb. And does Daniel Fattori still have a job? I don't know what's going on with Jay here. Is he on a coffee break?
Norkia's back into the attack. Hits Stokes on the pads. Very full delivery. I think it's going down leg side.
down.
Oh, hang on. Varane's very interested. But then he seems to be interested in everything. And now he's saying, goodness me, are you sure you're not going to
What,
review
is he thinking
that?
LBW or is he thinking court?
Buy a ticket, lads. Go on.
Is he thinking that he got something they're going to review? I don't know what for.
Well, Dean Elgar has reviewed it, but at the same time, he's shaking his head. So I'm not quite sure what that means. He says, on your head be it, Verena.
Well, I think Verena might be thinking court, and he might think that he's clipped it onto his shoe and it's ballooned up to someone. I didn't even see it was court, to be fair. But that's what I'm thinking, because he can't. If he thinks LBW, he's fucking insane.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time wicketkeeper has been insane.
Illingworth doesn't look particularly. It's like, what are you on about?
He's laughing.
He's quite
about
confident of his own ability.
I like Illingworth's got a bulldog clip on his pocket there for the bowler's hat.
Oh, that's nice.
That's very clever. Then you have to hold it, do you? I hate umpiring having to hold things.
It's back pad, so I can understand to a certain extent.
I don't think it is. I think it's toe.
It's both pads.
Hang on, is it front pad first?
It's both pads.
It's missed the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
front
one
pad. That's not out.
Here's the next pad coming up.
Oh, yeah. And you can't say no. There's gap between bat and pad, so it's not a catch. And I would say it's not unless it's come back onto the bat. Has it?
No, I don't.
I don't think you can say it has or it hasn't.
I think give him out. I'm a bit bored of this partnership.
I don't think there might be some bat in there, but I don't think you can. And having given it not out, there's not enough to turn it over. It's going down leg side. It's really lost.
That was bizarre from. They're now asking about the catch. That's what Verena, I think, is arguing. And Illingworth saying, no, you're not having any of it. No, just get on with it, will you?
The problem with those, if they're not given, there might well be some bat in it, but having given it not out, there's got to be clear, conclusive evidence that there was some bat on it. You can't make that because the bat is basically hitting, the ball's hitting the pad at the same time as if it is hitting the bat. There's no definitive spike. The umpire said no, it isn't, and therefore he has to go downfield. We saw a similar one to this. Someone was given out, and we thought maybe there was a bit of bat involved in LBW.
I think that might be out. I think that might.
It might well be. I don't think you can really tell.
I think it's pretty clear that he's hit that again, but whatever.
Nah, I'm not.
I don't think it's very clear. That
anyway, second ball of Nortje's over is a short one, but down the leg side. No concern for Stokes. Do you want to do a Nortje jingle? He's only just come back.
Okay.
Jingle him up.
Yeah, he's got a good one.
He's got a nice jingle.
If your number one project is to have yourself a bride, I think I've got your number one guy. He was bought by a franchise when he was buying meat. It's Henrik Nortje.
This runs off a thick outside edge through a squarish point position. Keegan Peterson does the fielding from gully. They take one more. Stokes goes to 97, 306 for 5.
I don't know what it is about Verena, and this is going to sound really insulting, but it kind of reminds me of one of those bald apes.
A bald ape?
Bored ape,
A
NFT. He's got a very rounded jowl, and he's just ginger. He looks like he's about to cry all the time.
He's very pale, isn't he?
Yeah.
For South Africa.
He
In
really
terms
reminds
of,
me of something.
He hasn't got much. He hasn't got a tan. Let's put it that way. I don't think that's out.
I smashed it, mate.
Bollocks. Ooh, I've just farted.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Nortje again, 3 for 54. Thought it should be 4 for 54. He's into Folks. He bowls him a short one, but he plays it well. Gets up and forces towards mid-wicket.
It's a bit like that.
Jeff Perkins, Hendo was given a bad rap.
I was.
Yeah.
I'm always getting a bad rap, mate.
Roger Melly, if we get to 331, for the benefit of us darts fans, I expect someone to say England's lead is now 180.
Oh, God, I have to remember that. So we've got 25 runs to go. How many entries do we have in the GPL?
Be after tea, won't it? We'll have got by then.
Oh, yeah, we might be back.
Carl Verena.
I think that's a little harsh, Bear.
Do you?
Little harsh. Nortje in again, very well, looking for the very short one. Didn't rise very much at all. Went harmlessly past.
What?
Ginger?
The grill.
What are you talking? Is this like some attempts to be down with the kids here? Or
No.
Do you own some of these NFTs? Are you trying to pump up their value?
No.
What are these?
Are they all worthless now? It's John Terry's get rich quick scheme.
I don't understand NFTs at all.
Would you not want to own a JPEG?
Yeah. I think it's a crazy market, isn't it?
Well, it was, and then everyone lost all
But
their
then
money.
money's a strange market as well, isn't it? Money. We were talking about that. Money's mad.
Money's mad.
Money doesn't really exist most of the time.
Money doesn't really exist.
Nortje in bowls to Folks. Goes very wide on the crease. I was thinking about cutting it, and then plays it with a more vertical bat, square on the offside. And there is no run.
I don't want to insinuate that you maybe don't have an amazing understanding of economics here, Hendo, but I'm fairly sure that money...
Well, no. Bear, explain it to him.
J.E. Grover says, I will get to this. We'll just get a couple of tweets in because people at home needs to be engaged. Jay Grover, I can't believe Jay Grover's tweeting in. I can't believe quick. He tweets very quickly. I think we need flamethrowers and a snack-themed uniform to get this party started. Jeff Perkins says, if you have wickets in a hutch, presumably they are bunnies. That's a good point. Warren, Gorilla, are we back to putting veggies on the barbecue? Hawkster says, FYI, Stokes has 11 Test 100s.
Yep. Rabada Bowles, pulled by Stokes, only going to be a single. Take him to 98. How long before tea now?
Well,
is this the last over? So, unless he gets the strike back, Stokes is going to be in the 90s over the interval.
So, explain to me why money doesn't exist.
Bear, explain to me why money doesn't.
The whole of the money system is a trust system, isn't it? I mean,
but this is why it exists.
Well, yes, but if the trust fails,
but that's when you get that's when currencies go up and down, isn't it? That's literally the money market.
Yes, but I mean the amount of debt in the world is never repayable, really, in real terms. If someone called in America's debt tomorrow,
but nobody's going to call that in, are they? Why would they
China
do that?
could decide to. It owns a shitload of it if it really wanted to destabilise things.
Rabada bowls in, bowls one, back of a length, folks goes back, defends, back to the bowler.
You know, there was talk, and America had to fight hard against this, valuing, the world currency is the dollar, but the euro was pushing hard for oil to be priced in euros. That would have completely fucked America. Probably taken down the world with it, if they ever go that way. It would certainly smash America's hegemony.
But this isn't actually an argument against the existence of money. This is an argument about the importance of money.
Onto the back foot, defended, back to Rabada.
Well, it's why cryptocurrencies are kind of valid in their own sense as well, for exactly the same reasons that money is. If people want to believe in it, it'll have value. Currently, they don't.
Well, governments are terrified of cryptocurrency, aren't they, basically?
Yeah, some of them are, yeah.
1 for 85, halfway through the 20th over, Rabada. His 20th over, not the 20th over. Down the leg side again, folks thinks, freebie, but it's too wide for him to reach. And technically, I think that should be a wide in Test cricket, because it is that wide. It would have obviously been given in one-day cricket, but I struggle with those. I struggle with what is a wide down the leg side is in white ball cricket against red ball cricket. But anyway, folks is on 60 from 152 deliveries. Rabada is in, and he turns this off his hip. I imagine just a single.
Stokes is going to get one ball to get 2 runs.
He's going to go for it, isn't he?
Yeah, I imagine
he's going to go for it.
Of course he is.
It could be the downfall of Ben Stokes, but it'll be fun. A fun downfall. 308 for 5. The lead is 157. And England lost their 5th wicket at, what was it, 146? Something like that. So they were behind when these two came together. And they've pushed this lead up to 157. Stokes is not quite ready. He's going down the wicket. A little prod. And so that vast temporary stand. That is a temporary stand, isn't it? The one, that vast one.
It's basically a big pile of scaffolding.
Let's see what he can do with his final ball before tea. He's well beaten by a good ball that doubles him up, basically. Comes off the thigh pad, through the keeper, caught, but no bat involved. Wasn't much he could do with regards to that and getting his 100, but he'll be very happy with the session's work. So did we get through a session without a wicket? I think we did.
I think we did.
We did indeed. 308 for 5. The lead is 157. Let's have a few more tweets and then we'll have a little bit of a break.
Sure. Messy Jez, presumably up in the middle of the night here, says, Gorilla, you say. Here's a sample from 7 years ago with Bear and the ever-happy Atif Nawaz. There's heaps of old content for you to watch on the Gorilla Cricket, what's it called? YouTube.
Don't go there. Don't go there. There's some terrible stuff on there.
Why not go there?
There's a particularly bad example of us both on the Islam channel.
Yeah.
With Atif Nawaz.
On the Islam channel?
The Islam channel that he worked for a while. So, God knows why we were on it. Talking about cricket, I think.
Yeah, right, so with a few more. I've managed to sort of screw up the timeline here, so sorry if I miss you. Diana Patterson says, people should be afraid of cryptocurrency because it exists on huge amounts of electrical power. Damn the environment, full stupidity ahead. Yeah, I mean, that's another problem with it. You don't want to talk about cryptocurrency too much, do you? Because it brings out the nutcases.
Yeah. I bought a book about cryptocurrency in an attempt to understand it, but I didn't get very far with it, I have to say.
Brian 001 says, bears farts sure are powerful stuff. My YouTube feed froze as he uttered those words.
You should have been sitting next to him.
Leah says, you don't own the JPEG, Jack. You merely own the URL that points to said JPEG. Warren says, shaved orangutan. Is that something about an ape? Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Leah, are you trying to cash in on the NFT scam by mentioning Bored Apes Bear?
No.
Messages, pots and kettles, gorillas and apes, glass houses everywhere. Christ the Choir says, I've ever heart-stuck a Mooney test reader in my leaf, which I think's something, I don't know, very entertaining. I think it's about like bad written tweets.
Okay.
Tweets, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, well let's call it I wouldn't say call it a day. Let's call it a session.
Just one final thing.
Go on.
Jay's drunk.
Well, we're not entirely surprised. South Africa 151 all out. England 308 for 5. They lead by 147. It's time for you to listen to a bit more dice cricket, I presume.
Yeah, we're getting deep into the final. You were spanking. I mean, you got 379, you fucking arse. You refused to declare, and then you were bowling out the spectacle level 112 for 5. Things could change in dice cricket, but I don't think they were going to in this game. We'll see you back in 20 minutes.
He comes, and this one is guided again. It's turned around down to Ian Austin at long leg. They will take fairly comfortable 3. You have a feeling that if they'd really bothered to put a shift on, they could have turned that into 4, because Ian Austin was not moving quickly. However, there's a big shout. Hendo's arm goes up. He looked pretty cast iron to me, and I'm afraid the 3 means that Dick Young, who was going very nicely, has played around the straight one, didn't do much except knock back his middle stump, and it's another nail. I mean, another stump knocked over, another wicket down, another nail in the bespectacled coffin.
What's a bespectacled coffin?
I think in Nigeria they sometimes make coffins in the shape of objects, so you can have something in the shape of a glasses case.
Presumably you'd have dead eyes left.
And so on.
115 for 6.
115 for 6. That was actually the least expensive over of the innings from the Fat Little Geese 11, making a spectacle of themselves 11, going for it in the spirit in which the game was intended. Unlike, well, I won't finish that sentence. Dick Young was bowled by the non-turner from Dwayne Leverott for 30 off 9. Very good and enterprising stuff from the wicketkeeper. 4 fours and 1 6. 115 for 6 after 6 overs. 264 more to win. Who was going to bowl a 7th over?
Well, do you want to know who the new batsman is as well?
He won't be facing yet.
Okay.
It's going to be Ian Austin. Continue.
And no surprises there. Why change a winning formula?
Yeah. Well, though he didn't take a wicket in his last over. 3 overs, 3 for 56.
He's going to be bowling to MJK Smith, who immediately just tickles him around the corner. They will take a comfortable single. And the new man, tall, angular, beaky, balding, surprisingly reminiscent in appearance of Groucho Marx. His large horn-rimmed spectacles that he only started wearing because his cartoonist drew him wearing them, or a cartoonist. It is, of course, the Maverick of Surrey, destroyer of other D-bot teams. Let's see what he can do today. Percy Fender.
No surrender, Percy Fender.
Well, he is going to be facing, and he's immediately off the mark with a 3, actually. Doesn't quite reach that cover boundary. Merv Hughes swoops on it like a giant mustachioed eagle, and it will only be 3 runs for Percy and bring MJK back onto strike. Oh, immediately gets a single. Thank you, Bear. Tucked away. Back on strike comes Percy Fender. Well, he's got his eye in now. He's 2 skips down the wickets, back over Austin's head, and the worst of football is her book Hendo is holding up. Is it picture of Watford on the? Is that Watford you've got there?
No.
Why are you showing it to me then? Oh, it's you. It's you.
Yeah.
Hendo is in an unscheduled.
Hendo's advertising his own book.
self-advertisement. Hendo is advertising his own books, available at a discount in all good bookstores. So you can talk about some of your other books a bit later, Hendo, but that was a magnificent 6 by Percy Fender, who's going to go down swinging. He's going to go down at all.
What was that book, Hendo?
Worst of Football.
No,
It just
Worst
happens to
of
be on my
Football.
shelf here.
Shameless.
And Percy Fender gorgeously strokes this away through extra cover. Mark Cosgrove huffs, puffs, pants and waddles, but he won't cut it off, and it's 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
1 to come, target under 250 now.
One indeed it is. In comes Austin, and thank you very much indeed, says Percy, as he pulls this.
That went
this
like
time.
a tracer bullet.
Pulls it through square leg. WG barely sees it. 4 runs it is. End of the over. Oh, it's not the end of the over. Yes, it is the end of the over.
Yes, it is the end of the over.
No one
Hello.
told the bear.
100. I did say it a few times. 134 for 6 after 7 overs. 245 more to win. Percy Fender 17 off 4. MJK Smith 33 off 12. Ian Austin yet again going for 19, which he's gone for in 3 of his 4
He's
overs.
been consistent.
He has been consistent. Leah, who's changed her screen name to Leah Wicket Witch, which I like, the Wicket Witch of the West. Every time Tony announces a medium-sized appeal, it's a no ball. I think he's onto something. And also says, I am become Percy Fender, destroyer of bowling attacks. And the ghost of Zoob says, I was cremated in a bespectacled coffin.
There you go. Yeah, I had a burning desire to have that happen. Okay, who have you got, Hendo?
Still Dwayne. Swing Dwayno.
Finish this off. It's going to be the big Bermudan, Russell Dwayne, Mark Leverock.
I've lost the ball.
The nerves of clearly, he's gone to look for another book to advertise or promote. What's he going to bring back this time? The worst at cricket?
Something like that.
He's got 2 books.
I've got a copy of that on my shelf, actually.
Yeah. The Kama Sutra? No. What have we got, Hendo? You might as well do your advertising now, because I saw
We've
you
got
going
a
to get
ball, Tony.
Oh,
there's a 3.
hang on. Let's have a look. We're going to look at. It's the worst of cricket 2.
Yep.
More malice and misfortune for the world's cruelest greatest.
Andrew Simon's clotheslining a pitch invader.
Indeed.
And well, goodness me, it's a big arse on the front, not behind it, I hasten to add. And that's worked away for. Hang on, there's some cricket going on here, Hendo. Can we we'll advertise your next your work in a couple of balls' time. And as people have been waiting, that ball was clipped away for 3. They've taken those 3. It will bring who's on strike?
MJK Smith just clipped that 3, so it's Percy Fender on strike on 17 off 4. 137 for 6, 242 more to win.
Meeting the big Bermudan. Percy Fender again just pulls this. It's between Austin and WG. Not Austin, because he's bowling, isn't he? No, he's not. Leverock's bowling. Between Austin and WG, away for 4. Fine effort. Going well.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
In comes Leverock again. This time, Percy Fender just guides this away through the covers. Merv Hughes will just pull it up short of the rope. They're chipping away at this total, but it's the lower order having to do it. Shall we have a quick word from our sponsors, Hendo's Dodgy Book Publications Limited? Who have we got? Who have we got this time? Are you not showing it?
No, I'm just having a bit of fun because they've all been remainders. You can't buy them new anymore.
Ah, well, worth
could
looking
become
out for. I've read
collector's
your
items,
Worst
Hendo.
of Cricket. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I mean,
Just saying that.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it as well. I bought it as a Christmas present some years ago. I quite enjoyed it. Oh, is that the if it were raining Palace? Oh yeah, if it were raining.
I'd get hit by the Dunny door.
Yep.
Yeah, fine author is Hendo.
Still get it off Kindle.
The flattery is genuine because it's going to make absolutely no fucking difference to this game, which is going south at a rapid rate for the bespectacled lads. What have we got this time? But it's another 3 from MJK Smith. Nicely tickled away, pulled up on the mid-wicket boundary by WG Grace, who's having to do some work out there. In again comes Leverock, another medium-sized appeal, and another no ball. Lennox Lear, are you listening? The wicket. Extraordinary. Who's facing it?
That was Fender. That was Fender who survived that no ball. Leverock's first of the innings. Third, 3 from the making a spectacle of themselves 11 to go with the 6 in the fat lot innings. Still 2 to come in this over.
Indeed, there are. Dwayne Leverock to bowl them. Oh, what a superb shot by Percy Fender. Late cut past Samit Patel all the way to the backward point boundary for
150 up, 152 for 6.
152 for 6. And again, once more, Percy Fender just clips this through square leg. Still left vacant by with probably a touch of arrogance there, because they feel that they've clearly got enough. But it's away for 4 more.
Yeah, that brings to an end Dwayne Leverock's second over. He's taken 1 for 38 off his 2 overs, including a no ball. MJK Smith is 39 off 14. Percy Fender is 32 off 9. This partnership
here.
Yeah, this partnership 41 off 13, 5 fours and 1 6, all hit by Percy Fender. So MJK Smith is basically acting as his runner. Making a spectacle of themselves 11, 156 for 6, trail by 223. Leo Wicketwitch says the East German euphemism for coffin was Erdmöbel, which means earth furniture. And Jeff Perkins says, Worcester Football Review helped start the fire very nicely.
I felt the earth furniture move from under my feet.
Was that off Amazon?
No.
Anyway,
156 for 6, 8 overs gone. Who's bowling the 9th? Surely Ian Austin's got to get a break.
Ian Austin's having a break, and into the attack is coming Warwick Armstrong himself.
Let's see if where is he? Where is? Well, he's bowling to MJK Smith. The big ship has another chance to sail one more time on the Ali Ali-O. And he's going to be sailing in to MJK Smith. And immediately, there's a modest, quiet appeal, which is met with, once again, a stern refusal by the umpire. In comes Armstrong again. MJK Smith, he doesn't like that kind of tormenting, so he just takes a quick single. They run through, brings a more aggressive Percy Fender onto the attack, and immediately he looks to find the cover boundary. It won't get there. It's pulled up there by Merv Hughes. They take 3, and back onto strike will come MJK Smith. Comes Warwick Armstrong again. A modest, polite appeal, and this time he has breached the defences of MJK. What a bowling change! The big ship has fired its big cannons, and they have blasted a great big hole in the defence of MJK Smith, who has gone for, don't know how many, Knuckle?
Or an innings leading 40 off 17 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. Rather lost momentum in trying to keep giving Percy Fender the strike, though bowled by Warwick, the big ship Armstrong. 160 for 7 after 8.4 overs. Still 219 to win into the making a spectacle of themselves 11's very long but surprisingly effective tail.
Well, and of course it is none other than Alf Valentine, immortalised by Egbert Moore, better known as Lord Beginner.
We are. I think our listeners were, we weren't.
2 balls left of this Warwick Armstrong over.
Sometimes Zoom doesn't seem to take the jingles to you, but they're always playing.
Here comes right arm, fast, medium. And well, Alf Valentine. He may be bespectacled and not particularly muscular of stature, but my goodness me, he got every single pound of his weight behind that, back up over the bowler's head for 6 runs.
6.
One to come.
What has the big ship got? Well, he's got the taste so much that they could. Is it going to go for 4? It's not. It's pulled up by Merv Hughes on that cover boundary. They'll come back for 3. It ends the over and it will keep Alf Valentine on strike.
Yes, on 9 off 2, Percy Fender 35 off 10. The best over the innings thus far from the Making a Spectacle, the Fat Lot of Use 11 as the captain brings himself on 1 for 13 off it. Very good over, marginally ruined, or not ruined, but made marginally worse by that 6 from Alf Valentine, who's scored some runs in this tournament, if I'm correct. 169 for 7, they're making a spectacle of themselves, 11 after 9 overs, 210 more to win. Gits and Grats in reference to the photo of you with those notes says, even in today's climate, I would sleep better at night hearing Tony read the news. And Leo Wicket Witch says, I can't believe Hendo doesn't bring on that Grace lad whose all-rounder qualities I've heard so much about.
Well, Hendo, who do you have coming on next?
I've got WG Grace.
So you do have WG Grace.
Well,
there you are.
Easily led.
Easily led, yeah.
William Gilbert Grace.
Willie G, friend.
You haven't bowled him much in this tournament, Hendo.
Well, he's taken 4 wickets.
Yeah, he's had his moments, but
including himself.
Yes, indeed. But I perhaps left a little bit late to come on because he was on a bit of a high after that good innings he played today. So let's see if he's still got the adrenaline flowing.
Bowling to Alf Valentine.
Bowling to Alf Valentine he is, and Alf Valentine is no respecter of a man who has statues and gates and other things named after him, because he has slapped this over mid-wicket where WG Grace was patrolling. It's now Ian Botham who's gone out there, but he ain't going to stop that. That's well and truly gone. Oh, however, big shout. This was a big shout this time. Not out.
Get those fat fingers working, Bear, you fuckwit.
I've lost track. Oh, that's Alf Valentine, isn't it? Alf
you.
Valentine is facing WG.
Hendo calling me a fuckwit. All right, we're back. It's after lunch, tea even. And we're joined for the first time in this extended summer by Nestle Boy. How are you, mate?
All right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. You got the afternoon off? Working from home?
I've got a week off, mate.
Oh, you got a week off. Oh. Big time.
Nestle Boy, it's good to see you.
A week off.
Oh. Anything planned?
Cycling?
I've got some friends over from Australia, so I'm going to go up to London to see them. I was out with them last night.
Had a few beers?
I had way too many beers last night.
Yeah,
and
you do sound a little bit under the weather, it has to be said.
You do.
I woke up with a stiff neck. You know, you get that... That's really the most pointless injury on earth.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. I mean, how did it happen?
It just does. I went round to a mate's and watched the Joshua Usyk fight last weekend, and I didn't think I'd actually drunk that much. Probably had about three quarters of a bottle of wine and a couple of beers. Just doesn't agree. You get older, it's fucking... I woke up with a little bit of a stinking headache on Sunday morning.
We did our usual Brick Lane thing last night, so we were in the best pub in London, I think, the Pride of Spitalfields, which is a classic London boozer. Hasn't changed in... Well, I've been going there for 30 years. Just sticky carpet.
Nice.
Velvet wallpaper.
Oh, yeah.
Shit toilets. It's brilliant. And it's cheap. I mean, cheap by London standards. Like, they're their beer was sort of £4, you know.
£4 for a pint in
That's
London. That's fucking
really
dirt
good.
cheap, man.
Yeah, and it was nice beer as well. It's not shit lager, you know.
I bought a pint of the local beer in Bath, round the corner from the Theatre Royal, and they said £4.70. I thought, well, I'll have 5 more of those, please.
Yeah. Six quid down by me.
Oh, and the rest.
And the rest,
Yeah.
exactly. Well, we're back after tea. I'll give some jingles after this first ball, which is into the hip of folks who just worked it round to man on 45. They get through for a quick single. This guy is still in.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
We haven't referred to this partnership as the two Bens, as far as I'm
Yeah.
aware. But
Ben
it is
Folks
two
and
Ben.
Stokes. He's been bowled to by this man.
Simon Harmer flees into the night, straight from Pretoria, Essex bound.
And don't they have a name for the Bens in Scotland? Don't they? The ones
Bens.
over 3,000 feet.
Yeah.
Have all got a special name because you've got to climb in 24 hours or something.
There's about, I don't know, yeah, you've got to climb.
The McCagues or something like this. Somebody on Twitter will know and enlighten us, I'm sure.
Harmer's around the wicket to Stokes, who works that into the leg side. He'll get himself 1. Is he going to try and come back for 2 and get his ton? Don't think so. Nortje comes in from deep square leg and they'll just be the 1 run. He moves on to 99. Folks is on 62. England lead by 159. It's a very handy lead. 310 for 5. Still 5 wickets in hand. Got to be looking to push on to 400 now, aren't they? And a lead of 250. And try and wrap this up by an innings. Harmer tosses that up. Folks comes down, clips it to a pretty straightish mid wicket. There's a very short mid on, almost an on Hayden, but a little bit wide for that. There's a short leg. There's a man on the 45. Presumably there's someone out in the deep. The clouds are in. It's a bit hazy. It's very humid here in London, I have to say. Folks again comes down the track, tries to clip it, can't beat the man at the very short wide on Hayden. Hervé. And he can't get a single, but England look pretty comfortable now.
Two afternoons in succession out of London. You don't half feel a difference in the air, I promise you.
I can imagine. Just dropped down with soft hands by Folks, but goes to the man on the 45. There will not be a single.
Do you get better air up in Essex, Sean?
No, it's humid here.
Is it?
Yeah. By better air, do you mean less polluted?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it just feels cleaner, in Bath there were seagulls sort of flapping about and making their noise. And
You've got seagulls in the field across from me, if you want them. Clipped it once more into the leg side and there's no runs. Plenty of seagulls in London. They're like rats. They're like rats of the air, much like pigeons.
It's car culture in Essex, Gary. It's if you don't have 2 Range Rovers in your drive, you're
nobody.
You're nobody. I've had a tweet from Jay.
Yeah.
Hooray, Nestle boy, the ace of spades himself, he says.
Yes, I see you wearing your Motorhead t-shirt.
Absolutely. Yeah. Munro is defined as a mountain in Scotland with a height of over 3,000 feet, says Oscar Abellini.
Well, thank you for that. That was the word I was looking for.
And you've got there's a series of Munros through. I don't think you can do them in a day, though, can you?
No, I don't think it's
Rabada around the wicket. Ben Stokes, who's looking for his 100, just guides that square on the offside. There's no run. Do you think he's going to go ballistic once he gets his 100?
He might, but we don't want to lose the Munro because one of the great moments of guerrilla cricket was your reaction to Colin Munro.
Who's that
of
weirdo?
New Zealand. Who's that weirdo?
Is that the one?
Yeah. Quintessential guerrilla cricket.
Who's that
moment.
fucking weirdo? I think it was.
Yeah, it probably was. Rabada around a wicket, driven sweetly. It's like pinball. Driven hard by Folks. Back towards Rabada. Bounces off his heel up towards Gully, which allows them to get through for a single. And that is Stokes' 100. He's batted extraordinarily well. He's had been a bit lucky at times. Been a bit extravagant at times. But he's made it through. And it's his first century as captain. And so we raise a glass to him. Well done.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
I just want to mention Manny Cohen, late of this parish, because Manny has a good record in identifying talent, and he picked Alistair Cook, didn't he? Put a wager on him.
And as folks, guys, that one between the slips down towards third man. And it's going to race away, and that's 4 runs. And things starting to look up for England.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
And I remember having a conversation, and I felt that Ben Stokes would become a bowling all-rounder. He was a 90-mile-an-hour man, if you remember, in his young days, and I said, it's a very valuable item as a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. He needs to concentrate on his bowling and bat at 7 or 8 or so. Well, that's his 14th Test 100. So what do I know?
14th, 12th.
12th, sorry.
Pulled by folks. 28.50s, of course, out towards deep mid wicket where Maharaj is fielding. And I'm going to single.
Are we saying one of his sensible innings?
It's not been entirely sensible. He's been a bit rash at times. Got away, got an inside edge onto his pad, was given out, it wasn't out.
Yeah, it's been more, if we're in Ministry of Silly Walks territory, it's been much more like one of Michael Palin's and John Cleese's. It's been an innings with just a little silliness rather than the full-blown baseball silliness.
Just the odd dab.
He's kind of lost the plot a couple of times and tried to be a bit extravagant and then reined it in again. Guys, that one square on the offside out to the deep, get himself another single.
I'll go back to the point I made earlier, that it's been the cross-batted shots, the horizontal bat shots, where both of them actually have looked less comfortable. Where they've driven, or if they've stood up tall and defended on the back foot with a vertical bat, they've looked very much at ease.
Yeah, I don't think it's the quickest pitch, is it? There's a bit of bounce in it, but I don't think it's particularly pacey. And the bowlers have been getting, it's a new ball, newish ball. It's only 8 overs old, as that's left alone by folks through to the keeper, and there's no run. But the bowlers have been out there, they're into their 3rd session now, and they had to bowl a session yesterday. This is their 4th session of the game,
It's been such an old school test match so far. In the era of baseball, what we've seen is a couple of English fast medium pacers bowl the ball, wobble it, in fact 3 of them, bowl the ball, wobble it a bit this way, wobble it a bit that way, top order collapse, and then a rescue by a couple of batsmen who are simply playing the balls on their merits, looking to pick up singles where they can, but not having too much of an eye on the scoreboard. I mean, this test match so far could have come from any of my years watching cricket in the 70s, 80s, 90s.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly there's certainly no baseball here.
And no sort of positive body language and putting the pressure back on the bowling or anything like that. They've just played each ball as it comes.
Well, and that's the sensible thing to do. I mean, if you bowl the opposition out, having decided to bat the opposition and get themselves all out for 151, you've got to make that count. Especially they picked 2 spinners, and they fucked up the entire strategy of picking the bowlers that they have. So you've got to put it back down their throat, as it were, as that's defended and pushed by Stokes up to long off to get himself a single. That's Harmer. I mean, they brought Harmer on when he got a new ball. 8 overs after and a new ball.
He does bowl a lot with the new ball for Essex. The extra bounce helps him. But of course, he just bowls a lot for Essex, full stop.
Well, there you go. And it, not disparaging. Essex is it's a county system. It's good cricket. Slight step up to Test cricket. He doesn't look amazing to me. He looks okay. As Folks defends that back to the bowler, and there's no run. I mean, I've not really seen him before, so does he amaze me? No. Pretty standard off spinner, really. As that one is clipped out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Nothing that should scare a professional batsman, really. Sure, he's quite wily, but even the best, can struggle when your team's back against the wall. It's a lot easier to bat when you're miles in front with wickets in hand and a big lead already than it is when you're struggling. I mean, cricket is as much a psychological game as anything else. That's tossed up, and Folkes is down the wickets, misfield by the on Hayden, and it goes down to long on, where I think Ngudi is fielding, and there's a single.
Well, Elgar's waiting for something to happen here, which is never a good move for a fielding captain.
Down the track comes Stokes, looking to launch it over the top. Doesn't quite get there. Instead covers up, pushes it up to long off, gets himself a single.
He's done that so well. He's used his feet to the pace bowlers and the slower bowlers. But it doesn't mean to say that once he's got himself into an attacking position that he's gone through with the attacking shot. He's often defended, and he's often found a single, as he did there. And that's been, I think, the cleverest part of the innings so far.
Yeah, down the track comes Folkes, defends it, and there is no run.
Jay Grover asked, does anyone live where you can properly see the stars?
Our place in Sweden is fantastic for seeing the stars because we're fairly remote. There isn't a lot of light pollution, and you can certainly see the Milky Way. And in August, you see is it the Pleiades, the meteor shower?
Yeah.
10th, 11th of August. It's a good place for it. You can't see anything in London.
Oscar Havellini says the National Three Peaks Challenge involves climbing the three highest peaks of Scotland, England, Wales, often within 24 hours.
Oh, right, okay. Ooh, that one's come back in, and Rivaldo's around the wicket, and it's hit Stokes on his hip, by the looks of things, back hip, beating the inside edge of the bat. Hitting his back hip, that looks quite painful. Yeah, jagged back in, inside edge, in fact, onto his hip.
That was nearly very unfortunate.
Nearly cobblers. But not quite.
See, that's where I think Ben Stokes can be a little bit of a drama queen. He makes the most of that kind of thing.
I bet that hurt.
Oh, well, he's lamped that one straight up in the air. Is anyone going to be underneath it? Yeah, there is. Ben Stokes is gone. He's tried to whack that out onto the leg side. He's got a big top edge. Lost patience. He's got himself a ton. He's got England into a position. Sure, he would have liked to go on, but it's a cracking innings. And Folkes taps him on the shoulder and says, "Well done." I'm sure he's a bit upset about that.
Pretty good catch by Elgar.
Yeah,
that went
it was
a long way.
It was a big top edge. He was trying to smash it back over his head. It went a long way up, and Elgar steadied himself underneath it and caught it.
What was a good technique there, and it's really important, is he got his hands above his head. So even though he slightly misjudged it and ended up falling over, because his hands were above his eye line, he could watch the ball all the way into the hands. Had he tried to do that in the more traditional English way anyway, with fingers pointing down under the chin, he would never have caught that. But because he went for the Southern Hemisphere, certainly the Australian way, with the hands high and the fingers upwards, just gave him that opportunity to just make the adjustment he needed at the end there. Pretty good catch.
We have to say goodbye to Ben Stokes.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
But that brings in Nighthawk. We haven't got a jingle for Nighthawk. I want one.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna beat you down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
You know, I'm a bit surprised he's ahead of Ollie Robinson. I know he got some runs slogging in the last match, and you just get the feeling with Broad that he's either going to slug 25 or get out for 2.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be much in between, where Robinson could back for 2 hours here.
Well, Robinson got 40 in his first innings. He's looked pretty shit in every innings I've seen him
No.
bat since
I mean, he's scored hundreds in first class.
I know
cricket.
he has.
He's no mug.
And I heard that before he came in to play for England. But when he's batted for England, he's generally been pretty fucking useless.
Well, let's see. He hasn't batted that often. This is his 5th test.
9th.
Okay, and often in the tail they haven't got much of a chance, especially the England's tail.
Well,
anyway.
if you're a batsman in the town, then you should make it count. Dropped into the offside by Folks, got himself a single. Lead moves on to 170.
Brian Barris tells me that he's going to North Carolina tonight to write about cricket.
Oh.
You have to go all the way to North Carolina, Brian, to do that? Can you not do it from where you are? But anyway.
I think he's involved in the minor league cricket thing over there.
Where in North Carolina, Brian?
It's Charlottesville.
Charlotte, yeah. Durham, as per my hat.
All looks very nice. A bit, what do they call it? Antebellum, is that the word?
Yeah.
Part of the sound.
There's a film called Antebellum. You seen that? Oh,
no.
That's come back into Broad, and I don't know if it got his pad or inside edge onto his pad. It's going way down leg side anyway, and balloons out towards the slips.
I think he was so late on that Slip actually had the ball in his hand by the time his bat came down.
Well, this is the thing with Broad, isn't it? I mean, Broad's been sent out because he can bash the quick 25, right? But Broad either gets 25, as you say, or he gets fuck all. But if he managed to get there, he does hit. He's quite entertaining to watch. There's that. He drives up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Jay Grover says this is why Manny is wise and Gary talks bobbins. He also says, what spinners does Bear like? Good ones.
No, I like Leachy. I'm telling you, Leach is going to be England's Nathan Lyon. I've been banging on about this all summer.
Nathan Lyon.
His statistics are better than Nathan Lyon. Down a track. That's Broady. Has a big swish, misses it. It misses the stumps, misses everything. Goes through to Verena, and there is no run to any over.
See, my concern about that is he's a number 8 batsman. He's in at number 8. There's a bloke at the other end on 69, and he's just slogged one that went between him and the stumps on the leg side. I mean, do that, but do it at 10. Don't do it at 8.
It doesn't really matter, because if 9 comes in and Folks is still there, it's not a big difference.
Yeah, but if Ollie Robinson, who does know how to defend, does know how to bat, believe me, if he stays there for, let's say, an hour and 20 minutes, Folks will have his 100. And England's lead
but he can do that after
220.
But he can do that after Broad's been there, because if he stays there and Folks stays there, then that'll happen anyway. So they just want to put a little bit of pressure on now. Why the ball is new, maybe. Folks defends that into leg side, and there's no run.
Well, that's like saying Broad might as well bat at 3, because Root can come in at 5 and do what he does.
Nighthawk, yes, flat by Harmer, and Folks clips it, but right at Keegan Peterson, who gets hit in the chest at short leg, and there's no run.
I've talked a little over the tweets there, Nestle boy. I'll quiet.
Again clipped into leg side, again to short leg. Keegan Peterson feints to throw it at stumps as Folks overbalances a bit, but he doesn't, and he gets his foot back in time. Switches his feet around, doesn't he? Yeah. He retains his balance. Harmer tosses that one up straight onto leg stump. Clipped into leg side, beats the man on the 45. It's 2 square for him. And they're going to come back for 2. Broad's a bit slow, but throws at the wrong end and throws shit. It's over Verena's head. And they go back for 2.
Mike Keeby is currently listening from Holy Lake in North Karelia, Finland. Was looking up at the Milky Way last night from the cooling sessions after the sauna.
Nice. Oh, yes.
Hey?
The full thrashing with twigs, was it?
Oh, got to be full thrashing with twigs.
A Harmer. Oh, a bit short. I thought he'd missed that. But instead, he just guides it out through a vacant cover. Gets himself a single. One ball left in the open for Broad to face. Now, Broad, I'd imagine, will like this. I'm sure there'll be a big clearing of the front leg and a big hoik.
Yeah, you see, I think he should just block it back and say to Ben Folks here, have another 6 deliveries now.
Yeah, maybe. As the pissed fans are standing up on camera. And Harmer will bowl the last ball of the over, probably around the wicket, I thought, to Broad. Checks the leg side. What do we reckon? Slog sweep? That's what I'm going for.
Out.
Possibly.
Out.
Harmer around the wicket. No, down the track and hit straight, and it's not going to be out. It's going to be 6. There you go. Take the attack back. That was a good shot. Picked
6
up nicely.
runs, and Folks has got the strike.
And Folks still staying strike. Perfect, Gary.
Jay Grover says, proper jealous of Sweden. I miss lots about living in the Himalayan foothills, but the stars most of all. And then he says, oh, Benjamin, you silly Billy. Is the Nighthawk batting, says Warren? Indeed.
Yes, the Nighthawk is batting. He's just smashed the 6.
Jay has also sent in a YouTube clip of the Nighthawk soundtrack by Keith Emerson.
So there was a program called Nighthawk. We were talking about Street Hawk yesterday. I was thinking it was the motorbike one. That's pulled by Folks, nicely pulled, in fact, out through mid-wicket, straight of mid-wicket and wide of mid-on. And there is no one out in the deep. That's a good shot, and he will get himself 4 runs.
10 in 2 balls.
Yeah.
Brian tells me it's he's in Morrisville, next to Durham. It's the minor league cricket finals weekend. They're going to redevelop it into a bigger ground and host international matches, maybe the T20 World Cup.
Again, short, doesn't get up, and again pulled, and again there's no one out in the deep, and again 4 runs. Folks moves on to 80. I mean, there's something to be said here that England should be, you know. I mean, what do you want the lead? I mean, the lead you could try and get up to 300, but I doubt that's really going to happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, anything above 200 is fantastic, isn't it? Folks was just sitting on the back foot there, waiting for that. He knew it was going to be short ball. It wasn't very clever bowling from Rabada, who, having been brilliant at Lords, has been rather less than that in this test. Hasn't looked at ease with his action. Hasn't had a lot of luck, but he should really, as a senior bowler, be offering a little more control at the moment.
Yeah, Rabada in, pulled by Folks out to deep square leg when Maharaj is fielding. Get himself a single.
Jay says, oh, fucking no. Please don't let Gary talk about Leach. Unless it inspires him to do a Laker next innings.
Well, I didn't deliberately for that reason, but Rabada got even worse. Yeah, he's bowled a no ball.
Over the line!
Ooh,
massive no ball.
I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
As well as he bowled in the last test, he's not bowled great in this test, has he?
No, he hasn't.
No, I mean, he's gone for 104 in 22.2 overs.
Yeah, he's bowled both sides of the wicket, and he's bowled short and full. He hasn't had the control. He's bowled the odd Jaffa, he always will, with his wrist position, if he gets it right. But you know, top of off stumps on top of off stump.
Well, he's around the wicket to Broad, who plays that out. It's backs away and plays it out vacant through the vacant cover. We'll get back for 2 runs.
Yeah.
Jay also tells us he can get full thrashings in Sheffield. Observable Milky Way, not so much.
I mean, how Broad got that delivery, which was angled in around hip height, well inside leg stump, how he got it to extra cover is a mystery that I'm not prepared to attempt to explain.
Rabada around the wicket, and it's played again. Plays it inside out, back through the vacant cover. There is no one out on the boundary, and is it going to make it there? It's going to be no 3. It's chased down by Nortje. I'm surprised they haven't brought Nortje back.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Oh god, see, I'd have found this yesterday. Averages per wicket. I'm going to have to go into my Gmail to get the link to the one I went yesterday. As a number 8, I think Broad is up there with some of the high.
Oh yeah. I mean, it helps when you get 169 in a rather unusual Test match at Lords. But Yeah, I mean, but we all know that Broad's career with the bat is pre and post being Baron Aaron's. So I think you've got to look at the last 5 years for Broad with the bat.
Defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. I need to find my email from yesterday that I sent myself that had the link on it.
My reckons South Africa should just bowl down the leg and effectively stop England from scoring for the rest of the day. He doesn't see any other way to save this test for them now.
Well, the way to save the test is that 2 South Africans have got to make hundreds, and others have got to chip in and set England 150, because
played by Folkes square on the offside out to the man deep to the boundary and get himself another single. Averages at number 8. Vittori's the highest with 39.77 as an average of number 8.
Yeah.
Abroad doesn't figure it now. Oh yeah, no, Broad at 8 averages 22.85.
Yeah, there's an inflation, I'm sure, with that 169, but it still needed to be scored even in those circumstances.
Oh no, he didn't score that at number 8.
Didn't he?
No, he didn't. Because his figures at number 8 is 59 innings, 6 not outs, 1,211 runs at an average of 22.85.
Okay.
So maybe he came in at number 7 or number 9 for that one.
He wasn't 7, that's for sure.
Well, it must have been number 9 then.
Yeah, must have been.
Down the track comes Folkes, clips that. Can't beat a very straight mid-wicket.
So Folkes on 82 then. He's within sight of the maiden home century. He needed these runs, and it's good to see him coming through.
I think he's batted, but apart from the last test, I think he's batted reasonably well this summer, to be fair. So it's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run. It's not done him, you know, he scored a 50 odd. He batted well with Root in in the first test against New Zealand to get them across the line. Batted well in the second test there, man. That's where he maybe got his 50. Scored a couple of 40s and a useful 30. Not a couple of failures, but everyone has failures.
Yeah, he just hasn't had to score. He hasn't had a 50, I don't think.
Oh yeah, he has. No, he scored a 50. That's swept by Broad, very fine, under edge really, and he's going to get himself 4 runs. It goes down to a very fine leg.
Well, this could get very messy here for South Africa.
It could indeed. The lead is now 200. England move on to 351 for 6, and you know, 6 wickets, 4 wickets left. Even another 50 runs. I mean, this is looking like an innings defeat, isn't it? Possibly. I mean, they'll have to bat well. I mean, especially if they lose a couple of early wickets. There's still something in this pitch. There's still movement. There's still movement in the air. It seems at Old Trafford, even though today has been reasonably sunny. So that's forced out through the offside. Rabada claws it back, but Broad will get himself a single.
Yeah, I hate to talk about body language, but they don't look like a team who are expecting to take a wicket. I mean, last time I said that, Ben Stokes hit 1 miles in the air and Dean Elgar took a good catch. But I can't discern how they're trying to get these men out here.
I think they've run out of ideas, actually. That's clipped into the leg side, and there's no one. We do a change. We are due a change at the end of this over.
Why isn't Nokia bowling? Especially
well,
Broad?
That's the obvious question, isn't it? The ball is still pretty new. And this is straight after tea. Maybe he's either injured, knackered, who knows. Right, we're going to have a change. Jack is going to come into my seat. Tony is coming in as well. Ajit's supposed to be here, but he's not. You're going to go in here. So you two are going to carry on talking. And if Ajit turns up, you shall let him in. And, you're going to have an extra man then.
Yeah, England romp into victory here, as we all knew they would. Bounce back. I give South Africa 50 more overs in this match. Tony takes his seat. So, yeah. 352 for 6. England leading by 201. We don't have a jingle for ex-leads, do we? Maybe we should invest. Were they just saying that Norke should come back into the attack? Here he is. 354 from his 15 overs. He's bowled fast in this match. Maybe not as fast as earlier on yesterday or at Lord's. Pretty effective. There's a picture of Ben Stokes drinking a beer on the England dressing room balcony.
He might have to bowl tonight. He won't be drinking a beer.
No, it's a beer.
Right.
It's a can of Stella.
Here is our man.
If your number one project is to have yourself a...
Yep, the Bry man in. Big swing from Stuart Broad. He played that from square leg. Missed the ball by a couple of feet, if we're being generous. Then he does that thing, you see Steve Smith do it a lot with his wrist. Indicate that the ball moved away, and had it not moved extravagantly, he would have hit that into the crowd. A lie, of course.
I've just realised the reason Ajit might not be here is I've got a nasty feeling I didn't put him on the invite list when I sent the email out.
Well, yeah. Ajit, if you're listening.
If you are anywhere nearby, Ajit, you're supposed to be doing some summary for us, mate.
Here he comes, number 20, Norkia. It's a full toss, and it is slashed over point by Stuart Broad. It's so hard the cameraman lost that.
Did it go all the way?
I think it went for 4 runs.
I think it was 4.
Lots of people clapping. Norkia looks sad.
Yeah, I'll go for 4.
Yeah, hammered it over point. It's a full delivery, aimed at middle stump. Stuart Broad was giving him the charge, which is bold. Partnership up to 36 runs from the last 25 balls. England going like the clappers. I'm not even sure Broad's faced 10 balls yet. Here comes Norkia into Broad. It goes back to the bowler. He has a little shy at the stumps, misses. It's a dot ball. Broad inspects the inside edge of his bat. Yeah, that was his 11th ball. Broad on 20 from 11. Folks at the other end on 83. From 180. Dean Elgar looking, well, a little bit bemused. He's got his sunglasses upside down on the back of his head. A salt-crusted green South African cap. Propping him up as Norkia comes in again. A big swing from Broad, and he actually does a 180 in the follow-through there.
He'd not win any prizes for style, would he, these days, with his batting?
No.
It's basically swing yourself off your feet every so often. But it has worked. 20 off 12 is not bad going.
Well, he's definitely justifying the Nighthawk hype, isn't he?
He is the Nighthawk. But he does. We do need to see. Well, ideally, folks would want to get to his ton, I'm sure.
Yeah. I mean, you can see why all the Nighthawk nonsense would really rub some teams up the wrong way, wouldn't you? But he's walking the walk. As Norkia comes in again, inside edge. There's nobody in short square on the leg side. So they'll pick up a single as the bloke on the boundary runs in and returns it to the keeper. 357 for 6, England, off 93.5 overs. Not the fastest they've scored this year, but it's pretty handy, leading by 206.
Well, it is for their for a first innings. It's very decent. I mean, you know, there's 3 1/4 day, or 3 1/4 days. Slightly less than that, but there's a huge amount of cricket left in this game.
Yeah, I somehow think we won't be seeing.
I'm not sure we'll be seeing Monday.
Full allocation, yeah.
You know, you never know. It is Manchester.
Full from Norkia, whipped through, well, straightish mid-wicket. The fielder at mid-on does get round, does really well to get round, and then lets the ball go through their hands. I think they might have slowed it up enough to prevent a 4. Dean Elgar, I think, was the man laying out for that. But it will be another 3 runs to Ben Folkes, who celebrates by adjusting his box. He's up to 86.
It's a sort of error in the field that can happen, isn't it, when you're under the pump a bit?
Yeah, I wonder if it did something a little bit weird. It's come off the square and onto the outfield, so maybe it didn't bounce up as expected, or the speed changed on the 3rd bounce. It was a good-looking shot from Folkes. It was timed very well. And I think he'd have been disappointed not to have picked up runs if it had been cut off.
I can tell you, Jay Grover says the Nighthawk would rub anyone up the wrong way because it's totally fucking ridiculous.
Is it though, Jay? 21 off 13.
Yeah, I think it's a bit daft. I go along with that, but it's, you know, the principle of it is I sort of get.
Yeah, I mean, I think with all this Bazball, I know England say Bazball isn't a thing, but they do bang on about loads of crap, like Nighthawks and going at 7 and over and winning on day 3, chasing 400, all that sort of stuff. You can see why it would annoy people. Folks flicks one to mid-wicket. It's fielded. The return throw to the keeper isn't a great one. Buzzers were on the agenda, but well backed up. As Folks gets himself set, there's a slip waiting, a short leg, and a short mid-on who is beaten by that delivery, as Folks knocks the ball down to long on for a single. South African spinners continue to toil. None for 72 for Simon Harmer. Maharaj wicketless as well. Only one wicket fallen to spin so far in this Test match.
Would that be Marco Janssen we're getting a close-up on? By any
Yeah,
chance?
I think it might be.
He might be rather rueful, I would think.
Something. So I've cursed. It's the reverse curse there. The commentator's blessing. Simon Harmer bowls a delivery. Broad comes down the pitch, and I think Harmer sees him coming, fires it in a little short. It does spin, it grips, it goes past the outside edge, and Kyle Verreynne, as quick as you like, whips the bails off.
You flipping muppet.
Sharp work.
Yeah,
well.
he tries his best to drop this, Verreynne. He jams it between his index finger and his middle finger. The ball does stay in the glove for long enough for him to take the bails off. Nothing controversial about that at all. Broad is gone, 21 off 14 balls. He's moved England from a good position to a better position. Job done, I'd say.
Well, it'd be interesting now who comes in next. Who's carded in next? I'm not actually
Surely
sure.
Ollie Robinson.
Well, you'd think it would be Robinson rather than Leach. Leach must be number 10 and Jimmy number 11. Have I missed anyone? No, not from where England are at the moment.
That's the whole gang.
I can catch up with a few messages. Let me think. Dara Azizi had said, "Let's talk about cricket, please." I do wonder who was on commentary when he prompted him to.
Bear and Carey.
Well, it was highly probable. Frank Rockefeller. England can still snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Well, I think that would be unexpected, but you never know.
We were talking about the Adelaide Test in the other room, weren't we?
We were.
And how it's
big collapses.
Yeah, and how England tend not to collapse from a position of strength and usually collapse from a position of weakness.
Yeah. Or a first innings. Was it first innings? Was it New Zealand a first innings?
Yeah,
when Overton had to rescue them.
First dig, wasn't
57, wasn't
it? Yep.
The Nighthawk, we read that one. Jay Gray also said, one day Bazball's skill set will execute to the Nighthawk. I've no problem with the theory, just the appellation. Fair enough.
Harmer in, tosses one up well wide of off stump. And Robinson, who is the new man, watchfully plays that from the crease.
It is indeed. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Where is he? Ollie, Ollie, Ollie.
Harmer twirls away. Reverse sweep. Second ball from Robinson. He finds point. It's on the floor. Well.
3 holes in the ground.
Harmer in, defended well by Robinson, good footwork there to get onto the back foot, and that brings the over to a close. 361 for 7, England leading by 210. Harmer has picked up his first wicket of the match.
Warren suggests Knight Rider might be a good name for the role of Nighthawk, or a condom.
Knight Rider. Well, it would be a condom, would it?
I don't know.
You might the Knight Rider might use a condom.
Possibly. What was the name of the car? Kit. Kit was the car, wasn't it? In Knight
Kit
Rider?
could be the condom.
Kit the car. Pirate Badshah. Personally, I think it's an insult to the venerable job of being an actual night watchman, along with a rebuke of the Dutch old master Rembrandt. Oh, the Night Watch.
I've seen that. It's good.
It is. It's awe-inspiringly huge, isn't it?
It's massive
when you stand in front of it. The Rijksmuseum, am I right?
Yeah, in Amsterdam. Folks faces up, drops one into the offside. It's kind of a defensive shot with a bonus run. There's no point in, guys on the fence. So Folks does come through for said run, moves him to 88, brings Robinson back on strike. We've seen a defensive shot, a reverse sweep and a defensive shot from Robinson so far. If the if the sequence is going to hold, flamboyance here, I reckon, Tony.
Flamboyance from Robinson. You reckon he's going to just tee off from the off?
No, I think it will be. People say be aggressive responsibly. I think he'll do that sequentially. So defend every other ball and try and belt the living daylights out of.
With so much time to
other
go,
ball.
they are going to be conscious of Folkes' milestone. Whether that necessarily changes what they do, we shall find out.
That's what Leach is for. It's a defensive shot, so my sequence theory was wrong. Norkia's speed down to a slightly more manageable 88 miles an hour. What's that in new money?
88 miles an hour?
Yeah, 148.
It'll be about, times it by a half, isn't it?
That's pretty fast. 50 miles an hour is 80 kph, and so now 25.
What's it in nautical miles an hour?
Good question. Why don't we use knots in? You'd think that would actually sort of make sense because the ball does go down and then up. There is a wave-like form to a cricket delivery. Bouncer Robinson drops his hands on it, whistles past his nose, but it's pretty well played.
I think it is responsible aggression from Robinson. I think you're bang on. He's done nothing yet to suggest otherwise. He will want to get Ben Folkes to his landmark, I think.
Yeah, at 12 runs away, folks. He's batted pretty well through the course of the day. I think 100 here would really nail down that place. He hasn't had an amazing summer, you'd say. He's been quite good with the gloves, as you'd expect, but bat-wise, maybe would have wanted to contribute more. The ooh from Tony is because Robinson's just a little poke at a ball a good 2 or 3 feet wide of off stump. Probably didn't need to be playing at that. And actually you can see the thought process as he pulls back the bat mid-stroke. Dean Elgar likes it, he claps 3 times. And then whirls his arm around like he's going to have a go.
He can bowl, can Dean Elgar. He's got a few test wickets to his name from recollection.
Yeah. As Norkia comes in once more past the umpire. That's a good bouncer, and it's quite well played from Robinson, who sways out of the way. I think it flicks his shirt on the way through. Kyle Verreynne, who literally appealed for anything, does go up. But I think Robinson had removed everything important from the vicinity.
Yeah, he had, and Norkia only went up a long time after Verreynne did.
Yeah,
and Verreynne's already proven he's a tad excitable.
Yeah, and by everything important, that includes Robinson's face, which was alarmingly close. You could definitely smell the leather on that one, I think. A ball to go and Norkia's over. It's been a pretty tidy one to the England number 9. He goes full, and Robinson plays a very orthodox-looking drive back down the ground. It's cut off by an extra cover who scampers across. And that brings it over to a close. It's maiden.
Well, Dean Elgar does have a best of 4 for 22.
Is that in India somewhere?
Funny enough, it was against India in Mohali in 2015. Pujara Rahane, Sahar and Amit Mishra being his victims.
Yeah,
but yes,
the old Joe Root.
Well, there is that. I think it's all fairly quiet. For fuck's sake, says Ravi Nair, does Jack not know about Knight Rider? Well, you do. You just proved it by saying Kit.
Everyone knows about Knight Rider.
And you know that Rembrandt's famous large painting is actually called Militia Company of District 2 under the command of Captain Franz Bannock Koch. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
I mean, it might be called that, but it's not all it's known as.
Oh, is that Paddington? There's Paddington.
And Paddington's wife?
Well, I don't know Mrs. Paddington.
Mrs. Paddington.
I don't know who Mrs. Paddington's supposed to be.
I never really got that, why you'd want to go to watch the cricket in a fucking bear costume or dressed as a sumo wrestler or Mario. Just go along, be a normal human being.
It's more for the entertainment of others.
That's what the beer is for.
Well, this is true.
Make a beer snake and know your station. Maharaj in! Oh, that one did not spin. It's quite well played from Folkes, though. Jams his bat down on it at the last second. I thought that was going to sneak through the gate, Tony.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, that. And as you say, it went on with the arm, hurried him up. Although he played it well enough.
Yeah, Maharaj returning to the attack. None for 55 from his 17 overs as Folkes defends. That's what you get for getting a wicket if you're Simon Harmer. Finally break through, whisked off.
Yeah. Here's a we keep looking at Mr. and Mrs. Paddington.
There's a bowler there from South Africa.
Maharaj in, strikes folks on the pad, but he skipped a couple of yards down the wicket, so no danger of an LBW. They come through. That was giving us a run, so maybe it was a little bit of an inside edge. With folks to 89.
Well, it's one nearer. He'll be happy with that.
Yeah. The other thing about fancy dress, a lot of it, they're quite large costumes, aren't they? I mean, I would be quite disappointed if I'd shelled out for tickets in the temporary stand, the venerable temporary stand at Old Trafford.
I mean, during that heat wave, I went to see, I think, Watford once during the heat wave. I was thinking, if I'm Harry the Hornet, I must be absolutely sweating cobs inside the Hornet costume.
Yeah. Yeah,
can't have been.
Can you maybe get an ice pack in there or something like that?
Well, funny enough, great minds think alike. I was sitting there thinking, what could you do inside a giant Hornet costume to actually keep it cool in weather like this?
Maharaj drops a little short. Robinson pulls through mid-wicket. It is half-fielded but not stopped properly. It runs towards the fence. Will it make it? No, not quite. Luto Sapamla, who is on as a sub, eventually does some good work to prevent the 4, although he was the initial culprit in letting the ball get through the infield. Robinson is off the mark with a 3. We'll just double check it. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. As he dives into the foam triangles. The Toblerones of foam to prevent the 4.
Toblerones of foam.
I'm not a big fan of Toblerone.
Yeah.
Maharaj tosses one up. Defended by Folkes. Robinson thinks about the run. Folkes sends him back. Robinson's not an agile man. Oil tankers come to mind. But the fielder not quick enough in on it to affect a run out, and Robinson gets back safely.
The Alps, presumably, aren't they? Toblerones, hence that's why because they're Swiss, aren't they?
Is it Mount Eiger?
Might be Eiger, might be the Matterhorn.
As Maharaj floats another one up outside off stump. I think he is trying to tempt Robinson into that drive. Folkes hits the man at extra cover. There's no run. 366 for 7. England's lead up to 215.
Right, Jake Grover. Now Tony is on air, I feel behove to complete what Jack fairly called the most boring tweet of all time. Tony... Is he actually saying... He did say it was... You fairly called it the most boring tweet of all time. Tony, 2 weeks ago, were you on the Oxford to Glasgow train? You weren't, but let me lay the ghost. Well, you already know the answer. So presumably that's not only boring, but rhetorically boring. But there we go.
Yeah.
So no, I wasn't. No.
Anrik Norkia to continue. Top edge. I think it was half by intention from Robinson.
Are you all right?
He tries to guide it over the slips, gets it a little fine, but gets enough height on it, and it runs away for 4.
One of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, short ball from Norkia. It's quite a well-directed short ball. Jams Robinson's hands up a little bit.
Do you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think he actually had half an idea what he was doing, and he was deliberately
I agree.
Sort of ramping that.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more of a top edge than maybe he wanted, but it was supposed to go where it went, roughly. Quick single, there's a shy at the stumps, but Folkes is safe. The point fielder, Rabada, I think, having a shy, backed up by Maharaj. Robinson gets himself off strike, brings Folkes back on.
Well, actually, Chris the Choir has preempted something I was going to talk about at the end of this over. But he's saying, I do wish you would wait until the close of play before releasing the maximum. It's very distracting. So I will tell you, I'll give a few hints as to what's in it at the end of this over.
Well, cryptic hints?
Well, no. It's
or
just
like titles.
Things to look out for
okay.
if you are a patron, because you only get this maximum if you are a patron. If you become a patron, you could have that and other super duper benefits.
Sunny in Manchester, as we get a wide view. There's an interesting passage of play there. A wide delivery from Norkia is fished at by Folkes. The ball goes through to Kyle Verena behind the stumps, who has a bit of a shy, I think. Maybe Folkes was slightly out of his ground. By the time the ball goes past him, Folkes is well in his ground, and then there's nearly an overthrown bye.
I don't think anyone's going to come and join us, you know.
No, that's
I did
right.
say to the bear, if Ajit doesn't show up, do you want to come in? But I think he's got his feet up.
Yeah.
Probably a beer, and he's thinking, they can do it as a duo.
Here's Norkia wide of off stump again, and Folks flirts at it and misses. Rehearses the shot. It's not a very good shot. I'd probably put that one away. It looked ugly. 2 wide deliveries in a row from Norkie here. So maybe they switched tactics to frustrate Folks as he pursues this all-important milestone.
Well, I mean, if you're pursuing a milestone, you're the most senior batsman, and you know you're running dangerously low on partners. There's a lot going on in your mind, isn't there? But I think he's shown in this innings he's certainly mature enough to sort of balance all of those various pressures.
He grits his teeth as Norkia comes in. A little bit of in shape there, but Folks is equal to it. A push drive out into the deep cover area. Luthos Famla returns the ball. Folks comes through for 2, and he's into the nervous 90s. 91 from 192 for him. Ball to go in Norkia's over. England's lead. Is this a Nelson situation? 2-2-2?
Double Nelsons. Yeah, if you're umpire Shepherd, you'd have been hopping on your legs. Well, I'm not sure what else you'd hop on, but you know what I mean, hopping on one leg twice.
Yeah. You can hop a pogo stick. Norkia in, short. Pulled by Folks, but not timed. Maybe slightly rushed there. Ball trickles to mid-wicket. And that will bring the over to a conclusion.
Yes, so if you're a Patreon, and to become a patron, you can just go to guerillacricket.com and you'll find plenty of information there. Patreon.com/guerillacricket will get you there as well. Yeah, as well as we have just released every week now a newsletter. This week in the Smaximum newsletter we have, let me think, there's a rather interesting, whimsical article, things that Zach Crawley could learn from the town of Crawley, where I believe you hail from, Jack. Which is why I said Jack.
Yeah, leave is what.
Well, there's all kinds. I found out all sorts of interesting things about Crawley. I'll tell you something else after this delivery that you can look forward to.
Can you tell us the top thing you learnt about Crawley as a little tease?
Maharaj
in Robinson tracks him, but doesn't time it particularly well. It goes along the floor to mid-on. It
was the home of the World Marbles Championship.
Oh yeah, the Greyhound pub.
Yes. And did you know the phrase "knuckling down" comes from marbles?
I didn't, but it does make sense. As Robinson uses his feet again, but Maharaj drops us a little shorter, so he has to abort the big shot and just defends.
I will say no more for now. Brian Barish has written a fabulous article in praise of different types of scoreboard, which is absolutely interesting.
Maharaj drifts onto Robinson's pads, and he plays an elegant-looking flick shot for a big man through the square-ish region of the leg side for a single. Smiles to himself at the other end.
What else did Hendo say? I can't remember. I've forgotten what else. There was at least 3 or 4 other articles. There's our usual Tales from the Green Room, where the various merits of films and Steely Dan as a band have been once again discussed.
So I listened to Steely Dan yesterday because this was mentioned in the WhatsApp.
Keen to know what.
Down the pitch comes Folks. He's picked that up, and I think it will run away for a 4. A couple of bounces, over long on, well, 2 long on. Good shot from Folks. Yeah, picked his moment well there. Picked the ball up very nicely on the half volley. It floats out towards the rope, a couple of bounces, and
Great England collapses, as seen through the eyes of our own fourthie, Ian Deaker Forth, who remembers them and where he was, for example, at the time England have crumpled or tumbled like a pack of cards.
Yeah. Steely, not a fan, Steely Dan, I'd say.
They're a duo with a band around them. Yeah.
Whatever. Folks.
Whatever.
Turns one into the leg side, comes through for a single. He's within 4 of that century now. Takes his gloves off at the non-striker's end. Adjusts his waistband. Yeah, it's not particularly inspiring music, is it?
Maharaj in, Robinson down the pitch, and he does what Folks did a couple of balls before, but much less well. It just clears the infield, they come through for two, and Guidi runs round from mid-on to return it. Profitable over for England, they add 8, the lead is up to 230.
This is all the fun of the fair at the moment, very enjoyable stuff. Chris the Choir got us onto the subject of Smaximum, but thank you for doing that, because I wanted to talk about it anyway. Leah says, I'd love a Paddington 3 where the bear gets caught up in a Tory plot to sell England to some Russian oligarchs, picks up some assault rifles and guns down Boris and his henchmen. Well, that would be interesting. Yes, Toblerone. The sugared shit of a Swiss man with 3 hemorrhoids. Ooh, dear. Jersey Jingler. Array mascots in hot conditions. The Phillies mascot, brackets baseball in Philadelphia,
the
has
Phillies
its own
fanatic.
aircon system built into the costume. I think we need a Guerrilla Cricket mascot to liven up any boring middle overs. Well, we used to have the Shark, didn't we?
Did you?
Yeah.
The Sussex Shark?
No. We had, I'm trying to remember his name.
Here-
Mitchell Shark, wasn't it?
Here comes Ulrich Norkia on to the pads of Folks. He drops some runs, ball goes to mid-on, gets himself off strike, moves himself a run closer to 100.
Yeah,
97.
Mitchell Shark used to be in the studio here and used to get sort of thrown around from time to time. I believe he was once on a holiday with the bear and the cubs. And they used to. We even saw a video. There was once a video of the bear leaping onto Mitchell Shark, as I remember.
Was it an inflatable?
Not in here.
An
actually, in a
inflatable
swimming
toy?
pool.
Is that what we're talking?
It was a
about?
big inflatable shark. Yeah. So he's not really a person in a costume.
No, well, you don't have to have it. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be a chicken or something like that. Or a real gorilla.
Jeff Perkins on the Bishop of Bear the other night was wearing a gorilla costume or certainly a gorilla mask for a big chunk of the discussion we had with him.
Okay. Norkia in. Cut shot from Robinson. Beats point. This will run away to the fence. That's a very, very, very nice looking shot from Robinson.
Beautiful.
The faster you bowl, the faster it goes away.
Well, that is true. It was a decent dive. Was that Spamler again who had to fling himself
Yeah.
to his right? He came close to getting there, didn't he?
Yeah, that's one of those ones as well. You're diving on the square head first. There's a. You're on the pain train.
You're on the pain train. Not the whatever train I was supposed to be on when Jay Grover thought he saw me.
Well, what's your favourite train?
That wasn't. What's my favourite train? Ray Train used to play for Watford. And
Ray Train.
Carlisle.
Okay. Norkia in. Robinson makes himself some room. Got a little bit fancy there. I think ideas above his station. Stokes drinking his beer on the balcony thinks that is quite funny though. The ball, I should tell you what happened with it. It missed the bat and was caught by the wicketkeeper.
Any steam trains?
Any steam trains?
Big fan of steam trains.
Bluebell Railway. That's in the neighbourhood. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's in Sussex.
Yeah,
That's
been on
your
that.
man
Yeah.
of Woods. There's the new Malden Railway Club near me, which is.
Is that 9-inch
model railway? I don't know why that made me laugh. But yes, it is a small gauge railway.
yeah,
Yes, it is a small gauge. Children can sit on it for fun.
God.
That's illegal, isn't it?
Oh,
hello, Norkia. Oh, that's not a fun delivery to face. It's well, it's not quite a beamer. It's a high full toss onto the hip of Robinson. He negotiates it quite well, considering it's cricket's version of an Exocet missile, and picks up 2 into the leg side. Maharaj returning the ball from deep square leg.
Nestlers, when you are back, when you
I
are
am
with
back
us,
and I know where I am. Don't
you
worry.
know where you've been listening. You're a pro.
Absolutely.
An absolute pro.
What's your favourite type of train?
One of the ones that I've forgotten the name of. It's very famous, and it's in the York Railway Museum.
Flying
It was the
Scotsman?
high-speed one.
The A4 Mallard.
The Mallard.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's beautiful lines. Beautiful lines.
Those trains were the design of that era was amazing.
Nigel Gresley. Did you know in Darlington there's a version of that train made all from bricks?
Wow.
Norkia in an attempted drive from Robinson. He hits it into the floor, and a sprawling Simon Harmer at second slip pulls off a good piece of fielding to prevent the ball getting away into the outfield. We've got a ball to go, I think, until the old switcheroo, and I assume a drinks break.
It's us 3, isn't it?
Oh, is it us 3? Well,
yeah.
Is that right?
Well, you put the rotor out, Tony.
Well, that doesn't mean I know.
He might not have sent it to himself.
Forgot to send it to Ajit. Yeah.
I didn't realise you were a train man, Jack.
I know a little bit about trains. I wouldn't say I was a train man. I know a lot about a lot of things, though. Not Steely Dan, not pop culture.
Don't worry yourself with that particular part of it.
Norkia in full straight, well played by Robinson. No foot movement, but he did get his bat down on it. And that brings the over to a close. That's the 100th over bowled. England lead by 237. That means they have got 388 runs on the board. Things are going along swimmingly if you are of an Albionish persuasion.
West Bromwich. Well, over to you, Nestlers.
Rob Rabbing reckons it's beyond the Saffers now. I think you might be right. He also says that Steely Dan is the only act worse than Kate Bush. Please don't trigger me by mentioning it. Well, sorry.
I think it's too late.
If you tweet it, I'll read it, you see. That's how it works, isn't it? Jay says, I just need to know... Oh, he sort of said something about seeing you on a train, Tony. Is that right?
Yeah, we've had that one.
That's why we got the subject of trains.
He was... but he said that he feels pleased that he didn't leer all over some innocent man and say, all right, Bish, with cider breath.
Oh, well, I'd have been... Had it been me, I'd have been... For welcoming
shocked.
And forgiving.
Has Jay
I'm possibly shocked, yeah.
Has Jay ever thought about laying off the cider?
Nah.
It's not a
he also
conversation
says,
I'd have.
I do love the fiction Tony's spreading that people who subscribe to Guerrilla Cricket wouldn't be interested in scoreboards. You know we love it.
Yes.
And he says, I remember Collie? I miss that little guy.
Well, no, indeed. Well, this is going rather well from an England perspective. And rather, just as we feared South Africa were in the process of doing in the first innings, when 5 down at lunch, and then it was who was it? Maharaj and
Harmer
who made the runs.
Harmer, Verena,
and then at Lords it had been Janssen and Maharaj, hadn't it? Who sort of took the game away. This has really been sort of the mirror image of that Lords game, only with a few more knobs on, and with England lower down the order doing that. The Nighthawk, we're seeing the Nighthawk. He's on the balcony having a chat with his skipper.
Where does low order start for you? Because England's number 6 made 100. That's not.
I would say 7, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, to be fair.
Well, Folkes is on for 100 himself.
Folkes, that would be a stupendous. There'll be Surrey fans on the edge of their seats, hoping that he gets to that. 107 is his highest score so far for England, which I think he got on his debut, if I'm right.
Yeah, out in Sri Lanka.
It was in Sri Lanka. You're absolutely right.
We've instigated a lot of train talk on Twitter.
Good.
Lots of people. The Dart gets a mention in Dublin. I've spent some time on the Dart. But we've got Krista Cryer's entry for boring tweet of the day.
What was that?
It's our Shark vacuum cleaner stopped working. We found it had ingested one of the cat's toys, a shark.
Oh, how did we get onto that? Oh, because of Mitchell
boring
Shark.
tweet of the day.
No, because of Mitchell Shark.
What happened to Mitchell Shark?
Well, he was assaulted by the bear in his trunks, wasn't it?
Was that it? Bursting?
Yeah. What was the old? Was it the old Tommy Cooper joke? We had to get rid of our vacuum cleaner. It was just sat in the corner gathering dust. There we go. I don't think I
have a tumbleweed jingle.
There's a now we've also kicked off a sort of anti-music tweet list.
Oh Lord!
Supertramp getting another one of my pet.
Any
hates.
particular Supertramp track or just Supertramp generally?
Fucking all of it. They should be exterminated. But Jay says, Jack, I've been forcibly laid off several times.
That's sad. It's 388 for 7. The lead.
Do you get?
Sorry, go on, Nestlers.
I was going to say, do you get laid off and actually want to be laid off?
No. You either resign or around the wicket comes Maharaj. Forward goes Stokes, 97. He's one shot away if he wants to do it that way. Or if the opportunity arises to do it that way. He's not going to do it this time though, as it's fielded away at extra cover. There is no run. There's still a slip in onto the back foot goes Folks, solidly back to Maharaj. There is no run.
Come on, folks, just get your bleeding 100, Christ's sake.
There's a list there with Daniel Vittori at the top. What's it a list of, Jack?
Highest averages at number 8.
Back foot again by Folks, back to Maharaj. Certainly makes overs go quicker if it's just a sort of bat ball between the batsman and the bowler, and doesn't include any other fielders. It will include another fielder this time though. It's away to short cover. Folks obviously no interest in running. Bear, we've managed to lose the monitor, just if you happen to be awake in the green room there.
Does that mean we're talking to ourselves?
Yeah, who knows? This one's flicked off his legs. That will get him one more. One closer to that ton. Folks moves on to 98 as he turns to square leg.
I think we're still up on YouTube, although...
No, it's not. It's just this monitor. It's a connection at the back that needs to waggle.
No, for sure. But if we look at what the YouTube stream is showing us, it's Bear, Gary, and...
Ooh. We may need some...
Nestlers.
Well, let's see. As this one is met by Robinson this time, who's gone well. 17 off 21 for him. It's the end of the over.
We also haven't brought him in. So let's
number
do that.
68. And we have called for technical support.
Well, while you're waiting, Ravi says, have you not heard of redundancy? That's not my point, Ravi. He said forcibly laid off.
Well,
which means that is, you don't get a choice.
Yeah.
There's no other option. Yeah. 5 years in the firm and you want to be laid off. Well, it depends on the firm.
Yeah,
Depends what you're doing.
That's where I ended up. I went to them and I said, right, how much will you give me to go? Which of course does rather weaken one's negotiating position, but that's how much I wanted to get. 238 the lead. Technical support is looming over Al. Connection, but then what happened to YouTube as well?
Ian saying it's alright on YouTube.
Great broadcasting this.
Nordkea, 2 slips in 2 Folks who guide on 98. Oh
no!
Now, well, we're losing. Oh no!
Jesus
Now we're back.
Christ.
There's all sorts going on. If you can still hear me, it'll be. No, it's gone again. And it's back again.
It's look. Let's concentrate on the cricket.
Well, it's not easy when you've
let
got
Bear and
Ursine technology support.
Commentating on the Bear on a monitor.
389 for 7.
Equine technology support.
It's just gone off. Well, I know it had gone off. That's full. And Folks, way to mid-off this time. Still no run.
I can see a calamity here.
You can see what's the calamity you can foresee.
Folks being bold.
Bowled it quite full to him, I've noticed. That's been a consistent theme in Norkia, who's really pitching it up to him. Maybe he's trying to pull the force the drive. Maybe he's trying to York Folks. Hasn't worked yet. But let's see what he's got in this for his 3rd delivery of his 20th over. 3 wickets for him so far. 2 slips go down. That's down leg. And Kyle Verena, who will basically appeal for quite literally anything, often from sitting down, is on his arse. Once again, he's appealed for something that I don't suppose was anywhere near the bat. We will have another look.
Nowhere near it.
No, but in Verena's world, that was worth a shout.
He seems to spend a lot of time on the floor as well, doesn't he, Verena?
Oh yeah, I mean that was a dive for the cameras.
Yeah.
He basically had his gloves on it and then took off. But still, Ben Folks, 204 balls, 98 runs, looking for that second England ton. This will be as hard fought as that one in Gaul on his debut. When again, as from recollection there, he had to dig England out of a hole. He's been part of some hole digging here. Pulled straight to mid-wicket though. Palmerfields, no run. Pressure ramping up just that little bit.
This is good. This has
Oh,
actually got some drama.
It is high drama. A lead of 238. England will be thrilled with the way the day has transpired. Overnight, remember, they were 111 for 3, a lead of just 40. They've extended that now to north of 250. Ben Stokes has 100 to his name. Ben Folkes, his rhyming partner in crime, is looking for 2 runs to have 100 to his name as well. But he's facing Henrik Nortje, short and wide and cut, backward a point, cut all the way for 4 runs, and it is a terrific 100.
20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
His second 100 in 16 tests.
A centurion.
Fantastic effort. 102 off 206 balls by Ben Folkes, and he and England will be utterly delighted. He has helped manoeuvre England into a position of huge strength here.
Yeah, 100 that showed off his full range of talent as well. He was the second fiddle, if you like, to Ben Stokes for a lot of the afternoon session as he quietly accumulated against the spinners. Then, with a couple of wickets going down, he's opened up a little bit more in the last half an hour.
He did.
Started to pick up the boundaries.
This one's full and driven away into the offside where it's fielded, but he gets himself a single. I was just interested to know, what was his partnership with Ben Stokes? Where's partnerships in the live stats?
On the scorecard, won't it?
Well, you're looking that up.
Yeah.
Jonathan Peel is also happy. Says, unable to access Test match special in Crete. Saved by Guerrilla Cricket. Many thanks. Highly enjoyable stream.
Well, we hope you're having a good time in Crete.
Listening to us.
Listening to us. We're delighted.
Perfect world.
It was 173 off 324 balls, his partnership with Ben Stokes. This little partnership here is worth 33 off 45, so they're going very nicely indeed.
Does Folkes have the look of a sort of a guy who could be like the bass player in Radiohead or something?
Maybe he is. I don't know what that guy looks like.
There you go.
The attack. Let's push back to him again. This is what we saw last time Maharaj was bowling to Folkes, wasn't it, Jack? It was just like a game between the two of them.
Yeah.
Pushed into the onside, a bit wider this time. He will get himself a single because I'm not sure who the man down there is, but whoever it is positioned quite deep and quite wide. It was the easiest of singles. 395, 47, 244 the lead. And it brings Ollie Robinson back on strike, who edges and has gone, and immediately turns on his heels, and away he goes. Maharaj has his wicket. Robinson, very wooden really, but probably feels to a certain extent he's done his job. What do you reckon?
I think he's done his job. He pushed at that one a little bit. Firm hands.
He certainly did. Did it turn? Yeah, it bit and turned quite a lot. And Hervé, our friend Hervé, who normally juggles his slip catches like the ball was a bar of soap. On this occasion, it was Markram. I take it all back. It was Aidan Markram, so that's why. But it was cleanly taken. It really did rip and turn. So some encouragement, I suppose, for the side with 2 spinners. But England do have a very healthy lead, but they've lost Ollie Robinson. Oh,
well,
the jingle.
Leah says, I get to see the bear's backside, but not Bear de Crack.
Oh well, I suppose you did, yeah. If you were watching the IT support taking place live.
Jay Grover says, I've been fired once, also because of the pop, coincidentally. Working from home is a lot easier, plus I get to hear Bear's tech support, which is refreshing in its honesty. Was he swearing at the inanimate object a lot?
No, I think he was swearing at the objects who were operating it, and somehow rather darkly suggesting that it might be our fault, but I'm not quite sure how it was. I mean, literally 1 minute it's there, the next minute everything goes dark, and you go, "What happened?"
Yeah, it's his setup. It's his fault.
Well, let me say, it does get us on air around the world.
Anderson is not in his shirt, so it looks like the declaration is pretty imminent.
Well, I wonder. Yes, that's a fine observation. Both Joe Root and Jimmy are looking very casual. Either that, or Jimmy's so supremely confident that Jack Leach and Ben Folkes are going to just see things through to the close. It's still an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Jack Leach is the new man at the crease. Scorer, perhaps, of the most famous single ever in Test cricket. Here he is.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
And he's going to be facing Maharaj, who, well, I'm not sure he played that particularly cleanly. Maharaj is coming over the wicket to his fellow slow left armour. And there's no run.
Yeah, it was a nervous poke of a number 10, wasn't it?
It was the nervous poke of a number 10. Fuller, Leach waits, plays it full and under his eye line, and there is no run. 30 years old now, 31 in fact, I think now, Jack Leach from Taunton.
Is that all?
Dorset indeed, just a lad. Highest score, of course, 92 against Ireland at Lords. So he knows how to bat. He plays that tidily too. Very defensive. He's not going to come out and bazball it to the boundary with those first 2 or 3 deliveries. He knows England. He knows there's time in the game. Does Jack Leach? Ollie Robinson. We're watching that dismissal again, and he really didn't. The feet were planted. The bat was thrust forward, but it did turn a lot, didn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it was quite a good ball.
Anyway, Nestlers, with England on 395 for 8, 103 overs complete. What messages do you have for us?
Jay says I have no party popper, so I said hooray, I think, when Folkes got his 100, and give a thumbs up to the courtyard and a nonplussed woman taking in her washing.
Okay, well, we're going to have a change of bowling. It's Lungi Ngidi back into the attack, just the 1 for 50 for him of his 16 overs so far. He's going to be bowling to England's second centurion, Ben Stokes, who whips him beautifully backward of square. Should only get the single, and Maharaj is quick about his work to field.
Ben Stokes?
I'm sorry? I said Folkes.
You said Stokes.
I said Folkes.
No, you didn't.
I've been accused of this before, and I'm pretty sure.
No, you
I'm
didn't.
with Nestlers.
Are you?
This is the second time this stint as well.
Okay.
I just suddenly went, what?
Oh, well.
You definitely said Stokes.
Sometimes it's better to just style these things out, Nestlers, and pretend like...
You never heard it?
Yeah.
No one else.
Now we've made a big thing about it, haven't we?
He's made him nervous.
We've had Techgate, and now now we're accused of not knowing who's who.
Well, it's 396 for 8. It's Jack Leach who is definitely Jack Leach, and it's Ben Folkes who is definitely Ben Folkes. At the crease, Leach, 3 balls yet to get off the mark. He's facing Ngidi, present a different problem to Maharaj. Full, struck high on the pad, in fact too high as it came back in from outside Leach's off stump. And again, there's no run. 245 the lead, which is huge, and one that England would have bitten your arm off for when they started the day at 111 for 3. Things could scarcely have gone more to plan than they have, really. Yes, they lost Bairstow and who else? Help me out.
What, earlier on today?
Yeah.
Crawley.
Oh, Crawley, of course. How could I forget? Zach Crawley. Full, an attempted drive from Leach. The field noticeably now bought in. Point is moved closer. There is a short nut cover. 2 slips to put some pressure on the new man at the crease. as we're in the 104th over of this England innings. 400 potentially looming. 396, only 4 needed to get to that. A big old lead. And a tough day really for South Africa. As Ngidi comes around the wicket, swung at wide of his off stump. And it goes through to Carl Verreynne, no run.
Do you think if you were Ben Folkes now, you wouldn't really mind if Leach snicked off, bank the 105 red inker?
I don't know. Maybe these things are interesting. I mean, you are now in the territory of possibly thinking, would England like a tilt or two at South Africa tonight? But they've got more time before they have to worry about doing that. Possibly they might be thinking another 10-15 minutes. It might be worth a declaration if the wickets haven't fallen. The classic new ball tonight, still new tomorrow morning, always in the equation with that thinking. That's an uppishly cut, but it's wide of third slip and not close enough to gully, and I think that's going to go all the way down to third man. Yes, it is, for 4 runs. 4 runs here. Brings the 400 up too. I think we can safely say that's not necessarily where Jack Leach was aiming it. But if you're going to flash hard,
they're all runs in the book.
Him his first runs. 249 the lead, 400 up on the board for England for 8. That one's beaten his outside edge. That's a super comeback from Lungi Ngidi. Too good for Jack Leach. And is that the end of the over, or are we just getting a? I didn't think it was. Maybe it is.
Yeah, there's normally 6, isn't there, in
normally
in test matches?
Well, not the games you go and watch. They have them in sets there. For some reason they think it's tennis.
Ravi Nair says, anyone else thinking if we can do it, the Sappers can do it too? 600 in the 3rd innings before the pitch becomes a mad dog for the 4th.
Well, that's the ultimate in negativity, but yes, it will cross every England cricket fan's mind.
Which two of the South African batters with their sub 35 averages are going to make the double tons?
Well, that is you always think Elgar's got a big score in him, grinding them out in his flinty, nuggety way. Round the wicket comes Maharaj. Folkes has put this up in the air. I think it might go between 2. It doesn't make it to the boundary. 2 converge. It absolutely plugged. If that had been a chip onto the green, it would have been quite magnificent.
Yeah, he doesn't quite get there, and he doesn't properly underneath it, toes it.
Up it goes, high into the Manchester sky, and then literally plugs. He's done it again. He's going to be stumped this time. Has Verreynne got there in time?
Yes,
I think he has. So they're going to review it though. Down the track came Folkes. Smart bowling from Maharaj. Tossed it wide. He knew Folkes was going to have a go for it. Folkes did. It turned. He missed it. Verreynne was swift. Was he swift enough?
The South Africans don't look too excited, but I think this is out.
Well, we're going to find out. Did he keep his foot back?
No, he's in a different postcode.
He is, feet-wise. You're absolutely right. He's got 1 foot across the other side of the Pennines. So let's have a look. This replay.
Well, he doesn't hit it.
Well, you're not wrong there. I think he's going to go here, surely. Oh, his bat's in the air. Is that bat grounded or is it floating?
That's a floating bat.
That's a floater.
Yeah.
He's gone.
A little bit of a shame. If I were him, I'd have been batting for the not out, not going to lie.
Oh, you were the red inker. But he's not going to get it, I'm afraid. That should say... Oh, it's given us not out. So he did. It wasn't floating.
I beg your pardon?
It wasn't floating.
It looked like a floating bat to me. I think he's pressed the wrong button there, third umpire.
Whoa.
Folkes looks like he cannot believe it.
Folkes seems surprised. I said I thought it was on the ground, to be fair. You're the one who said you're not sure this one has been guided away towards point. He'll get himself a single in amongst all the excitement. And I believe we're probably due a change fairly soon. Oh no, we've got a few more minutes yet. 3 or 4 minutes.
No, it was on the ground.
Yeah, we're seeing an angle over the head of a pigeon who is not flying, I might point out, is camped at pitch level. And that shows very slowly, carefully, well, very specifically rather, that Carl Verena just wasn't quite quick enough.
It was like David Blaine, wasn't it, with the floating, the guy who can float.
It was.
Is there anything folks can't do?
Well, when I saw that side-on view, I thought, no, that's down. But as this one is met by Leach, just dabbed away towards slip, no run. 403 for 8, 252 the lead. 4 of those to Jack Leach. Who's going to pull out the reverse sweep? Is it going to go? It is. Well, Jack Leach, my goodness me, he's got the Bazball bug and he has reverse swept Maharaj magnificently for one of these.
I think this is the Glenn Maxwell.
Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum's reaction is an absolute picture. They shock, horror and awe in one combination, as this one is far more solidly defended by Jack Leach to the offside. It's the end of the over. A shell-shocked Maharaj is probably wondering what on earth just happened. Leach has moved on to 8. England 407 for 8, lead 256. Nestlers.
I believe there's a changeover.
Oh, is now the time? Yeah,
no, we've got a minute.
I think we've got one more. One more, I think I heard from the green room.
Well, in that case, then it's Warren who says, "Do the wings on the England T-shirt belong to the Nighthawk?"
Oh,
and Jace sends a tweet in that I can't really read out, but he's criticising me for pulling you up on saying Stokes.
Thank you.
You know why I can't read that tweet out, Jay, and it's 4. But he's just realised how to spell folks, and it's a lot easier than he thought it was.
It's not folks, as in that's all folks.
Yeah, he was spelling it Foulkes.
Oh, like, well, who's the author?
Sebastian.
That's Sebastian
Faulks,
isn't it? Yeah.
It's not the same.
No, it's not the
same.
Similar, but not the same. 407 for 8. The man of the moment, Ben Folks with an F, has whipped this off his hip down to backward square, got himself a single. Jack Leach also in his own way the man of the moment after pulling out the reverse sweep that had everybody aghast at its impetuosity and ingenuity. He has 8. It's 408 for 8.
This is an absolute demolition.
It is at the moment. You're absolutely right. England's certainly showing signs that they want to tilt at South Africa this evening. So anything could happen if Jack Leach is pulling. Well, except for poor old Lungi Ngidi, who's had to stop in his run-up because Jack Leach has been distracted. He's going to play those reverse sweeps. He can't have anything distracting him from doing it. There are 2 slips and a gully as Ngidi is around the wicket. Full, and Jack's driven him straight back down the ground. I thought that was going to go all the way, but Ngidi puts out a big size 12 and stops it with his boot, and there's no run. Bowling from that Statham end.
Yeah, it's good reactions from Ngidi.
Yeah,
good shot from Leach.
Smart. Jack Leach is looking well to the manner born, batsman-wise. Certainly not the one from Headingley in 2019. This has got far more aggressive intent.
Were you listening yesterday when Fred the nutcase was
well, let's just wait for Ngidi. Played one-handed off his hip. Verena has to run to his right. They get a single. Is it leg byes? We wait to see if there's a signal. Don't think it was. It'll be one more to the score. No, I think it must be leg
snuck
byes.
it in there off camera. So Fred was suggesting that Jack Leach should open the batting for England.
Because he's correct.
No, I don't know.
Determined.
I mean, I think what it is Stockholm syndrome, isn't it? Zach Crawley's been around for so long, or some syndrome similar to Stockholm syndrome.
Stockhausen.
Yeah.
Not Stock. Baron von Stockhausen. There was a film about, Nestlers will know, what was the film about Baron von Stockhausen? It was Terry Gilliam, wasn't it? This one is driven by folks out towards cover. going to be fielded down there by our friend Sir Pamela. And we'll limit folks to 2. He'll move on to 111. What a fine knock that has been from him.
You're very hit and miss as a film director. I can't
Yeah.
remember what the film is.
Von Munchausen. It was yeah. Maybe
Carry on now.
Maybe I'm confusing von Munchausen syndrome with
Brazil.
Stock. I think I am. I think I've boxed myself into a corner here.
That's a great film.
What, boxing yourself into a corner?
Brazil.
Oh no, Brazil, yes. And Guidi, over the wicket. Down leg. Verena takes and then does a strange sort of little dip. There is 1 ball left, and I think I'm probably due a lie down.
What's the other one? 12 Monkeys.
Yes.
That's not got Munchausen in either.
No, I was getting Munchausen and Stockhausen.
Stockhausen's a musician.
Edvard Munch.
Edvard Munch. That's the scream. 411 for 8. 1 ball left of our little spell as a trio. IT support is going to morph into
it's all
brilliant commentary.
It's all gone a bit wacky races, hasn't it?
Performance for you. And Guidi in. Pulled by Leach. It's a bit uppish, but it's going to drop well short of mid-wicket. Folks.
Ben Folkes.
Yes.
Or Ben Stokes.
No, it's 100% Ben Folkes. It's the end of the over anyway. It's 413 for 8 for England. A big old lead. We will have a change. I'm going to go for a lie down and a rub down with the sporting life.
I'm going to go for a quick waz while you do the switch.
Shall I stay on while people are having rub downs and going to the toilet? I think I better, because that means there's no one else on. So you've just got me, folks. Across the internet, across the world, it's just me and you. And now the bear has joined me.
All right, Nestlers.
All right, mate. I'm not supposed to be on, but I'm hanging on while people are doing things.
Yeah, that's fair enough. We're good with that. Whilst Hendo squirts and kills my microphones.
Pass me the wet wipe.
You never know. He's got to do the wet. You're supposed to be commentating.
You've got to pass me the wet wipe.
You got to pass him a wet wipe. What happened? It was hit out into the deep by Leach for 2.
You won't get COVID, Hendo. It's gone now, apparently.
Exactly. Well, I don't know. Apparently 700 people died last week of it.
The decline is slowing, apparently. The decline is slowing. Maharaj in bowls and beats Leach with the one that goes straight on. He played quite rightly, or quite reasonably, for turn. A little bit of turn. And it didn't turn. And he has a little smile about that.
According to the Daily Mail, it's all over.
Yeah, I wouldn't believe a fucking word the Daily Mail saying. That one was defended back to the bowl and there's no run.
In the process of decontaminating, I rather blurred up my glasses, I'm afraid. So that's what I was missing missing in action for that particular delivery. 415 for 8. Maharaj left arm over the wicket. Leach comes down and is bowled. He's bowled by one that doesn't turn. And Stokes grabs the nettle and declares with England 264 ahead. He wants to give South Africa a nasty little session tonight.
Ooh,
a nasty little session.
Well,
sounds like something that you get.
I'll tell you what. For the first time today, I'm going to get the betting app open. I'm going to go under for the full of the first wicket. Pressure on the Saffers. If you can get one now, I think you can get 2 or 3 tonight.
Well, I think this is a game that's probably over tomorrow, and if it isn't over tomorrow, then I start getting worried, because it means that South Africa will be on par, and England will have to bat again.
I wouldn't be worried.
You wouldn't be worried. No, but you're a cooler guy than me in many respects.
I think secretly you like England losing, and you're
No.
saying this.
No, I don't.
To try and insulate yourself.
Believe
what
me.
you actually want to happen is for England to lose. Yeah.
No.
Sorry. This is all your body language changes.
He's a pessimist.
Your vocabulary changes. You come to life. You're expressive.
I get angry. You mean I get angry, basically?
No, I wouldn't say it was angry.
I get angry.
I wouldn't say it was angry.
Anyway, let's talk through that England innings. It was pretty impressive. We were curious this morning to see how the first hour would go, and it didn't go brilliantly. We lost Bairstow. We lost Zach Crawley. But then we had a fantastic partnership of 173 between Ben Stokes and Ben Folkes. Never have two rhyming couplets of players come together so well. And 103 to Stokes, 113 not out in the end for Ben Folkes. Got his first 100. I think his first 50, didn't we say, in England.
It was his second in the end.
Oh, was second in England, but went on to turn that one into 100. Rabada 2 for 110, and Gidi 1 for 61. Norkia 3 for 82. Kagiso, Rabada we mentioned, 2 for 110. Maharaj ends up with 2 wickets for 78. Simon Harmer, did he pick up one? I think he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He picked up the wicket of Stokes, was it? Maybe it was Stokes. I think it was, hitting out and caught. Anyway,
Here's a
England
question.
in a really good position. Yes.
Between 1 and 6, how many tweets in a row would you like from Jay Grover?
2.
Depends how entertaining they are, really.
I'll read them out in reverse order.
Okay.
I got a mug a few Christmases ago showing Leach's single in a wheel wagon form. Okay.
Excellent.
I think I could do a Trump and fill it with Sharpie.
What is Sharpie?
Don't know.
That was the pen. That was Trump's pen of choice. Didn't he write on what the weather was going to do wrong?
What the weather was going to do wrong?
Yeah, it was hurricane season, and someone was going to get battered by a hurricane. And he had a map, and he was doing TV shit, and he just drew it in the wrong place to try and ameliorate people.
Okay.
Jay Grover says I got dizzy over the LS.
Who? What?
Don't know, man. Jay Grover also, did Jack Leach just play a fucking reverse sweep?
He did. It was a brilliant
great
one
one.
too.
Well,
Got 4 runs.
Yeah, that's far enough back now. Keep him coming, Jay.
Well, I'm sure he will. We've got how long to go tonight? 45 minutes. How many overs are we short at the moment? Does anyone tell me that? Give me some guidance.
How many remaining overs?
How many technically remaining overs?
Technically remaining overs. Well, they've lost 2 now, haven't they? So, what's it say? Minimum overs remaining 11.2. So they're actually only going to have. Well, they'll lose that one plus
2 more.
2 more. So 9 overs. We've got an hour. Oh, I think we're going to get off early, guys.
Early?
Well, they're not going to go to 6:30, are they? Oh no, of course
they are. Yes, I think they will. I don't know what's going on in the Bears' mind.
We've got a promoted tweet from Everton FC News, and there are 2 people.
Why are you so excited by promoted tweets?
Well, someone's paid for this, haven't they? Paul Wheellock is one of the people on it. He's doing it from his son's bedroom, by the looks of things. Or it might be his bedroom. And then there's a world's worst dressed estate agent who he's talking to.
World worst dressed estate agent.
Well, I mean, I can't.
That could be a massive competition, couldn't
yes,
it?
Exactly.
Greasy hair, all
be
sorts
huge.
of shit going on. Crypto Rocketeers told you off for joking about COVID. So
we made a joke about COVID.
Well, I don't remember Tony, myself, and Nestors doing that. So I'm assuming it was you.
Nestors just said COVID is over.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Yeah,
sarcasm. It wasn't a joke. It was
COVID's
sarcasm.
off the list. Brian 001, taking nothing away from that England score, it'd have been interesting to see how they'd have batted had South Africa scored 350 or so.
Yeah, well, that's a different game though.
And your screen setup needs fixing or something.
Yeah, I've done that.
Cool.
I mean, it didn't happen. I mean, I think that South Africa, if they do go on to lose this test, are going to have to look at what they did on the first morning in terms of the selection of their team and how that affected what they did when they won the toss. And I don't think, given the opportunity again, that they would bat.
Everyone's out in the GPL, by the way, because England scored 300 runs today.
And what's the highest GPL today?
288.
288.
I mean, in the Bazball era, people are putting in some fucking weird things.
I know, there's 170 on there. I don't know what out for.
170?
Yeah, someone maybe thought it was going to rain.
Maybe someone thought that England were going to collapse, and then there'd be a sort of slow attempt from South Africa to build a lead. Don't forget, of course, the Welsh Fire are taking on the Northern Superchargers tonight. That's going to be an absolutely thrilling game because I think Welsh Fire are out of it, aren't they?
Welsh Fire are one of the worst cricket teams.
They are terrible, aren't they?
In the history of the sport.
Even with my only one eye, or even half an eye on the 100, I've noticed the Welsh Fire are truly terrible.
What's amazing is that, you're in the 100, you effectively get 2 goes at picking a team. You've got a women's team and a men's team, and both of them are comfortably the worst team in there.
Oh, well, that's interesting because I haven't really kept an eye on the
Welsh
women's team.
They could go 0-14. That is insane in a tournament where it's a 100-ball innings. It's massive variance.
Exactly.
You should be able to luckily win a match.
Exactly.
You should be 14 goes.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, they did have. I mean, they lost Johnny Bairstow, didn't they? I mean, Johnny Bairstow would have been the Welsh Flyers' star signing, and he pulled out.
Yeah, but why are you picking Johnny Bairstow? He plays for England.
Well, yeah, fair point. Although things will be different next year, won't they? When there'll be no other cricket apart from the 100 in August.
Yeah.
And
the team's weird.
Yeah, but so you lost Johnny Bairstow. Ollie Pope hasn't really played many games. I think he's played 2 or 3, if that. And he started to play this really ridiculous shot. He played it for Surrey in the Blast, and it involves a sweep by placing your right leg down the wicket and then.
It's the reverse sweep.
It's the reverse sweep. I couldn't really work out. I didn't.
Who's
didn't
this?
think of Ollie Pope. He played it in the Blast, and then he started to play. And almost every time he plays it, he gets out to it.
It's not.
He's trying to create a new stroke,
great.
but it's not taken off, I'm afraid.
We're out.
Anyway,
I've got a few
England
more
are out.
tweets. Do you want me to?
Yeah, go for it.
Go. Yeah. So Leah says Hendo is a tad pessimistic. Follow my lead, and this is in quotes. I don't know if I should do it in a German accent. Probably not. All right, we lost 2 world wars, but that shall not happen again. Go Bundeswehr. See, it's easy to be positive. Thomas Rossetti says, I haven't been listening for long, and I've already heard one of you use the word ameliorate. I'm a fan already. Well, I'll tell you what, the vocabulary...
It goes up and down.
Broader than that. Yeah. Well,
I mean, depending on how stoned the bear is, you'll get a vast array of words from him, or a very limited supply.
Exactly.
Anyway, folks, he must be feeling like... an energy bill.
Peter Lloyd says Trump had said that the hurricane would go to a specific state, but it wasn't going to. So he got in front of some of my. Why read your tweets, people? What you said. So he got in front of some cameras. That isn't what it says, but I'm inferring that's what it means. In front of some cameras with a map that he had extended the path to the state.
That's right. He drew an extended path.
We get where you're coming with that, Peter, but just if you write down the words better, then the show will be better. We're including you in this, but you need feedback. People on Twitter.
That's true. Although I do note that I send tweets occasionally, and I think, did I fucking write that?
No, look, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, well,
but
this is write it and you don't proofread it and fucking auto spell.
It's 180 characters.
Yeah,
but
but auto bloody correct does all sorts of weird.
Crypto Rocketeer also says, you could have at least said that I love the show as well. So it's nice to get some love there. And then we'll start tweets. We're a minute behind.
Crypto Rocketeer.
I like that. That's a fantastic handle. Shall we do some jingling?
Yes.
Opening the batting for South Africa
is.
Beautiful piece of music.
Beautiful piece of music. With.
Not such a beautiful piece of music. It's like going from Mozart to Russ Abbott. Is this Oh Carol by Sedaka? Neil Sedaka?
Oh, is it?
I think so. I'm not sure.
And bowling will be.
Jimmy just wants to play until he gets his average down to 21, I think, or something like that. And then he can claim to have been one of the greatest bowlers of all time, which he may well be. In he comes to bowl to the left-handed Hervé, and it's down on the leg side, passing him at around about waist height, taken by Ben Folkes, who must be feeling like $1 million, which was my joke about energy bills, but you all missed it. And perhaps we shouldn't be making jokes about energy bills.
I've gone under for the fall of the first wicket, 20.5.
20.5?
I think they're going to be none down at the end of play, and Hendo's secretly going to be loving it.
I don't think so. I think
Anderson bowls again, this time spraying the ball rather wide outside the off stump, bowling from over the wicket to the left-hander. Well, they're both left-handers, aren't they? But this is the taller of the two, Hervé, and it's left alone.
Could be tired brains, been out in the field all day.
Yeah, but they've only been out there for a day and a bit, haven't they? It's not like they've been out there for 5 sessions, which is really grinding them into the dust. Anyway, we shall see what happens as Anderson runs in again, bowls to Hervé, who looked like he wanted to leave that at the last minute, but seemed committed to the shot and couldn't stop it. Plays it up towards mid-off.
They're out in the field for, 100 overs, 110 overs?
Yeah, maybe it was that.
I mean, it's best part of a day, apart from the last, 3/4 of an
Yeah,
hour.
but it's kind of when you come off after you've fielded for 5.5 sessions, you've only got an hour, and your opening batsmen are mentally tired, and they've got to last against a new ball. This is defended, good length delivery, or maybe just slightly back of a length, and straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. Hervé comes down the pitch to survey. Hervé surveys, and it's a little prod.
Hervé's almost like Oive.
Oive! Yes. It's, waiting with bat aloft, and Jimmy Anderson's into him. Hits it on the pad, big appeal. Too high, I think.
Do you?
I do.
I don't think it's too high. It might have pitched outside leg.
Nothing given by the umpire, and Anderson doesn't seem inclined to ask Ben Stokes to refer it.
Might have been a bit of inside edge.
Possibly.
So there's no reason that should be out then, just to be clear. Got too high, outside
Pretty
leg,
much,
hit
pretty
it.
much.
Anyone?
But I'd have appealed.
Well, we're going to have a look at it again. It's high.
Ooh,
It's high.
It's high.
It's back pad, but it's high.
It's back pad, just in front of the stumps. I think probably just a bit too high.
Yeah, big appeal from Jimmy.
It's definitely in line.
So he's in again to Hervé, and that's a rather elaborate leave in the vein of a left-handed Steve Smith or Marcus Labuschagne. And that is the end of the first over. It's a maiden. South Africa, none for none. They still trail by 264.
Jay Grover. I'm a wee bit. Jay Grover 2307 at gmail.com, I presume. I'm a wee bit gutted that Jack treats promotional tweets about estate agents' DAX with more respect than my own. Them's the breaks. Warren, is someone trying to make sense of the 100? I guess. Well, honestly, Welsh Fire are terrible. London Spirit are a bit better than everyone expected. Birmingham whack it about a bit, and Trent Rockets are all right too. There you go.
Yeah, I quite like. I like to watch Hales and Milan opening the batting for Trent Rockets, and then when they're out, I lose interest. Ollie Robinson is going to bowl from the Brian Stadium end, so we've just had Jimmy Anderson from his own end, and Ollie Robinson 40 wickets in a Test career that's only 10 Test matches old, and he has got an average down at 21, which is Jimmy is desperately trying to get to. It'll probably get bigger as time goes by.
Yes, and he has a jingle that goes like this.
And it's 82 miles an hour of loosener, really, well outside the off stump. It's coming round the wicket to Dean Elgar, who shows no interest in that delivery. Ben Stokes standing there in a sleeveless sweater, his collar turned up, leading from the front. He got 100 today, along with Ben Folkes. Stokes and Folkes did it, folks. Robinson in bowls and angled into the legs of Elgar, who rather awkwardly plays it down into the ground into the man who's fielding at short leg. And there is no run. Hervé yet to score. Elgar yet to score. And it's a tense little period for South Africa. Find themselves very much up against it. It's been England's day. And can they make it even better with a couple of cheap wickets tonight? Let's see. In comes Robinson again. Full! And that moves as he pushes forward and skews off an outside edge. Stokes is after it, turns and throws, but they're going to get back for a second. South Africa off and running. Move to 2 without loss, but it struck me that there was a little bit of late swing there for Robinson, and that induced slightly false stroke from the South Africa captain. Stokes chased after it manfully, tried to prevent the second run but couldn't. Robinson again. Round the wicket to Dean Elgar, who's onto the back foot and is beaten on the inside by that one, which I think bounced a little more than he anticipated.
That was an ugly shot.
It was
He got
pretty
himself
ugly.
in all sorts of trouble.
Got into a very, very strange position, didn't he?
I was half expecting an appeal because it can't have been that far from the bat.
See exactly what happened. Just slightly back of a length. Yeah, it's gone in between. Well, his body, but his body was in a strange position.
I think he was looking to cut it for some reason. It was like he got a line all completely wrong.
And he ended up sort of flapping across the line and being beaten all ends up. 4 slips. In comes Robinson. Forward comes Elgar. Pushes up to mid-off. Anderson fields. And there is no run. Now, remember that Friday is maximum day on Guerrilla Cricket. It's when we produce our weekly newsletter, number 20 this week. And in celebration, we've decided to let you all have it. Let you all have it, or expose you all to it. So even if you're only giving us £2 or more a month, you will get a copy of it. So if you haven't seen it already, do enjoy. There's some nice stuff in there. Defended up to mid-on, the next delivery by Elgar, and that, I believe, is the end of Robinson's first over. That has cost 2 runs. We've got some more tweets.
Yeah, Farron says, as endorsed by the BRTU, the cunning plan to change IPL, T20, etc. back foot rule. So some of the foot must... This is a picture, so it's not really going to work. So some of the foot must be behind the line. Batters have to run further, camper up to 3 metres in front of the stumps. Why not? And there's a picture. Like I say, if you're interested in that, Farron has tweeted us. Tony Bishop says, in honour of Stuart Broad, the great Robert Nighthawk, and another picture with a link to a Robert Nighthawk, Prowling Nighthawk song. I'm guessing Robert Nighthawk's a guitarist.
A blues musician.
Sounds very bluesy.
Yeah.
Anderson hits it on the pad.
To be
Big
out.
appeal.
Has to bounce. It
Not
can't
out.
bounce outside leg stump.
I
boys.
think that's outside leg. Yeah. I would give that. Oh, I've lost people in my. Ooh, where did you go?
those ones are a bit weird over there.
Oh well,
Endo,
never
yeah.
mind.
They're having a
They're
big.
going to review it, aren't they? Yes, they are.
So.
gonna review
The
it.
I mean,
question is, there's a pitch and line, I suppose.
These are not the rules.
Yeah, you
This
probably
is
just
a
have to
park
fiddle
cricket
around with it.
review.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm going to get through a couple of tweets quickly. Crypto Rocketeer says, let's get 3 quick wickets and make sure those fuckers don't sleep tonight. Hawks, the Sarel Ervir jingle is from Oh Carol by Smokey.
Oh, Smokey. Oh, yeah, Smokey. Oh, God, yeah.
Smokey Robinson?
No, not Smokey Robinson.
No.
Smokey, i.e. That's not a bad shout.
Question is, did it pitch in line?
Yes.
I don't think it did, looking at that, because I think that's hitting about mid and leg.
Yeah, it's going to be well outside leg stump.
It's the outswinger.
Yeah, it's outside leg stump. So England lose a review, don't they?
Yeah.
They do. 2 for no wicket. But Anderson is getting progressively closer, hitting.
Of course, I got money on the line, so
Irby.
I'm very,
Oh, yeah.
I'm very positive on these things.
And very excitable, in fact.
Yes, of course. Makes life more interesting.
Indeed it did. England have 2 reviews remaining. They have burnt 1. Still 262 run deficit for the tourists.
Definitely going on to hit the stumps, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I think
That
so.
is not the rule.
I know. Shut up.
In comes Anderson again. This one is left alone outside off stump. It's just probing around that corridor of uncertainty, and it's allowed through to the keeper. I watched Hervé back in the winter, and I wasn't overly impressed as he made his Test debut. He did get 100 in New Zealand in their second Test of their series there. I think
Hard man to please.
I am a hard man to please.
Yeah, very hard man
I
to
just
please.
I don't know. He has looked more confident though, without actually really scoring any runs in this series. He's going to score some runs there because he's presented the full face of the bat to a half volley from Jimmy. It doesn't matter how fast Jack Leach and Stuart Broad chase after that; they're not going to get anywhere near it. 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, lovely shot. Held his position, his balance was good, and the full face of the bat. You see this thing last week about was it McKinnon of Derbyshire losing his county 2 points because of a little bit of too much tape on the bat. Defended into the offside, but they can take a quick single, and Hervé will move on to 5.
I beg your pardon?
He had a little bit too much tape on his bat.
Where?
Well, tape that you wrap round your bat to, if there are blemishes or...
What, so it made an extra weight on his, like a pendulum?
No, it made a slightly extra width, I think, is what they were arguing.
That can go both ways, though, can't it?
Well, yeah.
You could nick off.
Exactly.
I mean, within reason. I mean, the wider the bat,
Yeah, but
better.
also, the wider the bat, if you get an outside edge...
Yeah, but like, this isn't baseball. I mean, you mainly they hit it with the middle bit, don't they?
Well, yeah.
There were a lot of. Let's put it this way: there were a lot of angry Derbyshire fans who said, "Oh, this wouldn't have happened to a bigger county."
Well, they should have read the tape rules, shouldn't they?
Anyway, Anderson's back round the wicket to Irvay, down on the leg side. Sorry, it's Elgar, of course, because they took the single. It's well taken by Folkes, diving away to his right.
Well, is there a tape rule?
Well, clearly they've lost 2 points. They don't just make these things up.
Yeah, what are you on about?
I mean, it's curious though. I mean, I didn't read the whole thing, so I don't know how it was reported. Whether it was umpires who got involved, but did they immediately have someone from the bat width committee come running out?
Sounds like
quickly.
something out of Monty Python.
It does indeed. Onto the back foot goes Elgar, defends right behind this one.
I presume they check bats at most games because a big fat bat in an ODI or 50 over match, you could smack it all over the place, couldn't you? There are quite strict regulations about bat width and edge size and stuff like that. I would have thought your bat has to be checked.
You will have to line up in front of the umpires before you get out.
Yeah,
I don't know. It would take a while to do that, so I don't know.
Jay Grover says, I heard it, Hendo, coughed and chuckled bitterly. Well done. Brian Barish, Jimmy Anderson bowling from the me end. Ravi Nares, excuse me, but Jack sounds like the only one who knows anything about the 100. Hendo, shut your mouth.
Oh, fuck off.
To Jack.
I've watched it with half an eye. What are you talking
Jack,
about?
You haven't even mentioned my team, Oval Invincibles Women, led by ineffably good Darnay Van Nika. Well, she hasn't actually been captain for some of the games, has she? Have you seen that? She was dropped for her wife.
She was dropped for her wife. Well,
yeah.
it happens.
Ooh, I wonder how that went.
It happens.
They've been playing Ishmael and Susie Bates. There's the two other overseas. The women's tournament's good. It's probably the preeminent tournament in global cricket, I'd have thought, on that front, in terms of quality. Maybe the Aussie one.
Robinson will start a new over, bowling to Irvay, across him from over the wicket. He bowled the last over to Elgar from round the wicket. Maybe he's just seen something in Irvay's technique that makes him think this particular angle would be better. 7 for no loss. Irvay has 5 of those. Elgar has 2. No, I don't profess to know a huge amount about the 100, but as I said, I've kind of had it on without really paying full attention. If I put full attention into it, it just angers me. Flicked past short leg by Irvay. Nice shot. Broad runs after it. Jack Leach was coming round from long leg as well, but it's Broad who gets there. The big, tall England fast bowler. They take 3.
You fall into the trap there, Hendo.
What is that?
For putting the 100. That's the whole point of these franchise tournaments, is you just blanket coverage every day and you hope that more people watch less keenly, and therefore you can sell adverts to new man boner pills and cash in, you know.
I mean, surely on the basis of who they're trying to attract to watch the 100, the Newman boner pill advert is not actually that.
Well, that's what you think. Younger generation.
Oh yeah, of course.
The downside of that, of course, is they're showing on the BBC where they can't do adverts.
Oh, that's true. Outside the off stump, he's back round the wicket to Elgar. Robinson left alone. So what you're suggesting that younger and younger people are having trouble in their.
This is documented. I've read lots of articles about this. With
why?
I think
too much time online.
Yeah, basically that's what it is. I read anything if the Guardian publish it.
Anyway, Robinson none for 5. He's into his second over, halfway through it.
It's people partying too much, basically.
I thought younger people weren't partying enough these days. Snatching his bat out of the way of that one is Elgar, almost turning his back on it. Really,
I thought
that's a lie.
See, I read things about they watch too much porn and therefore.
Well, that's one theory. I think the Colombian marching powder is a factor in the.
But I thought young people weren't doing drugs, weren't drinking. This is all a lot. This is misinformation, is it?
Well, I think it's the difference between Gen Z and the millennials and stuff, isn't it?
I think there's a healthy proportion still
Getting hammered.
Yeah.
And rightly so. Getting hammered is a rite of passage.
There is a leg gully now. Almost a backward square leg, actually. I mean, I know he's crouching down as if he's in a catching position, but he's a good 15 or 16 metres away from the bat. This is defended by Elgar.
It's not like your generation, is it? But we can see that you guys, you fucking completed it, and it's
we completed it while we're old. Now. We're over the hill.
Yeah. Well, no, in some message, look at you. You're still living the dream. Knocking back Coronas.
Absolutely.
Nobody's business.
Having a refill.
It was a very strange dream. Robinson about to complete his second over.
Paid no money to do cricket commentary.
4 slips and a short leg. Elgar onto the back foot. There's almost nobody in the offside. It means that poor old Jimmy Anderson's going to have to chase that one.
And then bowl an over.
As it's playing quite nicely off the back foot. Get through for 2, I think. Yeah, Elgar moves to 4. The score after 4 overs of the South African second innings is 12 for none.
We are due a change. You get a break now.
I get a break till the end.
Right, it's a
break.
Cool.
Who gets a break?
Right,
both of you.
The person banging on about cryptocurrency, Crypto Rocketeer. I mean, they're not talking about. Sorry, the person. You know what I mean. From
Crypto Rocketeer.
Yes, Crypto Rocketeer, who isn't actually talking about crypto. He's talking about BAT, which is the currency in Thailand. That's where the next tweet is. I should have just read the flipping tweet.
Bart.
That would have been good.
Bart.
All right,
no,
I shall depart.
Whatever.
Depart.
All right, you two out of here. I'm welcoming back Nestlers and Gary to finish the show off.
Just
it all off.
Just a quick word about the Derbyshire bats. McKiernan had put a little bit too much tape on it, and it failed the width test for the bat. And the ECB swung into action and immediately docked Derbyshire 2 points. They accepted it was unintentional, but they still docked them 2 points.
How many runs did he make with that fucking bat?
Well, not many.
Well, then
they were so quick to swing into action for the intentional racism at Yorkshire. So we know where the ECB priorities lie.
Well, I reckon there's only 5 overs left in the day. I'm not sure we'll get through to the full 6:30. We might actually get overs done within the extra half hour. That'll please you, Gary.
It will. I don't know how many overs bowled by spinners. They damn well should be getting the overs in.
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Well, they will always be as slow as possible until the penalties are sufficient to make them do otherwise.
Indeed. Well, this man's going to bowl.
Got me in love, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Whose first ball was pretty flat, and Hervé just defended it in the crease. That one's tossed up. There's a big appeal. There's no shot offered. LBW, surely that's quite close.
No.
Maybe missing the off stump, but it's coming. The angle's not that bad, you know.
Yeah,
the problem is it's very difficult to burn a review on something like that.
He hasn't turned the ball that far in his entire career.
Oh,
so he's not
shut up,
now.
Gary.
Does anybody else involuntarily, when they hear Hervé's name, add Adventures of Tintin?
No.
Because I do it all the time. And especially when Stuart Broad's bowling to him. Because
Adventures of Tintin.
Absolutely. And because Broad looks a bit like Tintin.
Well,
and there's a bit of Captain Haddock in Ben Stokes.
Yeah, flat and straight. And
flat and straight from Jack Leach. You know,
no, that's not turning up. Ooh, not too far though.
Would have missed another stump.
Yeah, probably would have clattered the outside of a 4 stump maybe. He's bowling flat and fast, this is Leach. I'm not sure that's... Well, why not mix it up a little bit? And Hervé just knocks that one out to vacant cover and they'll get through for a single.
Well, I look forward to him mixing it up a bit with a bit of flight and drift because all we're getting at the moment is flat and fast.
Yeah. Well, the one he decided to pad up to, he gave a little bit of air.
Huh.
Listen, Jack Leach's figures, his stats are better than Nathan Lyon. That's a fact, Gary. Leach, bowls that flat, and Elgar plays it into short leg, who spills it to the man behind him. And there is
You're
no
aware
run.
that Nathan Lyon had pretty decent bowlers at the other end who were taking the wickets before he got a chance to bowl on many occasions, particularly in the first innings.
Yeah, that may be true. England have got some fairly decent bowlers too.
Yeah, I don't think they're as good in strike rates as the Australians, but
Maybe not.
somebody
But
somebody might
two
prove
of them
the
have got
otherwise.
1,200 Test wickets between them. That one's flat. So that's pretty horrible. Played out to mid wicket, and there'll be a single.
It's strike rates,
No
though,
run,
isn't
sorry.
it? With
His strike rate. His strike rate is better than fucking Nathan Lyon.
No, it's the strike rates at the other end. Because if you're a spinner, if you can't get on in the first innings, then you're only bowling in one innings, and the Australian pace attack are pretty good in that first innings. I bet Nathan Lyon has bowled far fewer first innings overs than Jack
but the
Leach.
point is, you know, whilst that may be true, I mean, England's batsmen are also shitter than Australia's at the moment. You know, so
stats,
I mean,
stats. We see what we see.
Yeah, we do. The stats don't lie.
Well, they do.
Those are quite simple stats to not lie. You
Well,
know,
they do.
You can't blame him for being him. You can only blame the rest of the side for not being Australia.
Yeah, but you can. Well, anyway, it's not a clinching argument. Simply citing the numbers.
No,
it's what,
no,
what
it's
goes
not.
into
But he's,
creating those numbers.
no, it's not. But he's definitely not as bad as everyone makes out. That's my point. That's defended up to mid-off, and there is no run. As Robinson continues, Anderson's come out to attack for Leach. And that's my point. I mean, everyone says, "Oh, he's not very good. He's not very good," but actually, he's not very bad either.
Have a look at how many wickets he's taken in the last 53 days. I think it was 3.
Well, he's hardly played, I imagine, the last 53
Oh, he
days.
has. He has.
Who for?
He's played 100 cricket, and he's played for Somerset.
Yeah, but I don't judge him. I don't care what he does. Hardly anyone gets loads of wickets in 100, I would have thought. You only get to bowl 20 balls. Ooh, that one beats the outside edge nicely by Robinson, bowling around the wicket to Elgar. Zips through to Folkes, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, it's a bit tedious, so I won't go on in front of the listeners, but you've simply got to, if you're a spin bowler, you've got to create more wicket-taking opportunities, I think. And Nathan Lyon does that with his top spin and with his drift. And Jack Leach
but
has to
that's my point,
wake up.
Gary. Clearly, we think he does better than he does because he doesn't, because his strike rate and his average is worse than Leach. So
just explain the reasons for that. But anyway.
yeah, I know, but you're arguing that point, and the fact is, the stats don't line that up. That's defended back down the track, and there's no run. He doesn't obviously create as many chances because he doesn't get, he gets as many wickets as Leach does, unless they drop loads of chances and he doesn't get loads of LBWs, but that wouldn't be the case now with DRS, would it? Anyway, we'll have this argument to the end of time, I think, Gary.
Well, we won't. We'll have it until Leach shows that he can make more chances, which he has done a bit.
Well, yes. I mean, the thing is, if you give him the chances, I think he'll take more as well. To be fair, Root really didn't know how to use spinners apart from himself. That was worked out behind square on the leg side, and there's no run. I think he's had a lot more chances and been actually more successful under Stokes, even though it's been a short time. Stokes has actually bowled him possibly when he should have done, or given him a chance when maybe he didn't think anything else was going to happen, and stuck with him as well if he's got battered for a couple of overs, which can happen to spinners, let's face it. That's the way it goes sometimes. Robinson around the wicket. Ooh, good leave by Elgar, not too far away from the off stump, but through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Do you want my headline of the day?
Yes.
Oh, always good.
I always like a good headline of the day.
Rise of tubeless toilet paper, a complete catastrophe, says Blue Peter Star. Peter Purvis says innovation to cut waste is a disaster for amateur arts and crafts.
Jesus Christ, that's really stretching a headline, isn't it?
I mean, with all that's going on in the world, he's got the arse about toilet roll.
Well, stretches forward, Elgar. Decent ball by decent probing spell here by Ollie Robinson. Defender down the leg side, and there's no run. 6 overs.
I don't like the tubeless toilet paper because you can't sort of put your finger inside and whirl it. You know what I mean? Anyway, we've had enough about Jack Leach and toilet paper. So, oh dear, Gary, been right against the stats. Seriously, says Ravi. Let's have a look here. Oh dear, there's lots of Gary. There's lots of Gary Bear. Captain Haddock's hair was black, Gary, although I agree about broad equals Tintin. I said it nearly 10 years ago, says Ravi.
I said he had a look of Captain Haddock. I didn't say exactly the same.
Jeff Perkins says, I thought younger people were having sexual dysfunction due to watching too much 100 and not learning how to go the distance. Dear. What is wrong with the youth of today? Who knows? Too much iPad, I say.
Yeah, too much screens. Leach slows down a little bit this over. Gives it a little bit more air, but still a bit too short. And Hervé just goes back.
Although I
Defends it back
cycle
to
into
bowler,
work
no run.
a lot, occasionally I do go on the tube and I'll break off.
Leach doesn't bowl, so you can carry on.
And I just sit there sometimes just because I read a book and I just sit there looking at everyone just staring at these phones going,
yeah, I know.
It's like everyone.
That one doesn't turn, it's tossed up outside off stump, and Hervé stretches and prods it out to point. And
they're not
no run.
They're not reading anything, they're just scrolling to find the next thing that they don't read.
It's these fucking video platforms like TikTok and Instagram. My wife's even fucking got into it now. It's disgraceful. Decent ball, tossed up on a line on off stump. Not really getting any turn, but defended by Hervé out to the covers, and there's no run.
It's all a load of shit.
It is. It's a waste of time, melts their brains. They don't know how to communicate. Trying to find that little bit of rough, but he's missed it again, and it just goes straight on. Hervé once again prods it out square on the offside, and there's no run. I think there's only 2 overs left after this one.
Yeah, I think so too.
6:15.
Yeah, we're going to finish at about 25 past, I think. Maybe even a little bit before. If there's a couple of maidens, and one of them is by Jack Leach, because that is the 5th ball of that over, which is just defended out to the covers once more. I think South Africa will be happy just to get through tonight.
Didn't Hervé play for Weybridge for a few years down in Surrey?
I wouldn't. I don't know that.
I think he did.
Might well have done. You get a lot of Saffers in the Surrey leagues. That's defended back to the bowler. And it is a maiden. Leach has gone for 1 run in his 2 overs. 7 overs gone. 14 for none. Saffers, they trail by 250. And it will probably be Ollie Robinson to bowl the last over from that end. Broad's not going to get over tonight.
Jay Grover says, sigh. We lasted so long. We lasted all day. And just
Hendo
when I
is
thought-
off. We say
I
goodbye to
thought
Hendo.
we'd got the finish line in sight. Fucking Leach bivalves. Bog roll. Never heard of it over here. Just the bum gum hose, says Farong.
See you all later, Pete's. As Elgar clips that sweetly off his toes out to deep mid wicket, and it will be 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Bamboo toilet roll's very good. I buy it when I can. Sometimes it looks a bit expensive, but if it's on offer, much better for the environment. Bamboo is it's a crop for the future.
Isn't it? Yeah, well, it is. Isn't it a bit like tracing paper on your arse, though? Like those
No,
old,
no.
like those old toilet rolls you used to have at
No.
school. Oh, that's a decent ball outside off stump. Elgar tempted to come forward and zipped away a little bit from the bat.
You're thinking Izal, I think,
No one.
but
That was
not-
shit. Yeah.
Not that. No. I last saw that when I was in Moscow in 1985.
I remember it at my senior school all the way through.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Nasty shit that was.
It's like that oil sort of cooking paper that your mum used to use
Yeah,
to bake
basically.
cake with.
Yeah, exactly. Not good for wiping your butt.
No, it didn't work.
It didn't work very well. Ollie Robinson in. Oh, that's a decent ball as well. Jumps a little bit. Elgar dabs it into the offside. Scoots through for a single.
Why was Jimmy Anderson taken off?
I I don't know. I think they thought they'd just give Leach a couple of overs at the end of the day, get through to the end, see if it's going to do anything.
But wouldn't you take Robinson off if that were the case?
Well, the thing about Robinson is actually, well, he may be the future, and he bowls a heavy length, a good length, a similar sort of pace. He does get it to move off the seam.
I'm not against Ollie Robinson by any means.
Yeah.
But surely you want the man who had a couple of closest LBWs and has got 650 Test wickets to have a bit of a chance here, because it's a shot to nothing. It doesn't matter if he gets hit for 4.
Yeah, true. Defended in the offside and there's no run. Maybe they're thinking, well, they come back tomorrow morning. They've had the roller on it between innings, haven't they? And come back.
It doesn't matter, does it? I mean,
no,
Anderson's not going to be exhausted by bowling 4 overs today.
No, he's not.
Well,
I don't know. Is the answer to that one, Gary?
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I know they might say, he wanted Leach wanted the other end, but it shouldn't be Leach who's deciding which end to bowl. It should be Anderson who's deciding which end to bowl.
Yeah. Well, Nortje's got the pads on if a wicket falls, but if a wicket falls, well, this over, then he'll have to come out. But if it falls next over, it should be the end of the day. That one's defended, square out through covers. They'll get another 2 runs. I think that's my bet is dead. Damn.
Oh dear.
Oh well. We didn't get a wicket under 20.5. Hervé's on 12, Elgar's on 9. 20 off and 9.
Yeah, there's lots of South Africans around Putney area. Post-Brexit, we get far fewer Europeans coming into the shop, but we get lots of South Africans, and there's lots of South Africans on the bus on a Saturday and Sunday night as well. I don't think this is an advance, to be honest. Nothing against South Africans.
No,
but
it's well, it's exactly that. It's one or the other, isn't it? It doesn't really matter. Except for now, we have to fucking get visas or to go to some countries in Europe, and
lots of South African rugby shirts and South Africans boozing in Putney pubs is. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing of sights, put it that way. I say nothing against. Glad they're over here. Glad they're working in bars wherever they are. But well,
last ball of Robinson's 4th over is just defended into the onside by Hervé. It'll be no run.
Are they done?
No, I don't think so.
I think they are, you know.
Oh no, he's getting new gloves.
He's getting new gloves.
Yeah, well, my elder boy is hoping to work the ski season in bars in France, and he doesn't need a visa.
No, but he has Swedish nationality, doesn't he?
Right. He has
so
the
he's all
Swedish
right.
passport. He's got more rights than I have.
Can't you get one, Gary?
No, I can't even get an Irish one. I'm the only Scouser in the world who can't trace Irish ancestry. So
bloody hell.
I'm stuck with my what will be blue passport.
Yeah, two of my kids have now got blue passports.
Boo.
Yeah, very much boo.
Boo.
2024, I've got to change mine.
I've got 25. I've got to change mine.
But I have to change it before because you've got to have it 6 months in advance.
Last over, we got City mid off, leg slip, short leg on Hayden, very short mid wicket. Like it.
Love it.
Well, I mean, there's a reason I suppose you can crowd the bat at the end of the day. They're not going to try and smash it out of the park, are they?
Well, even if they do, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, true. Tossed up. Oh, now that's gone off in the air. That's going to be out, surely. No? Came off the pad. I thought that came off the bat. They didn't.
That's the expert on spin bowling there.
Oh, I just thought it would come off the bat. Oh, yeah, beats the inside edge. Not too far away from that glove, though. Yeah. Pope and
double catch.
Yeah, it wasn't really a double catch. They caught it at the same time. That was too short and a little bit too wide. Elgar goes back, punches it up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think 3 balls left in the day.
Lengthening shadows, late August.
Nice.
Portent of things
that one
shone.
squirts off the outside. It's squared up, Elgar. It's going off down towards third man. I'll get back for 2.
About folks with black wicket-keeping gauntlets, I must say I did very much like Verena's white gauntlets. I've never seen a keeper with white gloves before, but I thought they looked rather swish.
Yeah, they're all right. A lot of orange ones these days, aren't they? Orange and yellows, and I quite like the black ones. Right, 2 balls left. Now there's 2 leg slips. A leg slip, leg gully, short leg, and that's too short. You need to toss it up if you're going to do that. Let it turn and drift. Just plays it out to mid wicket, no run.
I think the idea of the white gloves is that they can see the ball for it to be caught.
Yes.
So you've got a better chance of seeing the ball.
That one, ooh, and there's another appeal for LBWs. It's padded up with no shot by Elgar. There is not going to be out. They're not going to review it, and I think that should be stumps. It looks like everyone's walking off. Elgar's happy. Folks is happy. A little bit of shake hands there. Elgar shakes hands with Stokes, and that is stumps.
Is he really little?
Day 2. He's really little, yes.
Yeah.
And he's really little with a flat nose, a bit like Joe DiMaggio, or a boxer, you imagine.
Well, this reminds me of Justin Langer.
Really? He reminds me of sort of short Italian gangster type.
Yeah, there's a bit of that.
But hey, so South Africa end the day 23 for none. They survived 9 overs at the end of the day. They trail by 241. England definitely in the box seat. A lot of work to do for South Africa, and we're only at the end of day 2, and we've had 2 innings already, and we're into the 3rd. Their strategy of having 2 spinners to take advantage of maybe a 5th day pitch probably won't come to pass. England will have some work to do tomorrow, but they must imagine that they can whittle down a hell of a lot of those wickets before they reach parity, if not all of them, if things go their way. We'll be back in the morning. Any last tweets? Any last words?
Lots of last words about really bad old toilet paper. So I think we'll leave it there, really. But just say thank you to everyone for listening and tweeting in. It's always a pleasure.
I'll agree with that. Thanks very much for listening. I won't be back. I won't be back until the winter, I don't think.
Really?
Unless I'm on Monday, if it go that far.
No, it's not going to go on Monday.
No. Just a quick word from me is that in one sense, this was an old-fashioned day of cricket. Really, there wasn't too much in the way of outrageous batting. England wore the bowlers down and then cashed in, and on the other hand, England scored well over 3.5 and over. So it just goes to show that you don't need to be ultra aggressive to score quickly. You just need to get in, get on top of the bowling, hit the bad balls for 4, and rotate the strike. And England did that well. And
take advantage of the advantage you created by them batting first and get themselves out for 151.
That's exactly it.
Exactly. I'm in total agreement with you there, Gary.
There we go.
And on that note, we shall end the day.
Yeah, ecumenical note. So, bye from me.
Yeah. See you later. Are you in tomorrow, Nestlers?
No, I think I'm in on Sunday.
Okay, might not go to Sunday. Well, I shall see.
Yeah.
But until I am back in the morning, so I will see you all bright and early at 10:50 tomorrow morning. No winners on GPL today. You're all way too short. We shall see you tomorrow morning. Until then, goodbye.
Book early.
Patrol the covered boundary. At last the time is come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not